for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Mr. Villalobos, if you'll do the TV coverage announcement and the roll call, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV, Channel 20. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
Commissioner Valencia.
Here.
And Commissioner Blau.
Here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Ms. Black, if you'll do the agenda status report and the projection report, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. This morning we have two items on your agenda. The first is the Montecito Ranch Estates Appeal by Pat Nesbitt. And then we have a time certain at 10 o'clock for the Botanic Garden to further consider that item. As to the projection report, we do have a hearing in Santa Maria next Wednesday, and there are two items on that day, production plan and an appeal of the Wellness Center, which is the medical marijuana dispensary in the Orchid area. Staff issued a land use permit for that, and it's on appeal. September 16th, we'll be back in Santa Barbara, and we have several items on that day. I think it'll be a relatively short day. October 7th, we're slating to cancel, and we are proposing to cancel October 14th as well. So the Commission will actually have 4 Wednesdays off in a row because the 23rd is normally the Montecito Planning Commission, and September 30th would be a 5th Wednesday, and then with the cancellation of the 7th and the 14th, we'd be off for a month. The 21st then would be the next hearing. It would be in Santa Maria. It's a fairly full agenda at 6.5 hours, so I expect that will take us the entire day. Just so the Commission knows what one of these items is, the last one on the projection report for October 21st is called the Appeal of the Weeder Change of Use, and that is for a tasting room in Los Olivos, so I thought the Commission might be interested to know that. I think the others pretty much speak for themselves. And then we'll go into November, and we are expecting to have a hearing on November 4th and November 18th. November 4th in Santa Barbara and November 18th in Santa Maria. We are likely not to have a meeting the week of November 11th. November 11th is actually Veterans Day, so if we were to have a meeting that week, we'd have to schedule a special hearing date, but we're hopeful that we can simply use those 2 dates that are available, and then we have you slated to hold hearings if necessary on December 2nd and 9th.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Seeing none, we'll go to the public comment. This is the time in the meeting that anyone's allowed to discuss an item or talk about an item not on today's agenda. I don't see any slips for anyone going forward, so now I'll ask for commissioners' informational reports. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not too long ago, staff worked on and the Commission passed the changes to noticing. And my neighborhood has been the benefit of that, and I just have to relate that experience because it was very positive. On a telephone pole was this big, nice sign, a notice with a little nice red border, and gave all the information. And there were some pictures of the proposed cell site, the before and the after, so that the neighborhood would understand that this was going to be a cell site and that what the changes were. And it was, I thought, very, very well done and very effective. And I just wanted to compliment Miss Lowry. I've sent her an email to tell her I thought how good that was, so people didn't have to call her; they could see it there. But it was nice that that noticing was done in that way. I thought it was very appropriate and very tasteful. So that was all. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no others, Planning and Development Divisional briefings.
Mr. Chair, we don't have any briefings this morning.
Okay. Is anybody going to report on the board actions of the past
Sure,
couple weeks?
I'd be happy to
Great.
do that.
Thank you.
If I can remember what they did. I can barely remember yesterday, let alone August 18th. Yesterday, the board did take up the stall matter, which is a very a simple lot line adjustment and consistency rezone, and they approved that unanimously. They also had an offshore oil and gas report yesterday, sort of an overview to assist newer board members on the complex issues that have occurred over time with regard to offshore oil and gas. They also considered 2 letters, one on the proposed 5-year leasing program that the Minerals Management Service is moving forward with and requesting comments on, and the board did authorize by a 3-2 vote to send a letter objecting or requesting that the Santa Barbara Channel not be included in the 5-year leasing program. They also considered proposed rule by the Minerals Management Service to increase safety as a result of management and personnel issues, training issues, et cetera. And they did send a letter supporting that rule and making some additional suggestions. So that was yesterday. And I honestly don't remember. Oh, the High Meadow appeal. Thank you. How could I have forgotten that?
Yeah, could you?
The High Meadow appeal was considered by the board at their meeting in Santa Maria on the 25th. And it consumed pretty much their entire hearing. It went for quite a few hours. The board chose not to take any action and asked the parties to get together and try and resolve the issues with the help of, I believe, with the help of county council. So that matter will be coming back to the board later in October. I can't remember any other planning items that your board might be in, or your commission might be interested in.
Thank you. Any questions? We have 2 sets of minutes that we need to approve. And I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve both sets of minutes, especially since the first set is really nothing.
So moved. I'll make that motion.
I have a motion. We have a second.
I'll
Commissioner Brooks?
second.
Right. Any further discussion? Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the minutes of August 12, I just, perhaps I wasn't paying close enough attention when the item was considered, but I'm looking now at the last item covered by those minutes. It was number 2, the Moravian appeal of the horse arena. And I know we were struggling at one point with the level of the sand in the horse arena. Item 2, which appears on page 5 of our minutes, says the height of the sand level in the arena shall be a minimum of 4 inches below the top of the railroad ties. I'm just concerned that there may be a difference between where the railroad ties are stacked too high and where they are only one level. And did we mean that the level of the sand had to be 4 inches below the top of the single level ties? Because that would mean a very thin layer of sand at that point. That may be the commission's intent, but if it's not, then it's described incorrectly in these minutes.
I think it is described correctly. What happens is, I don't think the sand is any less it has any less depth where there's the single tie as opposed to the 2 ties. What happens is the sand is below the existing grade level, so you only need 1 railroad tie to hold it, whereas on the other of the arena, because the natural slope of the dirt is going down, you needed 2 ties. But I think the sand will be all the same depth throughout the arena. It's just the depth of it's the depth of the surrounding dirt that causes it to be single level. So I think it reads correctly. And if I remember from my site visit, the railroad ties are, the top of the railroad ties are all one level. They're just deeper in one end than the other. So I think this reads correctly.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney, we did send an action letter out some time ago with this language in it, and the property owner has not requested any clarification, so I think they believe this is workable.
Well, I appreciate that, Ms. Black. My concern is just that the minutes reflect our action correctly, and that was my confusion. So I'm satisfied that the the rest of the commission intended this to be the actual condition, so I won't ask for any correction.
Okay, see no other lights, Mr. Villalobos, you'll call for the roll call?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks,
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia,
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And now we're ready for standard agendas. Mr. Villalobos, if you read item number 1 into the record.
The following is a hearing on the request of Pat Nesbitt, appellant owner, to consider case number 09APL10, appeal filed on April 22nd, 2009, for an appeal of the director determination for an administrative interpretation to modify a track map condition TM 14290.
Thank you. And we have a staff report this morning.
Good morning, Chair Blau, Commissioners. The item today is not actually a decision regarding development, but is a decision regarding appropriate process and whether a formal application, analysis, and project review is necessary. The appellant seeks a secondary access into the Montecito Ranch subdivision for a temporary construction period during individual lot development of custom homes. The appellant contends that this secondary roadway can be granted by administrative authority of the Planning and Development Director. The subject subdivision is located in the Summerlin Community Planning Area just north of Villa Real. The Montecito Ranch Estate subdivision was created in 1993 as an 8-lot subdivision and also received a time extension in 2001 and a recorded map modification in 2005. Infrastructure improvements such as site grading, roadway construction, subdivision entry gates, and landscaping have already been installed. The portion of the property in question is along the subdivision's northerly boundary, along Asegra Drive with portions of Lot 7, 8, and 1 for temporary roadway access. The approved track map, both in the project description as condition number 1 and separately identified in condition number 17, specifically provide only for access from Villa Real. County regulations pursuant to our subdivision ordinance do allow for modifications to approved tract and parcel maps. Your commission is familiar with this process called a recorded map modification. A recorded map modification is a discretionary action subject to review and approval by your commission. The recorded map modification is subject to 7 specific findings and does require staff to review the proposal in light of the previous approvals, in this case the subdivision map, tract map approval, including additional policy analysis and environmental review if applicable. County staff and the applicant have discussed the process of a recorded map modification, but the applicant contends his request can be addressed by the director administratively. The appellant raises 3 specific issues in regards to his request for the temporary access that should be allowed and granted by the director. The appellant cites several provisions of the California Code of Civil Procedures and the California Civil Code granting the authority to the Planning and Development Director to administratively interpret the previous tract map approval conditions and allow the temporary secondary access. However, in consultation with County Council, these code provisions are not applicable and in direct conflict with the tract map conditions of approval. The appropriate mechanism codified in our subdivision ordinance is the filing and processing of a recorded map modification. Regarding the other 2 issues raised, 1, that the location of the access point from Asegra rather than Greenwell, and 2, that there are no impacts would result from the temporary access road, are both factors to be addressed at the time the recorded map modification is processed, and are not factors for an administrative decision which the director has no authority to make. Therefore, your commission should direct the applicant to file a recorded map modification for consideration of a secondary temporary access, and 2, to deny the appeal. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you. And now I'll ask my fellow commissioners for ex parte on site visits. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I made a site visit on Monday. I went along Via Real. I went up Greenwell as far as the private roads.
Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have visited this site on several occasions using the access off Via Real. I did, however, specifically view the proposed secondary access prior to this hearing. I did not go on to the property, however, to investigate some of the issues that would be relevant if we were considering this as an application at this time.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had previously gone on Via Real and Greenwell.
Thank you. And now is the time to hear from the applicant, I believe.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. I thank you for allowing me to have time to present our case. This has been a much discussed project with P&D. I would like to point out first that along the north boundary of my property, there exists an easement in favor of my property that's been there for 50 or 60 years. So we have had an easement along that property. It was contemplated that access would be available off that easement, and that easement still exists and it's still viable. The planning department has determined that we should file for an RMM. That is probably a legalistic answer. What I am looking for is a practical solution to a practical problem. We have the ability to build 9 homes on what we call Montecito Ranch Estate, 8 on the upper parcel, 1 on the lower parcel. Access to all the properties right now comes off of Via Real. We have a very, should I say, a beautiful entrance that we've created with ponds, with a bridge, with gates, and so on and so forth. What we're looking for is access for a very limited amount of time for large trucks when we have to bring a grading machine on or an excavator, when a large load of lumber might have to come on. We are not looking for daily access. We're willing to accept any kind of temporary access and controls over that for a limited amount of use. We would just like to avoid heavy trucks and heavy equipment coming in and out of Via Real, not only for preservation of the beautiful entrance we created, but as a safety issue for the citizens as well. Via Real is a high traffic road at times, especially in the morning, and cars coming past there don't expect to see big trucks coming out of residential areas. They do, however, plan to see and often do see trucks coming down Greenwell, which borders the property on the west. For the last several years, Montecito Water District has been rebuilding their reservoir up at the top of Osegra. And there's truck traffic frequently on Greenwell all day long. So people are used to it. And there's even signs posted out there, watch out for trucks, to protect people from the traffic on Greenwell. No such protection exists at our residential entrance gate. So I'm asking for a consideration. We could go through a recorded map modification, but if we do, we're not going to ask for a temporary, we're going to ask for a permanent, because the language of the condition on a property is flawed. It says we can't have access off of Greenwell and the north property. Legally speaking, we're not asking. We're asking for access off of Osegra, not Greenwell, and the north property. That condition fails on its face, and I believe a legal challenge we would prevail. And if we do, we'll have permanent access. I don't believe we should do that. I don't think we should spend an inordinate amount of time. The last time I filed for recorded map modification, it took me 4 years, and I can't tell you how much money. Think about how much time the county had to spend. I think county has better time and better utilization of its resources, especially in today's economy and today's environment where we're got a county employees being furloughed days every month, than to go through the process of recorded map modification when all we're asking for is a temporary one that we're willing to accept some reasonable conditions on. Maybe it's only 3 days a week, maybe it's only a couple hours in those days. Something reasonable. We just need to be able to get something on and off that property that's pretty big and pretty heavy and could cause a traffic concern as well as perhaps damage to our entrance. So I can address the other issues that have been raised by some private letters. I can talk about the conditions of why that condition was placed on there about the access off the north that no longer exists. But I'm really asking for just a reasonable solution to a reasonable problem. And I believe that could be done administratively instead of going through the long, drawn-out, expensive process for not only myself but for the county. So that's the essence of my argument, and I would be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Commissioner Blanchett.
Thank you. Could you tell me how long you would do this, for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, or?
It's hard to say because there are 9 houses up there, and we're selling each individual lot, and so people will buy the lots and they'll build their own homes. I don't intend to build any of the homes. So it could be a long time, frankly. Who knows, 10 years from now we might still, but again, we're talking about a very limited amount of time. And again, with some reasonable restrictions, maybe before the building permit is pulled, that the then owner of the property would agree with the staff on what days those restrictions would be in place and what hours they'd be able to go on.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nesbitt, you mentioned at the outset an easement that your property has, and over which neighboring properties does that easement pass?
It exists along the entire north boundary of my MRE property and burdens the property entirely to the north. There's one parcel owned by Mr. Rogers, and he has the burden of that easement.
How about Segra Road? Do you have an easement over Segra?
Segra is a private road.
Right.
And I can't tell you when that road was built. I don't know the history. But my easement attaches to a Segra. So by implication, that easement couldn't be there if we didn't have access over a Segra. So I'm pretty sure, legally speaking, we have the right to come over a Segra.
That may be a more complicated legal issue, but I just was curious over which property it extended, so thank you.
And I have a question for staff. What's the current cost and timing to do a track map modification if the only issue that the staff is going to be addressing is this temporary access?
Mr. Chair, we would be looking at the previous track map, the analysis that went along with establishing the lots. There are, at least in that environmental document, references to habitat and some restrictions on where the building envelopes were placed. So we'd have to reassess in that northerly location, are there any resource constraints, whether it's biologic, archaeological, safety, those things we would all look at and process that. So I can't give you a definitive time frame on how long that would take. It isn't a brand new project in the sense that we're not starting with no information. You would look back to those previous track map from 1993 plus the recorded map modification in 2005 as references, and then Mr. Nesbitt has also supplied in his this request 2 additional documents, one that relates to biological resources and one on traffic, and so we'd be assessing those as well. The final action under a recorded map modification would require some environmental analysis, whether that be addendum, exemption, unclear, but there would be an environmental decision that would occur along with the project.
That's not an answer. So I'm going to ask the question again. Give me a guess as to how much time you think it's going to take to do this process and what the cost would be to the applicant.
Mr. Chair, the Board of Supervisors establishes our performance measures when we have an environmental document that requires something more than an exemption, and that's a 6-month time period from a complete application. So if we were to get an application filed, say, in the next month, we'd look at that in 30 days, hopefully deem it complete, and then we'd work within 6 months. So that would put you at about April.
And give me some idea of the estimated cost.
We have a filing fee, and then we work on an hourly rate, so it depends on the complexity of the case. My guess is this would be somewhere between 70 to maybe 100 hours. And our hourly rate for a planner is $152.
70 to 100 hours? At
Yes.
$50, huh?
152.
150. So that's like $15,000 to $20,000. Okay. I'll just make a general comment. When we're talking about temporary access, I can't imagine 70 to 100 hours of staff time. But, you know, you're the expert on that. I'll have to live with your estimate. It seems to me it's just not that complex an issue. But at any rate, Commissioner Brown.
I have two questions. I guess both are for Mr. Nesbitt. Can you, do you have a pointer there that you can show me where your easement is?
Do you have,
Oh,
You need to stay at the microphone if you could, please. You need to stay at the microphone so we have you on the record.
thank you, sorry.
That's all right.
This is a Sega Road right here.
right.
This is Greenwell. It breaks to the left from coming up from Villarreal. And my easement starts right at Asegra and goes all the way along the north property line
Okay.
to this point right here.
Okay. And the second question is, when this project was approved back whenever, why was there, the condition that was applied was only off of Villarreal on your property, not on Greenwell? Why, do you know, do you have any history of why that was?
I'm not sure what your question is, ma'am, please.
Well, you're asking for access off Greenwell, and when the project was previously approved, it was only off your property access. Why did you not consider, I mean, somehow the condition was imposed only off your property. Did you not think about access off Greenwell at that time, or I'm not?
Well, again, we're not asking for access off of Greenwell. We're asking for access off of Asegra.
I realize that, but to get to Sager, you have to get it off Greenwell. How else are you going to get there from here?
Well,
Because there's no other way to get to Sager but from Greenwell.
Greenwell's is a public street. We wouldn't need access on a public street. We can just go on the public street.
I see. Okay.
What we're asking for is
Okay.
just that this easement that we have
Okay.
be effectual on a temporary basis.
I get it. All
If I
right.
could just address the question about time and money. The last recorded map modification, this road on the original plan was a circle. And we decided from a grading standpoint, a cost standpoint, and an aesthetic standpoint, it made more sense to cul-de-sac the road and stop it here and not complete this. Our grading inspector said, they ought to give this to you over the counter. This makes just a lot of common sense. It took 4 years and over $100,000 to have this approved. Things just happen that way. In all due respect to how much time and energy everybody puts forward, things have a tendency to bog down. I just can't see this being done in 6 months or 8 months. I see it's a 2 or 3 year process and another $100,000, both on my part and the county's part probably when you add it all up.
Ms. Black?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to address Commissioner Brown's question about why access was limited, and provided in your packet in attachment H, which isn't numbered, but it's close to the back, is the project description condition from the original tract map. So it's one pink divider back from the very back of your packet, and it's titled TM 14290. So the project description condition and the tract access condition are provided on the second page, if you flip the page. there's some explanation. I mean, we'll obviously provide more explanation if we get into the analysis of this through a recorded map modification, but it was quite deliberate. And just to answer your question about why this would be so complicated, this tract map, I'm not sure maybe Commissioner Valencia was on the commission when this was originally approved, was a very, very complex site. It was a white hole in the coastal plan and required a pretty significant amount of review and conditioning. And Mr. Nesbitt didn't even own the property when that occurred, so he wouldn't be as familiar with the original approval.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. Perhaps staff could use the highlighter or someone. When I drove down up Greenwell and went on to Asegra, I would say once I was back quite a ways, the road deteriorates quite a bit. I passed a reserve, and then I also passed, I guess it was a landslide. Is that beyond what I'm looking at on this map? Because I did not have the map with me when I was making the site visit. Could you point out those areas for me, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, I think the only landslide that I'm familiar with, that Mr. Nesbitt may know more, is what occurred along Greenwell, on the public road, and has involved public works activity to stabilize this side of the hill, which does relate to Mr. Nesbitt's property. But I'm not familiar of any slide along Asegra, but Mr. Nesbitt may have more information.
Mr. Nesbitt,
Can I
please.
do that?
Oh, whoop.
I might have changed the map
Sorry.
here.
What did I just do?
Can we get the map back?
Sorry.
This area right along here has been subject to repeated slides. We have photographs going back to 1921 showing repeated slides along here. In 1998, when we had the El Nino rains that were pretty extensive, this hillside slid away. We entered into an agreement with the county, and we recontoured this whole hillside here, kind of layered it back and compacted it. We put underground drainage facilities and so on to get the water off the hill, which was causing the slide in the first place. Once that work was done and the county accepted it, they then accepted responsibility for all future slides. And unfortunately, 2 years later, it slid again, and it's been that way since, I think, 2002. It's my understanding the county has been given government funds, federal funds, to repair that, and they're doing a study ongoing for the last 5 years about how to fix it. And I've authorized them to come on my property, take surveys from the property along the side here, and talk about it. Their approved solution is to put a retaining wall along that whole wall. I believe this approved solution, this just goes off the record a little bit here, is to take Greenwell Road and move it over this way and get it away from the toe of the slope. And there's a whole bunch of other things. And I've been working with the Summerlin Citizens Association on such a plan. That would relieve the problem once and for all and not have a hideous concrete wall. The Greenwell Preserve is this area right here. This is the old county roads department, East County facility that was in existence and utilized up until 1999 or 2000. Then it was abandoned, turned over, and I believe Summerlin Citizens Association has converted this to what they call the Greenwell Preserve. And it's a parking area also for people using the trail system through this area.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one.
Commissioner Valencia.
When you use your marker, you're all over the place, so it's hard to tell. You have the right to travel on this road.
Yes, sir.
There's no problem. This portion here, do you have a right to travel on that road with equipment of the magnitude that you'd be using on that road? Just Asegra.
Well, first of all, that segment of Asegra is already used by heavy trucks. Montecito Water District's been using it for years. People who did construction work of houses up
Well-
Asegra, they've been using it.
They have agreements with somebody to use it, or do you? They just use it?
They just use, as far as I know. I don't know if there is any agreement. I've had an easement on here since 1958, I think at least, maybe early 50s.
But your easement, let me use my marker because I don't shake as much as you do. Your easement starts at the end of a SEGRA, or does it contain portions of a SEGRA?
No, my easement starts right, it connects to Atasegra. I have a
It
right.
connects, it doesn't contain any of a SEGRA.
No.
It just connects to a SEGRA,
Right.
correct? Okay, so that clears that up. Okay, so the problem, there is no problem here on this portion of the road which remains unnamed. You have an easement on there. Is just, do you have the right to travel this with equipment? And that's what we need to find out is whose toes you're stepping on doing that.
Okay.
Right.
This is not a road, this is a driveway to Mr. Rogers' property.
Right.
Asegra goes up here. And,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
see, so-
I have two maps that don't connect.
I understand. Since we have an easement, and the only way to use this easement is on Asegra.
Okay, so it's
By
on the private easement, on that private driveway, you need an agreement with that landowner to get that small portion, like, what is it, 100 feet or 50 feet or something?
No, sir, I don't need any agreement. I already have the easement.
You have that easement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All the way to Asegra Road, all over Mr. Rogers'
So
property.
Asegra is the problem, that's what we're trying to solve then. Let's focus on what it is.
Asegra is not a problem, because that easement attached to Asegra has always attached to Asegra. The easement would be worthless if it didn't allow for use of Asegra. So by implication, we have a right to use Asegra.
So then what's the problem here?
Well, there's,
I'll ask that.
there was a condition put on this property in 1992 that said you couldn't come off of Greenwell in the north property line, and I
I
said,
see.
that fails on its face.
Okay, okay. Previous condition, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt. Is there any speaker slips, Commissioner Cooney?
There are no speaker slips, but we may have other speakers.
Okay, if you have a speaker, I do need you to fill out a speaker slip. Go ahead and approach the, we'll get you one. Go ahead and approach the podium if you would and tell us who you are, but please fill one out and turn it in before you leave. Thank you.
My name is David Hill. I live on the property adjoining. Asegra goes across my property. It is on my property. There's no easement that I'm aware of for a additional road, and I'm aware of the easements pretty well on my property. I am an officer in Ocean View Estates Homeowners Association. I'm a director on the Summerlin Citizens Association. I'm chairman of the subcommittee for the Greenwell Preserve. I've lived in that area since 1989 when we built our home there. I'm very familiar with all the issues, and I don't want to go into all the detail. I wrote you a letter with lots of reasons why it needs to be a public process and examined publicly and looked at thoroughly, and so I do support the staff recommendation that it undergo the normal process with a track map modification. There's many, many reasons why that road should not be permitted, and the public needs an opportunity to speak and thoroughly look at that. It's expensive, but the harm that could be produced by that road is also expensive, and so that needs to be thoroughly examined, in my opinion. And I don't want to belabor it, but I can answer questions if you'd like.
Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Hill, would you take the pointer and show us where you live, please?
Is it the top button here? Red one. So this is Villarreal, this is Greenwell, this is the Summerlin Greenwell Preserve. I live right there. That property line right there is on my property. This riparian area here, which used to, by the way, extend all the way up here, but it's been denuded, is still a viable riparian area. And so that's one condition. With the road, Ocean View Estates, all the owners in Ocean View Estates have mutual easements to cross my private property. I've got a right to cross their private property. The road exists on private property.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Not seeing any, I will close it to the public hearing and bring it back.
Excuse me, I wanted to say something. I thought my father might have wanted to also. Sorry, my name is Sanford Rogers. I'm one of Arthur Rogers' sons. He's the gentleman that owns the property that Mr. Nesbitt was talking of. Couple points in reference to what he was saying previously. He had started out saying, I just want a little bit of access for a limited time, just a short period, very temporary. When Mr. Cooney asked him how long is temporary, he waffled, fell back, said, well, I don't know how long, it could be 10 years. And I would suggest that you take this as indicative of most of what he's saying. He's asking for short, limited time periods and access, but he really wants much longer time, much more access. He seems to concede that Via Real, which is dedicated specifically for access for him, he doesn't want to use it because he's built it up for some reason. What he really wants to do is use someone else's road, trash their road by driving heavy machinery and multi-ton trucks over it, so that their access and their roads get squashed, and not his. I would ask you to deny what he's asking for. If you do give him access, I would ask that at minimum he have to post some sort of bond to repair the road or the driveway once he's finished using it. Also, I believe this easement was for horses or hiking, so if he wants that access to bring in stuff to build the properties, make sure that he has to bring it in on horses or by people hiking in. So it's the same sort of access. I would also suggest if he's had this easement claimed since 1952 and hasn't used it, then he's waived that perhaps by a latch, it's just letting it sit for 50, 60 years. He claims that people don't know that trucks will be coming out of Via Real, and that they do know that trucks can be coming out of a second road because there's a sign posted. I would suggest he can go to the entrance to his street and post one sign, which won't cost him more than $100, $200. It says, warning, trucks leaving, and then people will get used to trucks leaving out of his own private specified street that he can use for that purpose. Some of the comments that I mentioned last time, I guess when the board was meeting at another place, is that I don't know that the county can give access on to a private citizen on a private road, and that's what he seems to be asking for. I don't know the answer, but I don't think that a public commission has the authority to give private access on a private road to another private citizen. My father has personal knowledge of a violation of an easement that he was given before. I don't. If you want to ask him, he may be able to testify in a reference to that. Thank you. I'll fill out the slip and leave it here.
Thank you. Yes, you may, please. Again, we need you to fill out a slip and turn it in to Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, I will. I apologize for being late. I'm Sarah Hall, and I'm the president of the I'm Sarah Hall. I'm president of the Ocean View Estates Homeowners Association, and I just wanted to speak in support of staff's denial of this request, and to the fact that I also live on the road, that it is a private road, and I support what Dave Hill and the others have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will close at this time the public hearing and bring it back to Commission for deliberation. Commissioner Cooney, excuse me, yes. Mr. Nesbitt, did you wish to rebut any of the issues that were raised?
Thank you. Both to Mr. Hill and, I'm sorry, young lady, I didn't catch your name. They should point out that they're here as private citizens. They don't represent the voice of those associations. There's never been a public hearing or a meeting from their associations about this issue. And if there wasn't noticed or well attended, and there was probably no vote either. Try to address these issues Mr. Rogers raised. Mr. Hill pointed out that there's a set of cross easement rights between all the property owners up Pasega Road. That would include Mr. Rogers' property, no doubt. Mr. Rogers' property has the easement on it. So by right, that easement, which I got from Mr. Rogers or his predecessors, gives me the rights that Mr. Rogers has to Pasega Road, whatever they are, which I suggest to you are the ability to bring equipment and trucks, traffic over that easement. The easement is not specified for riding. There is a riding trail around there as well, but my easement is purely an easement, and I have all the right to use it any way I see fit. There was mention of riparian waterways. What we have is up above us, we have a florist who grows flowers, and he irrigates quite extensively, and the water runs down into a little creek and comes by our property. That's your riparian waterway. In addition, Mr. Rogers already has bridged that waterway. He has got the right to it. He has put a paved driveway over it, over the same area. I'm not even asking to pave it. I'm just going to, it's fine the way it is. I can just drive over it. I don't need to have it paved. And whatever conditions that used to exist that Mr. Hill referred to definitely no longer exist. There is no way animals can run through there. There's fences. There's all sorts of impediments. And if there was ever a creek there, which some implication there was, it's long been gone by erosion and otherwise. I think that was about all of them. There was the other ones that I didn't address.
Thank you. We're not going to be a debating issue. You had your chance to speak. I'm sorry. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Cooney, this is a first district issue, I believe.
It is, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I've had an opportunity to consider this due to the fact that the hearing was continued a couple of times, and I might just mention my initial thoughts, and then I would appreciate understanding the views of my fellow commissioners. It is tempting to dive into the issues that have been raised today and by the staff report and the letters we've received to try and sort out which environmental issues might need to be discussed in more detail, issues of concern with easement rights, a couple of easement issues have been raised which I'm sure attorneys would love to write about and discuss in great detail. Certainly the extent of the easement Mr. Nesbitt has referred to is one issue that would have to be sorted out. The right of his traffic to pass over a private road is certainly another issue that needs to be explored. And just looking at it relatively superficially, I think we have a number of issues that we would have to consider, whether on appeal from a decision of our staff or whether this was according to the prescribed procedure, a map modification. The problem I see with jumping past those hurdles and not considering these issues carefully is that every tract holder in Santa Barbara County would love to avoid the formal process, go right to the heart, save a ton of time and probably money as well, though Mr. Nesbitt has, I'm sure, spent quite a bit of money preparing his appeal here. He gave us a biologist report and some other indications that go well beyond the normal appeal in an effort to convince us to take this matter up at this point rather than going through the prescribed process. And I really do sympathize, but I think we'd be setting a dangerous precedent throughout the county. I know Commissioner Valencia has some subdivisions in his district where we've seen the applicants come in 2 or 3 times for map modifications, and if they could do it simply by coming to the commission directly, it would be more efficient for them. But I don't think we can change that procedure. I don't recommend we change that procedure for this case. So I think I'd be inclined to deny the appeal. I would like to hear the views of my fellow commissioners.
I still don't see lights, so I'll just jump in. I will agree with Commissioner Cooney that you can't modify trap map conditions without going through the formal process. I mean, whether the access is appropriate or not is appropriate, we don't have enough information today to make a determination, and that's what the recorded track map modification would require. I'm disappointed that the estimate is 70 to 100 hours, since we're talking about a process that has already been reviewed and analyzed and provided. I kind of believe that it may be nothing more than this commission going back through the original information that was developed when the track map was processed, and perhaps that gives us sufficient information. But I'm not one that would be in favor of changing a recorded track map modification without going through it. Having said that, I'm really looking forward to the day when we come with the new conditions and the new program that we've been discussing for the past several months, because I think it's important that when we create track map conditions, they be very carefully constructed to give staff sometimes the ability to look at an issue and say, you know what, even though this is what the condition read, it's not what it was intended by the commission. If the condition is more carefully crafted, you don't have these kinds of problems. So I'm going to support your position to deny the appeal. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have very much the same considerations that I think that these are cumbersome processes by which to make modifications, but and I certainly don't want to set a precedent by allowing it here. And I think there's just too much information that would have to be revealed and presented to do that, and I don't think this is the time and place to do that. I'm sure that the original project had a full public hearing, and I feel it's important, particularly since Ms. Black has pointed out in the documents here that there are environmental considerations that would have to be carefully looked at. So I'm in support of denying the appeal.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I, too, am leaning towards supporting the staff recommendation for several reasons. I believe that this does need to go through the process if a recorded map modification request was done. I think many of these issues could be thoroughly discussed. I know County Council is recommending, the same process, and this process is so important to bring in the public. I have a stack here of comments that were received about this particular issue. I have to say that I was very impressed by the thoroughness of the letters and the way that the public that did comment were able to stick to the information and provide a very focused analysis of what they see. So I, too, then would probably lean toward supporting the staff recommendation to deny.
Mr. Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I concur with County Council that a director determination for an administrative interpretation cannot be granted. There is a process for him to go through, and that is through the recorded modification process. So it doesn't close the door for him, but this process is not going to work. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more comments. Commissioner Cooney, I believe it's time for a motion.
I will make a motion, Mr. Chair, but before doing so, I just question one aspect of staff's recommended motion. The second paragraph on page 2 of our staff report says deny the appeal of the director's determination, which is, I think, the action we need to take today. Paragraph 1 says direct the appellant to file an application for a recorded map modification. I think you'll all agree this is up to the appellant whether he chooses to file for that. I don't think it's in our province to direct him to do anything. We're simply acting on the appeal from the director's determination. So my motion would be simply paragraph 2, deny the appeal of the director's determination for administrative interpretation to condition 17 of the final track map number 14290.
I'll second it. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I could just make one comment as to paragraph 1. I think the Commission's made it abundantly clear in their discussion that if the applicant chose to continue to seek use of this area, that a recorded map modification would be the right process. And so I agree, we don't want to tell Mr. Nesbitt he has to apply for it, but if he chooses to seek that approval, that would be the appropriate path. So.
Thank you. I think that's it. Mr. Villalobos, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Cooney?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did we have a second?
I second
Yeah.
it, yes.
Deal. Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
And Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and we will take a break and reconvene the meeting at 10 o'clock.
associated with their classes and activities versus what was used as the baseline for the EIR. The project description, the tables 2.4 and 2.5, 2.5, 2.6 in the EIR identify current and proposed programs and activities. And what's considered current really reflects the historic range that the Garden has experienced in those various programs over the years. It's acknowledged and recognized that every year the number of events or programs that they hold at the Garden vary year to year, and there's some pretty wide fluctuation over the years that they've shown. And so the tables were an attempt to show the historic range that they've seen and primarily show the upper range that the Garden has experienced. And so that's in those tables when it refers to as the current levels, really more accurately is described as representative of some of the historic peaks that they've experienced over the years. Those numbers don't match up closely with their 10-year historic visitation data that they cataloged and provided to the county that dates from 1997 to 2006. And so for the purposes of the EIR, we selected their visitation data from 2005, since that represented the most recent year prior to the start of the EIR, and used those numbers as their baseline use levels. And then we took the 10-year visitation data and relied on that to come up with what we would consider likely growth at the Garden over the horizon, over the planning period of this project. So it applied approximately 45% growth when we add everything up over a 20-year period of this project. So those are the numbers from that visitation data that we use in the EIR, but the project description continues to reflect more of the historic peaks that the Garden has experienced over the years. And so I just wanted to clarify that, and in the memo you just now received sort of lays out your options for considering the issue of use. Staff's recommendation, as you recall, was to cap their use at current levels, and I guess it would be more appropriately described not as current levels, but at historic peak levels. Your options obviously would be to accept staff's recommendation in that regard, accept or approve the Garden's request to expand on those activities, or take a third approach, which is to identify some other cap, maybe one that would be tied more closely to their 10-year visitation data.
Commissioner Cooney has a question, I believe.
I do, just for clarification, Mr. Tuttle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at a chart in the EIR. It's Appendix H, and specifically it's not numbered, but the chart is dated January 30, 2008, and the title is Santa Barbara Botanic Garden Historic Visitation Data 1997 to Present. And I was looking at those numbers as being the report of the garden to the county of their visitation numbers. Is that not accurate?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, that's accurate in terms of reflecting their 10-year visitation from 1997 to 2006, and we took the numbers from the 2005 year as our CEQA baseline. The difficulty lies in that how this data was collected and how it's broken up in the various categories doesn't really match closely with how their activities and classes and events are categorized in their project description. So it's difficult to match them directly. For example, it has events and education classes, but it doesn't break that down further into various categories. So it's somewhat difficult to figure out exactly which programs at the garden fell into these different uses. But this 10-year data, so basically this 10-year data doesn't necessarily transfer or correlate directly to the what is considered the current uses in their project description in those tables. And
I guess I'm looking just at at the issue of the raw data that we use as our starting point, because the cap is a very important condition to this project, and we need to agree on what the starting point is. What are we starting from? And these numbers, however you shake them up and into which boxes you put them, I could figure that out later. But in terms of the total numbers, these are the Gardens figures that you were referring to when you said these are their annual reports. This is the starting point. And you used in particular the numbers from 2005, which, for example, listed all the non-member paid visits, the free visits, and then the member visits, and so you total those up, and that would be the general admission group, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Tuttle, on the issue of number of people at events and capping the number, how, if the Garden proposes an event that it's wildly popular, how would they control the number of people, if it's a day event, let's say, control the number of people attending that event?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I suppose there's different ways you can go about controlling the size of the event. If it's an event that's noticed in advance, they could sell prepaid tickets. That would be one way of controlling. It could also be controlled through their parking limitations. It's another way of limiting the size of an event. If it's the type of event that it occurs at a single point in time rather than spread out throughout the day. They also, obviously, when they're holding events such as weddings, there's a contract with the wedding party as far as how many people would be attending and arrangements made for how those people would get there.
So for day events, it would be possible to institute a system whereby you have X number of tickets issued or admissions issued or some such that would be able to limit that use.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I think that would be possible. I would maybe hear from the Garden as far as what their current practices are, but I think that's certainly a possibility.
Thank you.
Another issue that I wanted to respond to from some comments that were received is in relation to consultation with the local Native Americans. And I just wanted to sort of outline what has been done and sort of end off with where we are today. As far as involvement with the local Native Americans, this project initially had general plan amendment associated with it, and so we initially started Senate Bill 18, formal consultation under Senate Bill 18, as is required by state law. The project was subsequently revised to not include that general plan amendment. So we didn't have to do the formal Senate bill consultation with the Native Americans. But there is a land use element policy that requires consultation when you have a project that might significantly impact cultural resource, which does apply to this project. And we have our own guidelines that apply to when we're doing environmental analysis that speak to consultation and discussion with local Native Americans to hear their concerns. So to address our own county procedures and processes, we did several things. One, we included the local Native American community representatives, various representatives, in the notifications for the scoping document on the EIR and the circulation of the draft EIR. Received numerous comment letters from various individuals, which have been incorporated in the documents as you see. Subsequent to the first recirculation document, just this past March, county sent additional letters to representatives of the San Ynez Band, the Coastal Band, and then one other individual, providing a further opportunity to discuss and invite them to participate in the discussions of this project. And even with an invitation to sit down and meet if they so chose. Didn't get any significant response from those letters, so we proceeded on the course of the project. Immediately prior to our first hearing back in August, we
we received a request for a more formal sit-down discussion from a local Native American, which we subsequently scheduled and held last Friday. There were 6 representatives of the local Native American community that were present, and as well as staff and representatives from the Botanic Garden. Provided an opportunity to sit down, discuss the project, have them share their concerns and their recommendations for how the project should move forward. And that information was provided and summarized in a letter that you received. It was submitted on Monday afternoon, and summarized some of their key concerns, and I'll just mention them in case you didn't have a chance to review that letter since it was a late submittal. Primarily, they're concerned with the recorded ARC site within the project area, are looking to limit the amount of development within that with their hope of complete avoidance, which would involve moving the new residences from the Hanson site to another area. They're also concerned with the utility line excavation and some of the road improvements within that site. Some additional recommendations that they have are that Native Americans should be present as a monitor during all ground disturbance within the entire garden, not just in and around the recorded site. And that further study be done in the areas of proposed ground disturbance where there's expanded footprints, further subsurface excavations to determine the presence or absence of any significant materials. To this point, the area within the garden that is proposed to be disturbed as part of this project has been surveyed as a Phase 1 survey, which is primarily surface level investigation. The only area that has been had received subsurface excavation as part of their an extended Phase 1 survey was in and around the known recorded site. And then the last issue, and then I'll go on to just a couple specific responses to public comments that I wanted to address, was the fire rebuilds. Some concerns have been raised about the potential overlap of construction with the Botanic Garden, overlap with that and the fire rebuilds that are going to be occurring in Mission Canyon, associated with nuisance, construction noise, construction traffic, those types of activities. And in looking at this issue, a couple things to keep in mind. Many of the projects for the rebuilds that we'll be seeing, based on our experience with the T-Fire, is likely to be like-for-like rebuilds. Those are the simplest process. We're providing a streamlined approach to being able to get those projects in, which involves a permit exemption. The only thing that needs to be obtained is the necessary building permits. That exemption is only valid for 2 years from the date of the loss. So we expect that the majority of the fire rebuilds will be occurring within the next 1.5 to 2 years for that reason. It's likely that this project, as with most large projects, it will take some time after the project receives final approval, if it receives final approval, before actually construction takes place. Our experience with projects of this magnitude is it's at least a year, if not longer, before any building permits are obtained, based on all the preliminary and final review by the BAR and the final site designs. So based on those two factors, it's likely that there'll be limited overlap between the fire rebuilds and the construction activities associated with this project. And also, this project is to be phased over a number of years, so there would only be an initial phase that would have the potential for any type of overlap. Just wanted to also note that the EIR does consider and does discuss the Heceta fire. The fire happened in between the last draft EIR recirculation and preparation of the final EIR. So where applicable, we did discuss and acknowledge the fire as it relates to the proposed project, including in some of the discussions of the cumulative impacts. But prior to the final EIR, there was only one application that was submitted for a fire rebuild, and that was not approved as an exemption until after preparation of the final EIR. To date, there's only been 3 exemptions that have been authorized for fire rebuilds within the Heceta fire area for single-family dwellings. There have been a number for demolition of and clearing of the sites, and for some
garages or carports as well. But then I just had a couple public comments from the last hearing that I just wanted to speak to. One of which relates to our project alternatives from the EIR. One of the comments was that the redesign project was deemed infeasible. And in your memo that you've received today, we've clarified the language in that finding on the project redesign alternative to acknowledge that that alternative is feasible. It's not required under CEQA because impacts are mitigated through the project, so there's no requirement that that alternative be selected. But I did want to acknowledge, and findings have been clarified to address that that alternative is in fact technically feasible. One of the comments we received was that the December 2008 draft EIR identified the trail paving as a Class 1 impact. And just wanted to say that that is not the case. The historic resources report that was prepared to evaluate the pavers on the historic landscape identified the pavers as a significant impact as currently designed. And if you weren't to do anything, it would be significant unavoidable impact. But they did identify a mitigation measure, which was the limitation on the amount of paving that could be done, as well as some recommendations for alternative materials that could be utilized that reduce that impact to a Class 2 significant but mitigable impact. And I believe those are the issues that I wanted to speak to. We do have County Fire here as well, who's able to answer any questions again that you have on fire issues or addressing the public comments that you'd heard previously on some of the fire hazard issues. I just wanted to, before I finish, just go over once again the staff recommendations. And again, it's to permit the structural development as proposed, cap the uses at whatever appropriate level is deemed by your commission, require redesign of the Cavalli path and some of the project elements to ensure policy consistency, and incorporate some the corrections and the findings and conditions of approval that you have. The approval would result for the first time in clear limitations on uses allowed at the garden and clear guidelines on new development at the garden, as well as all of the benefits that will come as part of the fire protection plan. And so with that in mind, once again, staff's recommendation is for adopting the required findings for approval, certifying the final EIR, and approving the project subject to the conditions of approval.
Great, thank you. It's interesting, we have the fire department here, and I'm sure if they turned around and looked backwards, we'd have a problem with them. Just to let you know, they are setting up the boardroom up on the 4th floor. So this will be televised there. So those of you that are standing, we're going to need you to go to the boardroom to watch this hearing. The fire department will, not let us allow this many people in the room standing. Sorry. So I want to tell you, we're going to take a little 5-minute break for those of you that are. You can make your way up to the 4th floor if you would, and then we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you.
I just need to know when.
Let me explain 1 minute. I don't think we should.
She's too fired up.
Also wanted to illustrate. No, we've already done that. This is a continued hearing.
They've got papers out there already. You saw them. I'll give you a chance to see them. They're out there already. The opposition is basically, they look like summer. I have no idea. I was not involved in any of this. All we're asking for is the ability to continue on, not have a limitation. And in the end, if they want to impose that limitation, they want to the botanic garden is limited by government money, not by themselves.
Thank you.
That's inoculations.
Right. Good.
You don't want me to do this, okay? I've got.
We couldn't. We were
Bring on the record.
prohibited by the government.
It's the same way with this path leading up to that overlay.
Right. Go ahead, prohibit us.
I mean, it's a no-lose situation.
How you doing?
Right. Pavers with the idea of the garden have nothing to do with opposing it.
Light's green, you're in your first minute. When the light's orange, you're in your second minute. When the light's red, you're done. Okay, everybody got that? And to be fair, I'm going to be real tough and real consistent about that. Also, when I call you up to the podium, I'm going to call 2 names at a time, and if the second person I call would make their way down and stand, by those photographs over there in preparation for them to speak, I'd appreciate it. We'll get through this. We won't be here all day, we hope. So, but before I start, I will ask my fellow commissioners for any updated ex parte or site visits that they wish to talk about. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you. I had, in addition to another 5 inches of correspondence, some direct personal discussions. Yesterday, I received a telephone call from Mark Chatillo, who is representing the Friends of Mission Canyon, or Friends of the Garden, I'm not sure, but it was Mark for sure. And I also received telephone calls from 2 individuals, very brief, just indicating their support and that they would not be able to attend the hearing today.
Thank you. Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I received about several hundred letters, and I couldn't figure out what their position was.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I also received a phone call from Mr. Chatillo. I made a site visit on Monday, and I want to relate this now because it's going to, I think when we hear from the fire department, it will be relating to what you have to tell us. I thank Mr. Tuttle. We put on our sneakers and hiked up Cavalli Hill on the backside so I could see the structures there, and then also look at the overview where the kiosk would be, and then over into where the path would be. Then when we came back to the parking lot, took off my sneakers and decided to go in to take another look at the Meadow Terrace and the Meadow area. And lo and behold, there's a sign in front of the garden, Red Flag Day, garden closed. And that there's no wind, there's no nothing. So Mr. Tuttle came over and saw the sign, and I went into I didn't want to trespass or do anything illegal, so I went into the gift shop, and there were some volunteers there, and I said, oh, so you really do this? Today is a red flag day and you're closed. And they said, well, yes, we got a call from someone telling us. Well, as we were chatting, the phone rings and it's the fire department. And it turns out that in fact it wasn't a red flag fire day. So they had removed the workers. They had asked several people. One couple had arrived in a yellow cab, to visit the garden, but everybody had been removed from the garden. So I did see firsthand that the plan for the red flag days, in fact, worked, even on days when it wasn't needed. So that was interesting. And then that allowed me to walk in, and I had the garden to myself for about a half an hour. So I appreciated that short time of solitude. So that was my visit.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other than my original disclosures, the only thing I have additional to report is that I have received some emails from community members which are not included in here, but the information isn't anything more specific or more revealing. It's basically the same sort of provides the same information. And I did receive a phone call from Mr. Shatilla, but I did not return it. I wasn't home yesterday. That's my update.
Thank you. And for myself, I think I received the two same phone calls from Commissioner Cooney did regarding two gentlemen that were in support that couldn't be here. So that being said, Ms. Black, you have something to add?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to assure the people that are sitting in the board hearing room upstairs that if their speaker slip is called, we'll simply hold speaker slips because there are a number of people upstairs that want to speak, and then we'll go through them again. So as the room starts to clear out, we'll go upstairs and ask people to come down that may or may not have been called.
That's perfect. Okay. So to remind you, the clock green's the first minute, yellow's the first minute, red, you're done. And if I call your name, the second person to be up there, please come up to the wall and be ready to speak when the other speaker leaves.
Mr. Chair, I think we left the hearing last indicating that we would let the garden kind of wrap up. Is that not the case?
No, I think it was my plan to go ahead and take public comment, let them wrap up after public comment so they can respond to it.
It's at your discretion.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Anna Campbell, followed by Sarah Hall. They must be upstairs. Okay. No. Okay. You have to take a second. Sure. Yeah, I will. Yes, and you are?
Yes, hello. My name is Anna Campbell,
okay,
and I'm here in support of the Vital Mission Plan. And I have, over the years, always loved and enjoyed the garden with my family, and also as a volunteer and as a teacher, mostly in the 80s at the garden. I taught basketry and natural uses and Indian uses of plants and natural dyeing with plants. And even back then, I could tell that the classrooms were not adequate. Even though often our classes would go outdoors, it really, the garden has for a long, long time needed more space just to do its job. There's a herbarium at the garden. It's a world-class herbarium. It deserves to be in a state-of-the-art climate-controlled facility. It represents the life work of Cliff Smith, who I was lucky enough to know, who wrote the Flora of Santa Barbara. This is one of the top botanical resources in the world. And is the resource for our area, for botanists. It lists every plant that grows in Santa Barbara County and is backed up by the herbarium, which is in the collections of the garden. The garden, many people love the garden, and they love it, and I do the same way, as a place to go with their families or walk their dogs or be alone in nature. But it's so much more than that. It's a scientific educational and research facility, world class, and it deserves to be able to do its job. I loved the old dirt trails. However, by having a mother, a sister, and a son all in wheelchairs at one time or another, I myself am sensitized to the need for accessible trails. And so when I saw the pavers, had I not had these experiences, I might have been dismayed to see them because I loved the old dirt trails too. And what I want to say, I guess, today is we all love the garden. I just saw a friend who was wearing a button that said, "Save the garden." And I said to her, do you want to save the garden by opposing the plan or save the garden by supporting the plan? And we all want to save the garden that we love. And I urge the opponents, please don't, they remember the commander in Vietnam who said we had to destroy the village in order to save it. Please let the Botanic Garden live and thrive and flourish. We all love the garden. I have many dear friends on both sides of this. I saw two of them on my way in, and I said to them, I see you're on the other side, but I love you anyway.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
David Hill, followed by Vicki Finlayson.
Could I just finish my sentence?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you. I'm gonna be tough today. Sorry. David Hill, followed by Vicki Finlayson. By the way, if you are upstairs, I will be saving these that don't show up and call them again later so you have a chance to get down here. So I see no David Hill, no Vicki. Jarlin Curran. Okay, great. And you are?
I'm Vicki Finlayson, and I'm here with my two children who are both too shy to come up to state our unequivocal support for the Vital Mission Plan. The Santa Barbara Botanic Garden has meant a great deal to us in a number of different ways, which are too numerous to list. But just to take a moment to say that as a non-native Californian, transplanted from the East Coast, it has been the Botanical Garden that has really been an important way for me to understand how California functions, and to learn to love the landscape and to become a supporter of the ways in which the native flora and fauna grow. And I think the educational mission of the Botanical Garden is of paramount importance, as the person who spoke before me, not to mention that it's just very, very beautiful. So we strongly support it, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. Just a comment. When all of this is being recorded and taped for posterity, when you're speaking at the microphone, please get the microphone close to you so we can hear. Okay, thanks. And please, we need to not do the clapping. We can't be having that. Joylyn Curran, followed by Ann Allen.
Good morning. I'd just like to read this quickly. I'd like to discuss 2 points about the proposed changes. The first relates to the need for residential facilities. The second relates to the more urgent need for the academic and research facilities offered by the Botanical Garden. Until recently, I worked for an international environmental consultancy, URS, located in Goleta. A serious issue a few years ago was retaining the staff. Because new employees at quite professional levels were departing rapidly due to sticker shock at the high prices of suitable accommodation locally, I suggested to the management that they open a satellite office in Santa Maria. This worked, and eventually the Santa Maria office accounted for nearly 75% of the business in our region. However, the Botanical Garden cannot split its operations. To keep the caliber of staff that are required, there is no economical alternative but to have residential facilities on grounds at the Botanical Gardens. My second point relates to the need for expanding of the research facilities. I've seen them firsthand and was appalled by the cramped Dickensian conditions under which record specimen workers are kept. These facilities are inadequate and without doubt need expanding. Today we have massive changes in climate occurring. Growing up in Northern Europe, forest fires were something that only occurred in Southern Europe since the mid-70s. They have become a feature across all of Europe. A Europe-wide project to save seeds has resulted in a huge vault being made in the remote Svalbard archipelago. As in the USA, botanical gardens across Europe have been in the forefront of research and protection of species. Unlikely as it seems, our garden has become an important center in its own right. With the threat that more than 90% of California will become too arid for even viticulture in the next 100 years, the work being done here should be recognized and the needs met for the records and workers.
Thank you. Ann Allen, followed by Pia Dory.
Hi, I'm Ann Allen.
Go ahead and pull the mic down to you. It's more comfortable. Pull it down to you. Yeah, you don't have to. There you go.
I'm Ann Allen. I'm a parent, a retired teacher, a native Californian, and a member of the Native Plant Society. I just want to second, or whatever, what has already been said in favor of the Vital Mission Plan. We need the best educational facilities for our children, and if our children aren't taught to appreciate our beautiful and rare environment, who will take care of it when we're gone? Thank you.
Thank you. Pia Dory, followed by Carl Hunterer. Followed by Helena Takeda. Robin Locan? Robert, Locan. Joan DeWurst. There we go.
My name is Joan Dewhurst. Yes, and this is very short, but it repeats really what the first speaker said. The Santa Barbara Botanic Garden is a garden, and the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden is a park, but it is so much more. My name is Joan Dewhurst. Oh dear.
You want to hang on just a second here? We got a little technical problem.
I've got a clone. Sorry.
Playback echo, yeah.
Will the real Jane stand up?
Somewhere here. Okay.
Do we have it fixed? We hope so. Okay. If you'll please continue, we're going to restart your clock too as well. Sorry about that.
Okay. Anyway, what I was referring to was not only the garden and the park, but the so much more. And it is this so much more that makes it the unique treasure that it is, and that now needs and deserves to be preserved, renewed, and maintained by the Vital Mission Plan before us today. I vote yes, and I hope that a vote will come today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Robert Logan. I'm a retired physician. After some 30 years at Sansom Clinic, I became a volunteer at the garden. And two things impressed me. One is that the outreach to the community is remarkable. Thousands of kids have an introduction to nature at the garden. And the facilities, the second point I would make is that the facilities really are outdated and need some attention. And I think in some areas some degree of expansion is in order. Apparently funding is available, and I would hope that we could go ahead with the basic features of this vital plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pia Dora, and I just want to signal my extreme support for the Vital Mission Plan. I've gone through a lot of the different proponents on this, and I've been impressed by all of them. It's been a very bare bones plan, I believe. I myself am a transplant, like a couple of other people up here. I am from Sydney, Australia, but I've lived here for 9 years. In that 9 years, the garden has been somewhere that I've gone to a lot. When I have visitors come from overseas, I always take them. Unfortunately, my mother, due to knee and hip surgery, can't walk around a lot of those paths anymore, so that's one area that has affected me. And like somebody said before, it's not really until we're fronted with something personally that affects us that we really realise the need for those things. So if we can try to find an agreement on a path that is beautiful and integrates into the garden well, I think that's something that's really needed. The other thing is that at the end of the day, botanic gardens all over the world are educational resource centres, and they're for public access to all people. And this plan proposes to improve the educational facilities, and that's something that we can't ignore. To go forward in life, we can only do so with great education facilities, and we have some amazing things at the garden here to display. So I hope that you'll factor that into today's decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Hutterer. I'm a Mission Canyon resident and director of the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here on behalf of the garden. The Museum of Natural History and the Botanic Garden actually share a very, very close mission, even though we pursue them in somewhat different ways. Our greatest concerns are to explain our natural environment to our citizens, and we're particularly concerned with our young people who grow up in front of computers with iPods stuck in their ears, and we want them to understand the natural environment, be sensitive to it, respect it, and preserve it for future generations at a time when our natural systems are facing increasingly serious crises. I'm speaking from the perspective of a museum professional in the profession for 40 years, locally, nationally, and internationally. And I have 3 points to make. First of all, the planned improvements for the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden are sound and necessary. They meet actual needs, and they are appropriate within the developmental cycle the garden is in. Institutions, like individuals, go through the developmental cycles, and this is just what the garden needs at this time. Number 2, the plans are reasonable. They're not extravagant. If one listens to some of the opponents, one thinks that the garden is planning to pave over Mission Canyon. Nothing could be farther from the truth. The plans are sensitive to the environmental setting, they're respectful of it, and just right. Number 3, the plans are beneficial not just to the garden, but to the community at large and to the larger regional and national audiences the garden serve. In an earlier letter, I'd said, I think I have to stop here.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Nancy, I'm not sure if it's Havort. No, please don't. Please don't. Nancy Havort, followed by Don Reef. Don Reef, followed by Jacqueline Rainey Reef. Susan Plummer.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Don Reif, and I'm here to support the garden. I believe as our institutions grow, and particularly in this area of climate change, that we need to have a facility that will protect the seeds and the environment as it's coming up. We are, with genetic modifications coming up, our original genetic bed that we have needs to be maintained so that we can keep our plants. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jocelyn Rainey Reif, and I'm in favor of the Botanic Garden basic mission plan. The garden's mission has always focused on research, education, conservation, and display. Since its inception in 1926, the garden has been a place for scientific studies, learning, and discovery. The garden is a created environment, one that has been changing since it was founded. The garden is not just a nature park. It plays a critical role in the scientific and educational community. It needs to be open to the public, and I personally have a deep love for the garden. In the late 80s, I took the botanic docent program. Because of health considerations, for many years I was not able to even visit the garden because I could not walk. So I am delighted that some consideration is going to be given to parts of the garden, not all of it. but just parts. If I could have had access in those years, what a difference it would have made. I could have come with my art supplies and I could have sketched, but instead I was housebound. Please help the garden to continue this essential role by voting in favor of the Vital Mission Bare Bones Plan. I thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Plumer, and I am a longtime member of the Garden. I urge you to support the Vital Mission Plan. I agree with many of the previous speakers. The Garden is a treasure and a very great asset to the community, not just to the public at large, but to plant researchers. And I think it is long overdue that it be upgraded and supported. This is truly a treasure for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Israeli Rabowitz, followed by Janice Cloud.
Good morning. I am Israel Rabinowitz, a neighbor, about a mile away from the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, here to add my support in favor of the adoption of the Vital Mission Plan. And I already heard from other supporters who have essentially taken the words that I was going to present. They've done it better than me. We have many more to come, and so I thank you.
Thank you. Janice Cloud, followed by William Casca.
I'm Janice Cloud. It's time to approve the Vital Mission Plan for the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. It is long overdue and is absolutely necessary for the future of this institution that is so critical to the vitality of Santa Barbara and the greater global botanical community. It has been a repetitive, vocal minority that has held up the plans far too long. It is time to reclaim the control of the political process as far as fair, rational input is concerned, and I want my voice to carry equal weight with those who spend their waking hours scheming to thwart this plan. Those who have chosen to live in Mission Canyon did so knowingly that they would be living in an urban wildlife interface. Wild land, not life. They did so, likely as I did, because it represents a break from the suburban life, a respite from the busy, bustling city life. They also did so knowing that these beautiful, peaceful areas come with their own set of issues. Specific to Mission Canyon, those who purchased homes knew that they were choosing to live in a box canyon. They knew they were choosing to live in a community with limited ingress and, yes, limited egress. They assumed this responsibility when they signed the contract for their homes. The Santa Barbara Botanic Garden is recognized worldwide for its contribution to the scientific community. The garden predates the majority of the homes existing in Mission Canyon today. The plans proposed are for modest modifications and updating to this institution that has done very little in the way of improvements and addition over its 83 years history. 99% of the garden's 78 acres stays as open space. What other landowner can say that if they are asking for a building permit? This proposal is moderate. It is necessary, and that seems to fly under the radar in the fact that the fire department says this plan will make Mission Canyon a safer place, period. At the last hearing, Curtis Johnson could express how hugely this would improve the safety of Mission Canyon. Where is the logic in denying this project
Thank you.
by deduction? All right,
Thank
you very much.
William Casca, followed by Deborah Casca. Mary Sanford, followed by Nancy Roher.
Hi, I'm Deborah Casca. I am a retired academic coordinator at the University of California in Santa Barbara in the Department of Biological Sciences. I am a botanist, do botanical research, have done research at the garden, and I strongly support the Vital Mission Plan at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. I was responsible for bringing literally thousands of students to the Botanic Garden in the last 10 years to see the collections, understand the value of a botanic garden, and fully appreciate and support the the educational mission of the garden. So that's my particular interest, and I again urge you to support this vital mission plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Hebner, and I have served as a docent at the Botanic Garden for 28 years. I have written you a letter, and it was published in the Santa Barbara News Press on August 5th. I wish to add 5 brief points. The question haunts me. In my lifetime, will the garden have the educational facilities planned so carefully and anticipated for so long? I am now 80 years old. 2, I am weary of hearing about the fire hazard in Mission Canyon. That hazard was there long before any current residents chose to live there. On high fire hazard days, as we all know, the garden is closed. 3, it is outrageous to suggest that the herbarium, library, research program, educational activities, or public programs should be held any place but on the garden premises, where interaction with a living collection is possible. 4, at my age, I love the paving stones on the paths, which incidentally allow water to percolate and protects roots from compaction by walkers. I could not continue being a docent without those paving stones. And my last point, those who shamelessly hold the garden hostage to their selfish agenda should simply admit that they consider the garden to be their private park and they want Santa Barbara people to stay away. Your choice is an easy one. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Rohr, and I'm here to support the gardens. And most of the proper things have been said for the garden. Dr. Hutter did a great job. I was just up to visit the garden, and it is beautiful as ever. And I was most impressed with how wonderful it smelled. It was the herbs and the plants. It was just great, and a very important place for the education. Thank you.
Thank you. Lupe Gonzalez, followed by Mary Ellen Bangs.
My name is Lupe Gonzalez, and I'm here to support the garden because of the improvements of the fire safety and accessibility to the disabled. And I have enjoyed the garden all my life. And I hope my children or grandchildren can enjoy it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Ellen Bangs. I am here to urge you to vote for the Vital Mission Plan. I was fortunate to get a tour from Nancy Johnson, as I had been somewhat confused as what I was reading in the newspaper and what I was hearing the Vital Mission Plan was. The numbers seemed to be inflated in the other area. And I went through every little aspect of what the changes were going to be. Nancy was very thorough in where the education was going, where the library was going, what the changes were, how the fire affected so many of the plants. And I was thoroughly touched by the presentation she gave me and given me the time to take a look at what they have in mind, what they're doing in the future, and I urge you to support the Vital Mission Plan.
Thank you. Jean Mitchell, followed by Judy Williams.
Good morning. My name is Jean Mitchell, and I am a fourth-generation Santa Barbara County native. The garden has always been an evolving treasure. The many reasons to support the Botanic Garden Vital Plan are already very well understood. I support these points. I will not repeat them. I will simply ask this commission to take action today and approve this bare bones, sensible, and reasonable plan that will continue to benefit our current community and our future community. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing Judy. Peter Bratt, followed by Carl Slowski.
My name second, are you? My name is Peter Bratt. I have lived in this area since 1963, so that's more than 46 years. I've been a member of the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden for many years, as well as an active supporter and contributor. When I first visited the garden back in the early 1960s, it consisted of narrow dirt pathways about 3 feet wide, and you had to either walk around in single file, or if you met someone coming in the opposite direction, you had to step aside into the meadow to get off the path so they could go by. The garden was not a very friendly place for people, women with strollers or small children. Pretty much had to wear your hiking boots to get around there. Nowadays, when I go up to the garden, I see a much different situation. The paths are broad, they're smooth, they're accessible to people with strollers, to wheelchairs. It's a much more beautiful place. In the old days, it was pretty much just California poppies and lupins. There wasn't much there. Nowadays, it's planted with flowering plants that bloom year-round. It's a much more beautiful place because of the improvements that were made by the management that is currently running the place. There are a lot of people who want to return to the old historic vision. I tell you, I saw it. It was pretty bad. You need to really approve the current plan so the garden can continue upgrading not only the flowers and the grounds, but also their administrative and educational and scientific facilities. Please vote for the Vital Mission Plan.
Thank you. Carl, I assume this is Judy coming up. Okay, great. And that's going to be followed by Nancy Huber and then Dennis Lewis.
I'm Carl Slowski, retired professor of sociology, and I know a lot about what I call bureaucratitis. I've also spent time at the planning departments in Orange and Los Angeles and Ventura County, and I live in a very high fire danger area of Newberry Park. So I'd like to talk a little bit, I have two full boxes on this Vital Mission Plan and one on the Fire Safe Council. So I'd like to say a couple words about fire, water, and accessibility. You have my one-page letter in the file already, and if I would make a recommendation, I would pay attention to what the director of the Natural History Museum and Bob Haller and Nancy Vivrette, plus the general approval of the staff. So I've seen the fires from my bed in Moore Park, and there's one of the things that should be done is for every person in the community, in the Mission Canyon, to clear 100 feet from their house. I've had to do that every year of all the brush and 10 feet on each side of the road, and make sure that the road is 20 feet wide and that there are turnarounds every 200 yards or so for the fire department that's no more than 5% grade. The turnouts and turnarounds, the fire department didn't look too closely at that in my neighborhood, and I live on a narrow winding road. So in general, I'm in favor of the Vital Mission Plan, and of course, if I were living in that area, I might not want to move there actually because of the fire danger, but if there is a place in the canyon
that I would find safest, it would be at the Botanic Garden.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Judy Williams?
I support the Vital Mission Plan. I would hate to see the garden fall behind in its recognition of what it provides for education and for research, and also for just a great place to go for our Santa Barbara community and for visitors outside the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dennis Lewis, followed by Petria Barrett.
Good morning. I'm Dennis Lewis. I have resided in Santa Barbara for the last 5 years. Prior to that, I worked as a public school teacher in the Oxnard area for the prior 35 years. I'd like to say a few words in support of the Vital Mission Plan. Since moving to Santa Barbara in 2004, I have been deeply involved in the possibilities for learning at the garden. I volunteered in the Garden Growers Nursery for a year and a half when we were first here. In 2006, I enrolled in the Master Gardener Training Program, which was housed at the garden. And this spring, I completed the docent training class at the garden, again, to prepare to be a leader of tours for adults and for children. In my opinion, the Botanic Garden is a Santa Barbara treasure, but it's more than a tranquil setting for a walk. Its mission, in my mind, is to educate. At the garden, children can observe dragonflies, lizards, acorn woodpeckers, massive oak woodlands. They can discover that there is that a tree trunk can identify the age of a fallen tree, that tadpoles and fish cannot exist in the same pool of water. Adults can gain an appreciation for a new kind of garden look. They can learn to garden without using a lot of water. They can identify the kinds of California natives that they can successfully use around their home. This is the mission and the value of the Botanic Garden, to provide first-class environmental education. To be that, one key item is missing: a well-furnished classroom. A classroom complete with microscopes where children can examine the slides of pond water. The garden is missing a classroom with good lighting for students to read, for whiteboards and bulletin boards to display information, where an instructor can be really seen and heard, where work tables are available. Thank you.
Petrina, followed by Bernard Kirkswood, we're guessing, and Jeff Alexander.
My name is Bettina Barrett. I'm an elder. I have lived in Santa Barbara for 38 years, and I often walk in the Botanic Garden. I just have a few words to say. Now, nowhere is it said that we human beings can improve on nature. Our duty is to respect and honor it, with which we haven't done a very good job. The Botanic Garden in and of itself carries a lot of history as a living, breathing entity. There are paths and dirt trails that invite exploration, the power we have to use all our senses in living with what surrounds us and learning about it. The Vital Mission Plan may sound good, but words should not be relied upon as the true image of what is or how it may become something else. The more we build, manipulate, and manage, the less nature is left for our children and grandchildren. Decisions may be easy to make on paper, but they create and leave behind footprints that can damage the earth on which we live. I ask you please to deny the Vital Mission Plan as it is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Palmer, followed by Wallace Chafe. Then followed by Alfred Noreen.
Yes, my name is Peter Palmer. I am the sole proprietor of Fine Pine Designs Custom Furniture and Cabinetry. I have a personal interest as well as a business interest in the Vital Mission Plan, and I'm very proud to speak on their behalf. As a human being, I and an outsider that came here 29 years ago in 1985, I see all of this happening, and personally, I can't believe that there's even an opposition to this plan. It is nothing but good. And personally, the only thing that I might see wrong with the plan is the pavement of the trails. I think that those should remain compacted dirt. But I would also like a chance to bid on the cabinets for the Gain House. And if any of you out there would like to have some cabinetry done, I'll be happy. Raise your hand. I'll give you a business card. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alfred, then followed by Sylvia Sykes and Stephen Timbrook.
I'm Alfred Noreen. I am a resident and voter in Santa Barbara County. I am a member and volunteer garden grower at Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. Previous to that, I was a volunteer and member at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden in Claremont. And I would like to just relate these for a moment. The Santa Barbara Botanic Garden in Claremont is approximately the same size, approximately the same duration in existence, has the same mission as the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. They're very comparable in these respects. However, with regard to facilities, the Rancho Santa Ana Botanic Garden, I may have screwed that up. Rancho Santa Ana Garden is the other one in Claremont. Rancho Santa Ana has far superior facilities to Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. Rancho Santa Ana has only been in Claremont since 1950, although it was founded in 1927. So it has the same total history, but actually a briefer one in its location. And yet its research facilities, its educational classrooms, its libraries, its offices, its meeting rooms are far superior to what we have here at Santa Barbara. The Vital Mission Plan will move the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden in the right direction so that it begins to resemble the more mature facilities that that the Rancho Santa Ana Botanic Garden presently has. Then I want to address one detail, and that is the paving blocks. My wife wanted to have wheelchair walks given from our people at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden through the garden. So we checked out a wheelchair and went up there, and I tried to wheel it around the meadow, the rough paths. I could push it up there, but it was not easy, and my wife couldn't do it at all. We need paving blocks.
Thank you. Sylvia Sykes, followed by Stephen Timbrook, followed by Sally Casson.
Hi, my name's Sylvia Sykes. I'm a resident of Mission Canyon, and I'm here to speak in support of the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, but not in support of the Vital Mission Plan. No one disputes the need for the garden to have updated facilities and also rebuilt facilities because of the fire, so they can continue their work as an educational facility and an herbarium, and as well as to preserve the garden. But that need does not require the massive overbuilding, paving, fencing, and night lighting that has been proposed. They say the words bare bone and vital. Those are great phrases, but they don't really accurately, in my opinion, represent the current plan. Several folks have talked about the need for paving and wheelchairs. I live in Mission Canyon. My mom is 80 years old. My sister was wheelchair bound the last 4 years of her life. My mother, my little 80-year-old mother, pushed her all around the garden, up the paths, down the paths, in a very small wheelchair. It wasn't a special ATV wheelchair or anything. And I got to tell you, my mother's really cute and she's pretty vital, but she is 80 years old. And my sister was in a wheelchair. It may be more difficult than a motorized wheelchair or having huge paved roads, but it is possible. And my sister really enjoyed not always being on pavement. My sister was the one time she could be in a natural environment with dirt around her, not just paved and metal and most of the environment that she had to live her life in. I really hope that you can help preserve the garden, but not by destroying it. I kind of took offense at the speaker who said those of us speaking against the Vital Mission Plan are trying to keep the garden as our own natural preserve. What we're really trying to do is preserve the natural environment so that more people can experience this, that more people can come, not less people can come. We're not asking for fencing, we're not asking for less resources. We're asking for us to preserve the garden and the natural.
Thank you. Stephen Timbrook.
My name is Stephen Timbrook. My wife and I have lived in Mission Canyon beginning in 1968. As a little bit of background, I'm a PhD botanist. I worked at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden in charge of their education program from 1976 through the end of 1986. And then I was fortunate enough to become the executive director, the founding executive director of Lotus Land. So I have some experience with these areas. And I disagree with the gentleman who thought the garden looked worse in the 60s. I think it looks worse now myself. But, and that just may be nostalgia. I've been a member for 40 years of the Botanic Garden, and this year my wife and I decided that there had been mission drift, the tea house we didn't like the long-term art installations, we didn't like the turf in the garden. We thought the way for us to deal with that was just maybe to drop our membership after 40 years, which we did. That said, I know that garden needs better facilities. I was in charge of the education program. I know the need for a classroom. I know the synergy between an indoor and an outdoor experience. You can't really do that away from the garden. I know the herbarium needs adding to. I think that there are a lot of concerns that people have about maybe the garden will have too intensive use. That can be addressed through the conditional use permit. Lotus Land operated very effectively, it still operates effectively with conditional use permits. Conditioning the number of people that can come in a day, the number of staff that we can have. I think there's ways to work around any of those problems, and I think the garden needs the facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally?
Hi, my name is Sally Isaacson. I'm currently the Director of Education at the Botanic Garden. I've been educator in this county for over 30 years, and I have been at the Botanic Garden employed for 20. I have some notes that I've prepared. I've scratched half them out because I don't have time, but here we go. I am here to express my support for the plan, including our plan for state-of-the-art education facilities. All of these, including most especially the new lab and classroom facilities for enhanced children's education programs, are improvements that I've been wishing and hoping for during my entire 20 years of employment at the garden. Our adult programs include lectures, classes, and workshops in botany, horticulture, and botanical arts. We teach important topics including conservation of native plants, sustainable horticulture, and many more. In addition, we collaborate, as Dennis Lewis said, with UC Cooperative Extension in the training of Master Gardener volunteers for the benefit of the community. Almost all of our adult programs have closely integrated outdoor and indoor portions and require indoor space in close proximity to our living plant collections. The proposed multipurpose facilities and renovated classroom space would work very well for us. In addition, Botanic Gardens, we believe, as do other Botanic Garden educators, have a critical role in teaching children to learn to appreciate the importance of plants to our earth, as well as about the complex and delicate balance of natural systems. Through our hands-on, real-life natural science programs, we teach, like the Natural History Museum, Carl, also hundreds of elementary school children about our local flora, fauna, and ecology.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I'm ready. Just to let everybody know, to let everybody know what our schedule is, we're going to continue this, taking public testimony until 12:30. At 12:30, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:15. Okay? So having said that, Bernard Kirkswood, thank you. Followed by Judith Rubenstein, followed by Augusto Bravia.
I know there's a difficulty with the name, but the name is Bernard Krakauer. Like the city of Krakow.
Well, I had Commissioner Brown help me try and figure it out. Based on your writing, we couldn't get there, but...
I just want to be, I'll be very brief. As far as I'm concerned, really the measure of every civilization and every society is its educational institutions. And as far as I'm concerned, this is one of the primary educational institutions that we're discussing. So basically what I'm also wanted to point out that this is an area that is really, in terms of accessibility, is necessary not just for even the county of Santa Barbara. It probably would be good for, let's say, even the county of Ventura, as far as that's concerned. But my real point is that, as far as at least I'm concerned, ladies and gentlemen, you really need to support this as a scientific institution that's very, very much needed. So please be there for the Botanical Gardens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, please.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'm Judith Rubenstein. I'm a 20-year resident of Mission Canyon. I support the Botanic Garden to reasonably expand its research and educational mission. I love the Botanic Garden. I've been a neighbor of it for many years, but I do not support the Vital Mission Plan's development of new facilities on site or the expansion of its facilities. The city of Santa Barbara, and I want you to take note of this, the city of Santa Barbara has twice advised the county that the public safety impacts from the Botanic Gardens Vital Mission Plan are Class 1 significant. In August of 2007 and June 2009. This conflicts with the EIR's conclusions and gives us, as Canyon residents, great concern whether the county is adequately protecting our safety and the safety of the visitors of the garden as well, and the employees. This Class 1 impact creates a higher burden on you to protect all of us in Mission Canyon. We, the residents of Mission Canyon, and all of Santa Barbara, as we saw in the Jesucita fire that so quickly spread and could have destroyed all of Santa Barbara, are counting on you to protect us from fire danger. Firefighters are not our first defenders. You are our first defenders in your decisions about whether to develop further in the middle of a highly inflammable forest with only a single access. Please take this mission and your own power seriously in this case to be our first defenders. I thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Preview, Mr. Michael Honer and Barbara Bonadero, I guess.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to support the Vital Mission Plan. I'm here to ask you to please vote in favor of giving the City of Santa Barbara one of the best institutions for education and preservation of vital species, and sharing the species that are there with the rest of the nation and the rest of the visitors who visit our beautiful city. And if you vote in favor of making our facilities at the Botanical Gardens more accessible to people who are wheelchair bound and people who are able to also give services to the community, I am engaged in healthcare interpreting in the community, and I also do healthcare providing, and I know that it's a good way to get people to see nature and appreciate things. I also have been collaborating with Friendship Force International, where we invite visitors to California to appreciate the native flora, and the Botanical Garden has always been an institution that to me has been a reason to be proud of. And if we have better facilities for them to reach there, to enjoy their day there, their stay there, we will be very grateful to you as docents and as students of healthcare in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's Michael, I think, first, and then Barbara. Thank you. And that'll be followed by Donald Gillies and Roger Cole.
Hello, my name is Michael Honer. I live in Isla Vista. You already have a couple of statements on file from me regarding this garden issue that state more eloquently my evaluation of the details of this project. Today I'll just reiterate a few basic points. The garden really needs additional space now. They've applied themselves in good faith to move the Vital Mission Plan through this elaborate process. They've cut back and revised their plan to incorporate an only 1% build-out of their entire acreage. The Garden's not proposing to build a Joe's Cafe in Mission Canyon. They're not proposing to build another county bowl or a skate park. They're proposing only a modest expansion of facilities which will help them fulfill their basic important mission. I'd like to thank the Planning Commission and their staff for their forbearance in sticking to this long and protracted process of fairly evaluating this proposed Vital Mission Plan, and I hope you'll vote to approve it today. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm Barbara Bonadeo, and I wish to focus just on one element of this development project. It's the paving of the trails. We are told that the reason for paving the trails is for the sake of the disabled. In reading over the Americans with Disability Act as amended in 1990, I find there is an exception made to any requirements for the disabled that, quote, will threaten or destroy the historic significance of a qualified historic property. Before any alteration to a qualified historic property is made, the administrators of such property must refer to the Federal Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. This council will determine on a case-by-case basis whether accessible routes would threaten or destroy the historic significance of a facility. If it is so determined, only the minimum requirements for the disabled would apply. For the Botanic Garden, the routing requirement would be for an accessible route from the entrance to the publicly used spaces on at least the level of the entrance. This would preclude the rationale for paving any and all descending and ascending trails. It would require paving only in the area around the entrance and the immediate buildings. I submit that paving the trails will threaten, if not destroy, the cultural and aesthetic elements listed in the resolution of 2003 that made the garden a landmark. If they are paved solely for the convenience of the disabled, the majority of us will be deprived of experiencing a vital link with yet another artificial boundary between the natural world and its human counterpart.
Thank you. Donald Gillis, followed by Roger Cole, followed by Susan Chamberlain.
I'm Donald Gillis. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara County for the past 42 years. I retired from my medical practice here in 2000. I was finally able to get away from the telephone and hike on our beautiful local trails without worrying about being called away. I read about docent classes at the Botanic Garden and joined the docent training class in 2001. The teaching was intense and comprehensive. When I finished, I began leading tours for adults. I was apprehensive about the teaching of classes for children, but soon learned that it could be difficult but very rewarding to introduce them to nature and see a spark of interest begun. Then recently, This recently became clear when my daughter, who lives in San Jose, was visiting me for Father's Day. We went to the garden, and she told me that she still remembers her classes there when she was in the 4th grade. I support the garden plan before the commission to improve the facilities for teaching of children, both in classrooms and laboratories. It is extremely important for them to be able to see just before or after the plants, after the collabs, that the plants and the animals are in their natural environment, so that these facilities need to be at the garden itself. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Roger or Susan up. Jerry Holman, followed by Milt.
Sorry, I'm Susan.
Okay, thank you.
I was waiting for Roger.
No problem.
My name is Susan Chamberlain. I'm a landscape historian with an MA in architectural history and a landscape architect's license. I represent myself. I'm not a Mission Canyon neighbor, but I am a Botanic Garden member, and I taught landscape history at City College for about 8 to 10 years. I believe it is vital to expand the herbarium, the library, and children's education, as well as fundraising, but it is not necessary to degrade this nationally significant landmark in landscape design to do it. I have always thought all new development should be on the Gatehouse site and on other parcels outside of the historic core of the original design by two pioneers of American landscape design, Lockwood DeForest and Beatrix Farrand, and the tragic fire makes this possible. My primary concern is with restoring the meadow area to its original design and with preventing any more alterations that will destroy the integrity of the original design. The EIR uses the treatment known as rehabilitation as a baseline for mitigation. Rehabilitation of the meadow area is a flawed methodology, to use the jargon. Nobody but the Botanic Garden wants to remodel this area. The County Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission doesn't want to. Charles Birnbaum, the very author of the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines that are being used by the EIR, himself asks that this area be respected as designed by two pioneers of American landscape design, which is the title of the book he co-edited with Robin Carson. Robin Carson is the director of the Library of American Landscape History, and she has written asking that this area be respected as it was designed. These national experts ask you to remember that the garden is a unique cultural resource because its design was so exceptionally innovative in the history of botanical gardens. It qualifies for National Historic Landmark status. The garden's character-defining features must be preserved. When they're gone, we won't get them back, and that will be a loss for our county and for the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Holman, followed by Milt Roslinski, followed by Mark Chatillo.
Hi, my name is Milt Roslinski. I'm a longtime member of the Botanic Garden, and I support the garden's historic role and its hardworking staff. I'm also a board member and the Fire Safety Committee chairman of the Mission Canyon Association and one of the primary authors of the Mission Canyon Community Fire Protection Plan. I'm also on the board of Friends of Mission Canyon. I want to thank you for the time you've been spending considering this issue. The Botanic Garden's expansion proposal is flawed in a number of ways, and I'd like to speak to you about just a few of the most egregious flaws. The additional risks to public safety, specifically its extreme impact on the already difficult emergency egress problem, have not been mitigated by the current final EIR. Approving a plan that packs more people into Mission Canyon's dangerous Box Canyon with a single exit road is extremely unwise. A recent Santa Barbara County report I received points out that Mission Canyon Road between Tunnel and Las Canoas roads only averages 19 feet wide and is further constricted by a very narrow bridge across Mission Creek. County building standards require secondary access, but none is available. Multiple studies have shown that during an extreme emergency egress event, existing traffic loads won't be able to exit the canyon in time. This problem remains a Class 1 impact with no viable mitigation proposed. The applicant's contention that the addition of fire hydrants and sprinklers has mitigated wildfire risk isn't true. Although the addition of these structure protection measures is long-awaited improvement, the Santa Barbara City Water Department, the source of water for those hydrants, has consistently stated that fire hydrants are not for fighting wildfires. only for structure fires, and that any water line is only capable of supporting 2 active hydrants at any one time. The final EIR is deficient in that it didn't give enough consideration to the off-site alternative. There are many functions, such as administration, collection and storage, fundraising, and in-classroom education, that can be productively and safely moved to a less challenging site.
Thank you. Not see Mark Shaltillo here. Susan Shields, followed by, oh, is he here? Oh, there he was, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thought I pulled a fast one. Oh, well.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought there was another person in between. Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Mark Shaltillo, and the group that I represent is the Friends of Mission Canyon. We all love the garden, of course, but we have concerns. I want to just speak to the land use issues. Staff has indicated that the data in the historical charts does not provide an adequate correlation to the events and classes that are delineated in the conditional use permit. We dispute that. The historical data does delineate between classes and events. Now, it's not the same narrow subdelineations, but I think that your commission has the information that it has to be able to group those classes and events and tie the historical data as limitations on the conditional use permits elements. The second point that I'd like to make is concerning fire risk and this issue of balancing the risk versus the benefits. For those folks that live in Upper Mission Canyon, they're exposed to more risk because of the congested evacuation. They are the ones that are going to pass the Botanic Garden, and so their evacuation is hindered. But also they get less benefits because the water resource that's added by expanding the pipeline in the lower section does not directly benefit us. Further, there is a land use question, a fundamental land use question as to whether the institution, which we've heard is so important, really belongs in an extremely high fire hazard area. And that's a policy question for your Planning Commission to address. Now, as we looked at the EIR, it's our continuing conclusion that the fire impact and public safety impact is a Class 1 impact. The Fire Protection Plan references the county policy that requires secondary access, and it states that the Table 7, the same practical effect, the benefits that are identified to the fire plan, mitigate that policy inconsistency, but they're double counted when they are used as mitigation for CEQA. So it's our opinion that there is still a Class 1 impact, and we join with the City of Santa Barbara's Fire Department in concluding that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Susan Shields, followed by Paulina Kahn, followed by Stephen Sherrill.
Good morning. My name is Susan Shields, and I represent myself. I want to make it clear that I'm not opposed to the educational mission of the garden, but to the scope of the project, the redesign project, and most particularly to the overbuilding that I consider is part of the plan. I resent the criticism of the status of the garden in the 1960s. I consider that unjustified. My children can testify to the fact that we made frequent visits to the garden in those days, and it was always a very beautiful and pleasant place to visit and educational. Education does not take place only in the classroom, but significant education takes place when you walk on dirt trails in natural surroundings and you experience the quietness of nature. We do not need to pave the trails because that will remove that experience for our children and for other people. Those who cannot go to Yosemite could walk in the Botanic Garden and have a similar experience. I have particular concerns about 4 things. One of them is fire safety, and I'll just go out on a complete limb here and suggest that possibly consideration should be given to moving the herbarium with its very valuable collection off-site to a safer place. I consider that the parking may be inadequate for the proposed expansion of the garden, since that would increase use by visitors and by employees. I am concerned about wildlife, particularly the prospect of fencing parts of the garden, if not all of it. This will obstruct wildlife movement considerably. And I'm also very concerned about the fact that a large part, unfortunately not as much as I wish, has been designated a historic landmark, and I believe the administration of the garden has a duty to protect that, which means that the terracing is inappropriate, the events terrace, for example. So I request that you deny the plan as presented.
Thank you very much.
And that you would make modifications.
Pauline? I'm sorry, is this?
My name is Paulina Kahn, and I'm very supportive of the garden as a garden, but not necessarily as the expanded institution that it wants to be. It's very critical that you look at the size of the rooms on the expansion plan and the number of offices. We now have 21, and they propose 42. That is enough for 100 staff members. I am for the rebuilding of the Gain House. That would provide 14 offices, which would give them a total of 35. And that would still include a break room and a conference room and a place for the volunteers. I am for expanding the vehicle, the horticultural unit, but not to the size that it is. It needs to be reduced by about 1,000 square feet or a little more so that it doesn't have the offices and the lobbies. That's not necessary. You look at the education facilities, 960 square feet is enough for a very nice classroom for both an adult and a child. So you could have 2 of those. They are proposing 2,700 square feet, so that is excessive. I want to save the landmark, so the buildings that are on the landmark now are sufficient for their needs, along with the rebuilding of the Gain House and the horticultural unit. There is no need for the conservation unit. The Gain House has a basement. 1,200 square feet is needed for the books, and 1,000 square feet is needed for the herbarium. That's a fire-safe, fire-resistant area, and it needs to be made climate-controlled. ADA, the pavers are not ADA-friendly, and they need to go. And the disabled community needs to be consulted in the same way that the Native American community is consulted and the historians are consulted. This is a very, very precious resource we have, and we cannot just fritter it away because somebody wants a large expansion plan. That expansion plan has to be very, very carefully thought about. Anna Dorinda Blakesley Bliss was here in her flouncy gowns and her fancy hat and her high heels. Thank you very much. So we don't, and now we get to wear sneakers.
Thank you, Stephen. Followed by Harl Weaver, followed by David Given.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Stephen Sherrill. I'm a longtime resident of Mission Canyon and a 34-year neighbor of the Botanic Gardens. I, too, support the Botanic Garden and recognize the necessity to upgrade their facilities. But it should be abundantly clear to anyone who has delved into this project that the garden has been gaming the land use process and asking for far more than is actually needed. And frankly, demonstrating a surprising disregard for the negative impacts on the visual resources in, on, and around this historic landmark. The Santa Barbara Botanic Gardens is a 83-year-old historic treasure and one of our city's major assets. For decades, people from far and wide have come to experience the Botanic Garden for what it is. Excuse me. An unspoiled, naturalistic setting and display of native California plants. Not a school campus, not a commercialized event center, not a scene overshadowed by massive buildings. Now, despite claims to the contrary, over the years, numerous offers by community members and concerned citizens to sit down with garden management to work out the design concept have been flatly rejected. Yet we remain absolutely certain that we can come up with a plan, and this is important for everyone to understand, that will allow the garden to grow, allow the garden to fulfill its mission. And this is what's missing. At the same time, protect and preserve the historic ambiance, character, and legacy of the garden and sustain fire safety in the canyon. And unfortunately, this is clearly not yet that plan. And that's why it is so important to understand
Thank you very much.
that it is important that now is the time to get this thing right. Thank you.
Harl Weaver, followed by David Given.
My name is Harl Weaver. I'd like to speak for the plan. Botanical gardens are of value to the entire planet. And locally, what we need to have is one that serves our own private needs. Is that better? So I'd like to ask you all to give us the expansion of this location to provide a better education for everybody. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Tranquilla Gray, followed by Floresca Galt, followed by Betsy Kramer. Laura Wilkinson, followed by Kellum DeForest, followed by Henry Sharp. That's okay. Just
I'm Francesca
tell us who you are
Galt.
so I get the slips right.
Commissioners, I believe...
You are? I'm sorry. Your name, please.
Francesca Galt.
Gotcha. Thank you.
The CUP should be strengthened. It was written loosely and at a time when no one envisioned a garden leadership wanting to have so little regard for the historic garden and make such excessive changes, or to use it for activities not related directly to California native plants. What they are requesting is excessive. Most gardens do not have any character-defining aspects, but are built on flat, unwanted land, dump sites such as the Brooklyn Botanic Garden was, or near highways or subways, not backing up into a national forest. This special place is not being cared for properly. The attention has been elsewhere. I recently visited Lotus Land in nearby Montecito, where they have 37 acres and 17 gardeners, while the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden has 78-plus acres and only 4 gardeners. Something is wrong here. Also, I was called by someone from the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden who tried to persuade me to rescind my name from the petition against the expansion, even after I said that I had studied it thoroughly and was very much opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Betsy Kramer. I'm speaking on behalf of the Citizens Planning Association. And the Citizens Planning Association was formed in 1960 to advocate for sound land use planning and environmental protection in Santa Barbara County. For 49 years, we have dedicatedly pursued that mission. You have before you a plan for the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden that, as identified in the agenda for your meeting today, will result in, quote, significant effects on the environment in the following categories: biological resources, cultural resources, fire hazards, geologic processes, noise, public facilities, transportation, circulation, and water resources, end quote, if approved as proposed. CPA's South County Land Use Committee discussed this proposal and appreciates this opportunity to provide you with the following input for your consideration. We would like to go on record as supporting the Friends of Mission Canyon's position, citing the following problems with the current proposed plan. 1, there is a lack of historic preservation. Another, the basic process is being violated. Importantly, the Class 1 fire hazard impact, as identified by the Santa Barbara City Fire Department in its letters commenting on the EIR, has been mischaracterized in the EIR as being a Class 2 impact. This is further concerning since this is a serious public safety matter. The Botanic Garden is in an extremely environmentally sensitive area, and any development should be subject to careful scrutiny. Residents of the city and county of Santa Barbara consider the Botanic Garden a gem, and as such, it should be treated with special care. Alternative sites off-site should be used for classes when it is not necessary for the classes to be conducted on-site. Not only will this reduce the number of visitors and their associated cars to the garden.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm Kellum DeForest, and I have 2 questions that you as Planning Commissioner
must consider in your deliberations on whether to accept the Santa Barbara Botanic Gardens development plan before you. Do you want to permit the building of what is a bricks and mortar scientific and educational institution in the foothills of Santa Barbara, in a high fire zone accessed by a single road? Would you permit such a campus if the land were undeveloped? Second, have you considered the impact the plan would have on the landmark portion of the garden? The 2003 resolution clearly states that the historic design intent and historic use must be preserved. Historic use refers to the 1926-1950 period of significance as stated in the EIR. In this period, there were no classrooms, auditoriums, entertainment venues, and paving in the landmark area, except possibly the parking lot. To any observant person, the additions and accretions proposed in the gardens plan are unmitigable and would destroy this unique county resource forever. Charles Birnbaum, as just referred to, President of the Cultural Landscape Foundation in Washington, D.C., states, "In my opinion, the proposed work would diminish the integrity of this national significant landscape." Then I passed out a letter from that Robin Carson of the Executive Director of the Library of American Landscape History wanted me to read. Could I read that, please?
You have your 2 minutes. You can do what you want. When the light's red, you're done.
Oh, I can start. I can read if I've got a little time. She says.
Oh, there we go. But we did receive a copy letter, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm sorry, we don't do that. Thank you very much, Mr. McKellum.
Okay, you've got the letter. Thank
Yes, sir, we have it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Wilkinson, and I am been a neighbor of the gardens for 30 years, and I have been a member for a long time, and I think we all love the gardens. That's something that is clear here. But the scope of their development is not in keeping with the gardens that I have known for my whole life. I was born here, too, so I'm very familiar with it. And I don't want to repeat it, but I support everything that the Friends of Mission Canyon has said about the problems, the scope, the fire danger, and everything. The one thing that hasn't been said, though, is the night lighting. I think the night lighting is a real problem, and I worry that with the size of the buildings and the protections that would be necessary, that they would need to increase the lighting. Right now, it's a very dark canyon, and this is smack in the middle of it, and it could be a major impact on the quality of the canyon to have buildings with that much light. And the fencing, of course, is a huge problem, too. And there's many, many more, but I won't repeat everyone's statement.
Thank you. Henry Sharp, followed by Rob Rice, followed by Ruth Schaefer. Goes fast when they don't show up. Rosalind Hawkins, followed by Diana Kennett, followed by Jim Moreno. Okay. David Baum, followed by Shems Hartwell, followed by Gina Banesh. Yes, please.
I assume the people in front of you don't show up, then you're supposed to zip up here.
I guess that's it.
My name is Jim Marino. I grew up in Mission Canyon. I used to play in the garden as a child. We used the pool below the dam as a swimming hole. I'm very familiar with that garden for many, many years. My mother lived in the property adjacent to the garden for many, many years to the north until her home burned down recently in the Hasacita fire. She's now in Maravilla, couldn't be here herself, couldn't hire a bunch of people, a PR firm and so on to pack this chamber to try to persuade you with the weight of testimony. In any case, the garden was never intended to be a college campus, as was pointed out. It was never intended, to use the words of Mr. Schneider, a world-class tourist attraction. The noise, the light pollution, the traffic, these are all issues that have not been adequately addressed. They're being done and have been done recently under a conditional use permit that's very poorly and ambiguously worded. It's been stretched, and I think that tells you something about the current administration. I can assure you, and I think I speak for most who bought and built homes in Mission Canyon, they did it for the bucolic, peaceful serenity, the views, and so forth. And I can assure you that they didn't want to be next to a world-class tourist attraction. If that were the case, I'm sure they would have built or bought a home much closer to urban Santa Barbara, perhaps nearer to Stearns Wharf. I urge you not to approve this plan without sufficient study about these key issues, and they involve what's going to happen when they try to raise the money, which they need to do, to fund this massive expansion. They've already fenced it in, charging admission, and now they're proposing, I think, the plan I saw was 150 events a year, not counting the classes that are taught by people who get paid and bring in even more people. So I think those issues have not been adequately addressed, and I urge you not to approve this vital mission plan until those are adequately addressed. Thank you.
My name is Diana Kennett, and I have been a docent at the Botanic Garden for 15 years, and I've taught many children's groups and been an instructor for labs there. And I strongly support the vital mission plan of the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. The controversy surrounding this plan do not negate the serious necessity for reconstruction of structures lost during the Heceta fire, to renovate outdated buildings, and to provide crucially needed additional space to carry out the educational, horticultural, and scientific research mission of the garden. This plan has required much thought by many individuals over many years and costing millions of dollars. It has involved the participation and input from local people, professionals, and Santa Barbara County Planning and Development. The time has come to let the garden move forward. I particularly want to address the fact that there's a great need for additional and updated educational facilities for both elementary-aged children and adults. The present facility for indoor children's activities is completely inadequate, even for a rainy day. We don't know what to do with the children on a rainy day. The only room available is a small multi-purpose room for children's and adult education, volunteer training, staff meetings, special event preparation, and storage. Space is cramped for even half a class of 12 to 15 children, plus their accompanying adults and docents. No room exists for permanent or semi-permanent exhibits that should be left up for longer than a day to accommodate groups visiting the garden on different days for the same tour. Providing educational space at another location, as some have suggested, is impractical and ineffective. The intangible magic of being in a native garden...
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I support the garden, and I hope that you'll vote for it.
My name is Gina Benish. I'm the development officer at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. I am a newcomer to the garden, and since the break, I have been listening to a lot of opinion masquerading itself as fact. A couple of them are quite comical. One, if I'm expected to look after 150 events in a year, it's going to kill me. That's outside the realm of reality. I also live in the canyon, and I have twice been evacuated for fire in an orderly, safe, and complete fashion, and just would like to lend support that the fire department, the fire personnel have said that this plan will improve the safety in regards to fire in the canyon. I do have a prepared statement beginning with the current world population approaching 7 billion. Many children are now growing up in urban environments where contact with nature is difficult. It is certainly less frequent than when many of us were growing up, and as development continues, places where one can experience natural environments are becoming fewer and fewer. How then do young people develop an affection for nature? Botanical gardens provide the opportunity to see and experience the spectacular diversity of plants and animals from our urban environments. When people appreciate the wonder of the plants and animals that share our planet and understand that they define the environment in which all terrestrial life exists, they develop a fervent desire to preserve it. California is a vegetative hotspot with 5,500 different plant species. It is estimated that fully 2/3 of them have the potential to be extinct by the year 2050. We have many scientists at the garden fervently racing to stockpile significant numbers of seeds in our seed bank, which is overflowing, and analyze and record their genetic structure. They are doing their best
Thank
in
you.
inadequate facilities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robert Rice. I live in Nolita, and I've talked to a lot of my neighbors, and many of whom have signed petitions in support of the garden and the Vital Mission Plan. So I'm here this morning to assure you that there's widespread support in the county for the Vital Mission Plan and the garden. I totally disagree with the opponent's suggestion that we should move educational classes off-site. When I studied astronomy, I can't imagine sitting in a classroom looking at pictures of the stars rather than being under a night-filled sky full of stars. And when I take my daughters to the garden, they get an educational opportunity that's real and natural environment. I urge you to support this plan for our children and for all the future generations that can take advantage of this incredible educational asset. Thank you.
Thank you. David Baum, followed by Stems Hartwell, followed by Eleanor Lynn.
My name is Shams Hartwell. I'm a neighbor above the garden, and I agree with the garden needing facilities and stuff like that, but however, I think they should be focused on being outside educational facilities, more like outside classrooms with rocks and where the kids can sit down, a place that really is utilizing nature more fully versus building larger buildings and a bigger scope of it. I lost my house to the fire, and I can't get insurance from anyone in the United States other than the Fair Plan because the fire threat below where the garden is, because of how much still hasn't burned, is so significant they won't cover us above the garden. And my biggest concern is the roads going up to the garden. The Fork at Tunnel Trail, where the roads fork, is very dangerous, and most people who don't know how to go up the road are not sure what to do at the stop sign, whether they should go or not coming down from the garden. Las Canoas, people are coming out of Las Canoas and aren't aware often of the cars coming, so an increase in traffic, if it ends up going exponentially, if the garden grows as much as we're thinking it may, will create a lot of problems, I think, for traffic, particularly because I drive it every day, and so I've come like 6 times, I've come close to being hit by someone coming out of the garden or something like that, or going too slow or whatever. So I really feel like the garden is a gem, like everyone says, and the real gem of it is the outside, is the trees, is the nature, not cutting down more trees to build bigger buildings, but to really activate more education outside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eleanor Lynn. I'm a garden member, and I'm here to support the Vital Mission Plan. This project benefits each commission member, each person in this room, everyone in the community of Santa Barbara, because everyone can visit the garden. They don't have to be a member. Everyone can buy plants, their native plants for their gardens. Everyone can take classes, can learn how to paint a flower. And everyone everywhere benefits from the research that's done at the garden. I'm a hiker. I love hiking the Front Range. There's many, many trails, and they're dirt trails, wonderful places people can go for solitude in addition to the garden. This is an important community asset for everyone. We all love the garden, but the garden needs the plan, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Harvey, followed by Armanda DeLuca, followed by David Schott.
Good morning. My name is Connie Harvey, and I've lived in Santa Barbara for 20 years and been a member of the garden all that time. And one of the reasons is that I lived all my adult life in the city. And when I retired and moved out here, I didn't know what to plant. The biggest thing I'd ever done was a window box. So I went out to the garden on the advice of some friends, and there I found this wonderland of native plants and people that were willing to help, and I've been involved ever since, and I love it. Mary Carroll was there. Mary Carroll has worked as a professional botanist for over 25 years, specializing in flora and vegetation of western United States. She received both her BA and MA in botany from UC Santa Barbara, worked at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden for 20 years, first as a research assistant and later director of education. Miss Carroll conducts botanical research on the California islands and adjacent mainland and teaches many classes through the garden. She has written for the Historic Society, a quarterly that was published several years ago. If you don't have a copy, I urge you to get one. I'll pay for it, anything. But you must read the history of this garden, because it does tell you exactly what they plan to do from the outset. The first person involved, first important person, was Dr. Clements, and he wrote to his associate. This is in 1924. I quote, "The plans for the combined botanical experimental gardens have assumed definite form, and one that looks attractive to the planner at least. I have striven for a certain unity of 4 phases that appeal to me most."
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I hope you support this.
Yeah, come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning. I assume you're Mr. Schott?
Hi, thank you. I'm third generation Santa Barbara. We have specific history in Mission Canyon. My grandparents founded the Women's Club. We lived on Rattlesnake Creek, built our house. My wife was a grower with Dara Emery and Lila Sexton. So we have a great fondness and history with the garden. And a longtime member, we've kept our membership reluctantly. We support the garden very much by opposing the present plan. Upgrading is very different than expansion, and I believe they're using false premises of what the garden's supposed to be in this massive plan they have. And it's also a gross change in purpose, in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume this is Amanda DeLuca, am I correct? Yeah, I'm going to be followed by Andrew Wyatt, Tom Jacobs, and Cass Insberg.
It's not morning anymore. Good afternoon. My name's Amanda De Lucia, and I would like to submit the results of a petition that was circulated recently that demonstrates the widespread support for the Botanic Garden throughout the county. I have copies of the petition for each of the commission members, and I also have a map where you can see, and each of you will get a copy of this as well, the widespread support for Botanic Gardens plans. You can see from this large stack that there's almost 5,000 signatures in support of the garden, and those who visited my Facebook page, I'm grateful to them for also signing the petition to show the support for the garden. Additionally, I'm a longtime Santa Barbara native. That doesn't make sense. I'm a Santa Barbara native, and my family has a bench in the meadow. We've been members for years. We continue our membership and our support for the garden, and I hope that you will support this vital mission plan and let the garden do its important work. I think those who oppose the garden, we all say we love the garden, but those who oppose it, I think just might love it to death.
Thank you. Andrew?
Hi, I'm Andrew White. I'm the Gardens Director of Horticulture,
First, I'd like to say that the garden's collections are extensive, and the building project and vital mission plan is essential for the continued maintenance and the utilization of those collections. The two go absolutely together. We maintain around 24,000 individual plant accessions, plants on the grounds, including 7,000 trees. And in order to effectively manage these plants and also extract the full education potential out of the collections, the buildings, education buildings and the scientific buildings are absolutely essential. So, I urge you to really think about that when approving this, that the collections are important. And also, I'd like to touch a little bit on the fire issues. We have a really good relationship with Santa Barbara County Fire, and we strive for making our garden as close to a fire-safe garden as we can. And the collections, there is no problem with working with the collections in a fire-safe way, and we really are looking forward to the potential of working with some model fire-safe landscapes around some of these new buildings and giving the potential for another avenue of outreach that the garden's collections will be able to reach our community for. So in the future, the future is bright for the living collections and also for the service that we'll be able to provide the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I assume Mr. Jacobs.
Commissioners, my name is Tom Jacobs. I'm a Mission Canyon resident and a garden member, an architect, a member of the board of the Mission Canyon Association, and the chair of its Architectural Development Review Committee. Sadly, for the third time in a number of years, we are here again to try to raise our voices to ensure that the intent of the founders of the garden is upheld. Again, an overly ambitious and aggressive building and event plan has been presented by the board of the garden to try to press the county decision makers to bow to what they wordsmith as vital. I ask you several simple questions about this vital plan. What do a campus, electrified golf carts, a heliport, a tea house, or a labyrinth have to do with an institution for California native plant preservation? When almost half of the nonprofit gardens own dedicated volunteer members resign in protest over the likes of these, something is rotten in the garden. The garden has lost its way, and now hired consultants paid by the garden walk the neighborhood under false pretenses to try to convince sincere members of the community to retract their signatures of protest over the plan. The building campaign is planned on a corporate campus model that would be a large development problematic in any urban environment. In the wildland-urban interface here in the Box Canyon that is our community, such a massive development is expressly unwise for safety reasons. The years of a continuous construction campaign and attendant noise, traffic congestion, and dust that would be necessary to build out the plan have not even been addressed in the environmental impact report. Can you imagine the effect of year after year of large trucks and equipment overloading our already under-designed canyon roads?
Thank you very much.
Is this the environment the garden wishes to promote?
Thank you very much. Cass Insberg, I assume. Going to be followed by Amanda Mardum and Ann Sykes.
Good morning, commissioners, staff, and community. My name is Cass Ensberg, and I'm a Santa Barbara resident for over 20 years. I'm a gardener, an architect, and a mother. My son was baptized early in the morning at the Botanic Garden long ago, 18 years ago. I am curious about this word vital that the Botanic Garden is using to describe their proposed plans. When I think of this, I can't get out of my mind the Joni Mitchell song about tearing up paradise and putting up a parking lot and the tree museum and paying $1 to see them. That song is in my mind constantly. I believe that some of the functions that we're talking about of the garden are totally vital. I do not believe that this plan is vital. I believe that two things are vital: limiting construction and habitation in high fire areas, and restoration Number 2, restoration of natural lands and resources. The garden is, in essence, I believe, proposing to build for assemblies of people in an area that cannot meet the required exiting. It is hard to say no to such a wealthy and powerful institution as the Botanic Garden, especially describing this work as vital. I urge you to do just that and to reject the plan in whole, and in doing that, help the garden get back to what is really vital, working together in earnest with the people of Santa Barbara. I'm sure there is a plan, and perhaps the third time will be the charm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda Martin, and I grew up in Mission Canyon. My sister and I walked through Rocky Nook Park to Roosevelt School every day. We loved the old mission and the Natural History Museum, but best of all was visiting the Botanic Gardens. And as children, we would run around the paths, throwing off our shirts and pretending that we were Indians, as we called the Chumash back then. And this is something that hasn't come up yet, but there's such a cultural aspect to the Botanic Gardens. That is where we remember, we feel the history of the Chumash. This is where they lived, and we can feel that as we walk those paths. And it's so important to me that we retain this, that our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come can have that feeling as I did. To me, that's really important. And as the previous speaker said, this was talking about vitality of this plan. The work, as she said, is vital. We do want to preserve what needs to be preserved. We do want education here to continue in the gardens. But is this the right plan? Does it preserve what needs to be preserved, the natural beauty? Nature itself teaches us so much, the feeling of being in nature and remembering who we are and who we have been, and our relationship to the natural world. We feel that when we're in the Botanic Gardens the way it used to be with these pavers. We don't feel it when we're standing on pavers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Sykes. Bare bones, vital mission, they're nice phrases. But the true mission should be to maintain the historic status and continue the educational research activities without destroying the character of the garden. World-class at present they are, and they will need some expansion of facilities, we understand, in order to maintain their position. But to overbuild and have food preparation and commercialization are not necessary to continue their work in education and being a glorious place for people to come. One of the first speakers used a quote from the Vietnam War. I think she meant it differently, but I would like to repeat it. Please do not destroy the garden to save it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last slip I have, unless I have called your name and missed you. If anybody, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now, but if anybody wishes to speak and you're in the stack that I've already read, please see me now, and we'll pull your slip out, and you can speak right after lunch. So we'll be back here at 1:15. Thank you. I have called your name and missed you. If anybody, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch now. If anybody wishes to speak and you're in the stack that I've already read, please see me now, and we'll pull your slip out, and you can speak right after lunch. So we'll be back here until 1:15. Thank you. I have at least one more speaker to go. That's, I believe it's David Given. And if there's any other speakers that I somehow missed, would you please come to the microphone and introduce yourself? So do I see David Given? There you go. All right, I think in that case, we'll go ahead and let the applicant do their rebuttal, and I understand maybe a little bit of review.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I am Richard Monk. I'm the land use attorney for the Botanic Garden, and as I understand it, we have combined presentation plus rebuttal of 35 minutes. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, that was your estimate. It's fine by me.
I'd like to just review some of the things that we learned at the last hearing as well as this morning, and that is that the Vital Mission Plan has no significant impacts following mitigation, that the project will result in improved fire protection in Mission Canyon, that 98.6% of the garden will remain as open space, that the proposed buildings will be limited to already developed areas, and that for the first time the garden will have limits on visitation. Now, during the 2-year course of processing the Vital Mission Plan, there were numerous revisions and changes and concessions that were made, and as you can see from the slide that's going to be shown to you, the project revisions have shrunk the project significantly in terms of both square footage and number of buildings. The project is smaller by 11,832 square feet. It now has 6 less buildings than originally proposed, 5 less residential units. The garden will be closed to the public on red flag days. The project previously proposed perimeter cyclone fencing, which has now been changed to wildlife permeable fence design with expanded openings. Previously proposed 2-story height structures have now been reduced to 1-story. Residential garages have been eliminated, and portions of the education center and library have been reduced by 4 feet in some places and in others by 16 feet. And the horticultural center height has been lowered by 6 feet, and all proposed lighting will be required to satisfy LZ1 standards. I'd like to turn our attention to the caps. As we told you before, and as staff has told you, the garden is currently unrestricted in its use levels, and those uses, of course, include the classes and the workshops, the community festivals, the parties and fundraising events and lectures. And as a nonprofit, the Botanic Garden, like many nonprofits in the community, rely very heavily on fundraising activities to support their ongoing programs. The existing CUP, as we said, has no caps on any of these use levels. The garden proposed, in the context of the Vital Mission Plan, self-imposed a 1.8% annual increase on total visitation, and also self-imposed proposed caps in various use categories. And the slide will show you the caps that were proposed. Now, this does not mean that the garden will have all of these enumerated events that are allowable or which were requested under the proposed caps. For example, on red flag days, as I said before, events will be canceled and the garden will be closed to the public. So in a sense, the garden opened the door on this issue of self-imposed caps, and staff responded with a request for even more stringent caps, notwithstanding this 1.8% limit on total annual visitation. With all due respect to staff, we believe that the staff requested additional over-the-top caps are arbitrary and that they have no nexus to any perceived reduction in project impacts. For example, the FEIR found that the fire impacts of the project are Class 1, and that was based upon the project as presented by the applicant with the applicant's proposed caps, not the later added on staff recommended caps. The next slide will show you that there's a minuscule percentage of annual visitation, the percent of annual visitation between what the garden is asking for in terms of caps and what the staff proposes. For example, and I'm not going to go through all these, but I'm going to go through about 3 of them. On day classes, the garden proposed 250 sessions of 22 attendees max. The garden, staff wants to cut that down by 25 to 225 sessions with the same number of attendees. Well, if you take the number of classes times the number of attendees, the product is 550 divided by 110,000, which is the base at what we're starting on annual visitation. I think it's actually 111,000, but we rounded it down. You come out with 0.5% of average visitation. So that disagreement between the caps represents 0.5% of total annual visitation. Similarly, on lectures, we proposed 7 sessions. Staff agreed. We wanted 125 attendees. Staff wants to cut it down to 70. That difference of opinion on caps represents 0.4% of total annual visitation. And also on fundraising, we asked for 15 events. They wanted 10, same number of attendees. That represents 1.3%. So this difference between what the garden self-imposed and what the staff wants on top of that represents an imperceptible percentage of total annual visitation. However, it makes a great deal of difference to the garden in terms of its operational abilities and in terms of its ability to have fundraisings and to self-finance itself. And as we said before, there's no nexus, and we think that these caps just do not make any sense. They don't relate to any reduction in impact. As I said before, if a red flag day occurs, the event is going to be canceled in any event, and so will the garden. It'll be closed to the public. This just happened last Thursday. There was a scheduled event. We had a red flag day. That event had to be canceled. So we would submit that the focus should be on total annual visitation, which is limited to 1.8% annually, and capping the fundraisers and other events unreasonably micromanages the garden and unreasonably interferes with its operational abilities and with its fundraising abilities. And it's distinguishable from other nonprofits in the Santa Barbara area that are not so hindered in terms of their ability to self-control themselves and to have their fundraisers. For instance, the zoo. The zoo just had their Zoofari last Saturday night. The Museum of Natural History has numerous fundraising events. They're not so micromanaged in their operations. Other examples of uses in the county, Laguna Blanca School and Westmont College, both of which have county-approved CUPs. The county does not seek to tell either Westmont or Laguna Blanca how many classes they can have or how many students they can have at each class. They live within similar annual growth controls by reason of enrollment caps, but are not so micromanaged in their operational abilities. So we would ask you to go with the garden on the proposal on caps. I'd now like to turn our attention to pavers. You know that the project is proposing that the remaining pathways, with the exception of the Cavalli Path, be paved with pavers. The FEIR found this to be a potentially significant impact, and therefore the FEIR and staff have both recommended a mitigation that limits the paving to no more than 10% above existing paved areas within the historic garden, and that is in condition 21. We respectfully disagree with that condition. We have a similar disagreement on the relocation of the caretaker's cottage. Expert opinion is split on these two issues. Chen Kaplan, which was the historical consultant to the garden, opined, and I will quote, "The goal of the paving is to provide universal access along all of the Botanic Garden trails and to all of its structures. Brief 32 acknowledges that sometimes full access throughout a historic landscape may not always be possible, but there are no recommendations regarding the minimum percentages of paving that should be required. The balancing act between accessibility and historic preservation is not achieved by limiting accessibility." Now, Anthony Goldsmith of National Access Consultants, LLC, who is with us today, agreed with that opinion, and he'll be speaking to you in just a few moments on this subject. The FEIR concluded that the project would result in beneficial impacts to recreation because of improved and expanded recreational resources available to garden members and paying guests. Well, we would submit that this proposed condition that limits the paving to 10% above existing paving would deny that recreational benefit to the disabled community. and we request that your commission find that the project's proposed paving will not result in a potentially significant impact, notwithstanding the contrary conclusion in the environmental document, similar to the request we made on the caretaker cottage relocation. Your commission has discretion to reject EIR's conclusion of potential significant impact or significant impact, and that was outlined in our letter of August 25. Next, on the Cavalli Path, as you know, portions of the path were proposed to be located on slopes in excess of 30%. Now, staff has concluded that this is potentially inconsistent with the Mission Canyon specific plan policy that deals with landform alterations. But that policy has exceptions. One of the exceptions is unless this would preclude all reasonable development of the parcel, and another exception says except in special instances where such prohibition would preclude any reasonable otherwise permitted use of a legal parcel. These are called savings clauses, and it's an attempt to insulate the county against a potential takings claim being made on the basis of the Lucas case. In Lucas, the United States Supreme Court held that when government regulation denies a property owner all economically viable use of his property, compensation is required no matter how significant the government's interest may be in supporting that regulation. Now, staff has admitted that eliminating the Cavalli Path altogether could be construed as a denial of all development on at least two of those separate parcels, and that this could constitute a taking. So staff is proposing Condition 62, which requires a narrowing of the path and an elimination of the paving and an elimination of the vertical walls. Well, the garden objects to this, respectfully. First, from an engineering standpoint, it would exacerbate impacts regarding grading and impacts to erosion control, and it also would cause visual impacts that would not be there with the project as proposed. Secondly, the project carefully designs the path to accommodate all garden visitors. Condition 62 renders the Cavalli Path inaccessible to members of the disabled community by failing to provide equivalent facilitation. So in summary, elimination of the path altogether precludes development on at least two of the parcels. We would urge your commission to find policy consistency on this point, which would facilitate accessibility for garden visitors. At this time, I would like to interrupt my testimony and introduce Anthony Goldsmith to be followed by Doug Singletary, and then I'd like to return to you with one very short issue, and then I would like to turn the closing over to Ed Schneider, unless you have any questions.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see you again. Appreciate the opportunity. The intention behind the ADA in Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act is to provide access to people with disabilities to public accommodations and, in this case, to resources of extraordinary value. Some of the goals behind all of these laws, and I won't list them all, is inclusion, independence, and a sense of self-empowerment. We heard some stories today, and I heard them last time, talking about pushing people around over difficult environments and terrains. I would say that that is in contravention of the very heart of all these laws and represents a rather antiquated view of the civil rights that people with disabilities actually have by law. The idea is to encourage independence, to encourage inclusion, to avoid segregation, and to avoid dependency. And the idea behind the inclusion of stable, firm, and slip-resistant paths, which is a critical element of an accessible path to travel, is to provide and reach those goals. So what's being urged is not to arbitrarily create a number of 10%, to allow the garden, through its experience, to provide a full range of accessible options as far as at least coming to surfaces that are usable by a far greater number of people in the disability community. And this doesn't just apply to wheelchair access. There are many people with mobility limitations. There's a concept called cross abilities, where we look at different kinds of disabilities. And we say, what are the various types of persons and the various types of disabilities who could be helped by this? It goes far beyond the wheelchair community. One of the things brought up were the counterbalances of historic historic impacts. And the language that I've seen and heard in relation to that is sort of conflated a couple of concepts. What the law says at the federal level is that under certain circumstances, full accessibility is not required if it's going to destroy the historic fabric of a building, facility, or structure. However, how that was sort of put together in an awkward way was to then say, well, this isn't one of those access points to a building and therefore it's not required to be accessible. That's not the correct way to apprehend that portion of the ADA. What that portion of the ADA seeks to do is saying, if a facility cannot be fully accessible, you still have to have these requirements. What we're dealing with here is the semi-developed outdoor recreational area, which is an entirely different critter. And what we're doing in that is we're assessing a program of great value, and we're saying, how do we make it accessible from a civil rights perspective? And I can tell you, and this is somewhat subjective, but I can tell you that the state of the art is not to look at a dirt trail and go, it shall forever be. It once was dirt, it shall remain dirt. That does not, in general, is not in general deemed to be destruction of the historic fabric of an entire site. It certainly wasn't the case when I've worked with other entities, including Yosemite National Park, in some very vital areas of real global historic interest. The materials question is important too. We want you to give the garden the ability to choose the appropriate paving material to create the best surface possible. In a letter submitted to you, the idea of using decomposed granite came up. Decomposed granite in and of itself is a failure material. Various other materials were touted as acceptable, have proven to be insufficient and unacceptable. Frankly, the best service would be concrete. But that's not where this is headed. This is headed to handle this one issue, creating that stable surface with no more than a 1/4 inch of an abrupt level change, allowing people with various disabilities and levels of ability to traverse it. So for all those reasons, we urge you to allow the garden to come to the conclusions it needs to come to about preserving its right to make these pathways more accessible. And finally, with respect to Cavalli Pathway, it can't be graded to be an accessible walkway, but what it can be is something where an alternative equivalent facilitation, the use of an electric vehicle, can make this new feature accessible to people with all levels of abilities. So we also urge you to approve that. I thank you very much for your time.
Hello, I'm Doug Singletary. I'm the architect for the project, and I'm going to cut my comments because Tony covered quite a bit of what I was going to say. A couple of things that I will leave in, however. As stated in the EIR, the garden has sought to provide easy access to attract and educate a broad range of people since its earliest conception in 1926. The founders envisioned wide and easy-to-walk pathways so students could walk 3 and 4 abreast while instructors spoke to them and then they could converse amongst each other. Tony just reminded us about the current era that we're in where access now has reached a more enlightened state, and the goal is to embrace and empower not just the able-bodied but a significant community of people with disabilities. I think what Tony adequately conveyed was that although there's a regulatory framework that allows for bare minimums, that framework also encourages maximizing access wherever feasible. As time progresses, more and better opportunities to achieve these goals of universal access present themselves. And the goal here is to provide firm, stable, slip-resistant surfaces, and that's what the garden has proposed on pathways. The garden's been listening to the input that we've been getting from various neighborhood groups and from your boards. And we have located materials that we think are an opportunity to work with your BAR and others to find a solution that allows not only access but maintains the natural vitality of pathways within the garden that people are seeking. We look for that sense of history as well. So what we're here today to ask is that we not have a limitation, that a limitation not be imposed on the amount of accessibility for those with disabilities, but that we would be allowed to go forward to meet with your BAR and others to look at materials such as the materials that you see on the screen right now that may fulfill both the function and the history. So thank you.
One other issue on the Cavalli Path. The Vital Mission Plan project proposed that the Cavalli site be served by either private septic or municipal sewer. Now, the FEIR concluded that in view of certain physical constraints, that private septic would have significant impacts regarding effluent contaminations, and therefore both the FEIR consultant and staff proposed a mitigation measure, which is PF 3-1, that prohibits any residential development thereon until municipal sewer service is extended. Now, other counties and cities throughout the state are exploring alternative and advanced treatments of effluent disposal, such as advanced treatment system, commonly called ATS, and some communities are actually approving it. Your Environmental Health Services Department hasn't reached that point yet, but it may come, particularly when some even further state-of-the-art system comes aboard. The way this condition is worded, the garden could not avail itself of that new mousetrap, if you will, once it is approved by the county generally and by Environmental Health Services, outside the context of this project and in an area that would include this property. The way the condition is worded, it would be prohibited from availing itself. It'd have to come in and seek some condition modification, which is not easy to do, just like a map modification, which was your number one item this morning. So we're asking not that we be entitled to do this presently, as Mr. Chatillo suggests in his letter, but rather if the county, through its wisdom and Environmental Health Services, at some undefined date in the future determines that there is some state-of-the-art septic system that is approvable generally throughout the county or in the Mission Canyon area particularly, that we be able to avail ourselves of that, and we suggested ways that the condition could be reworded to accommodate that. And I might add that the way the condition is worded, municipal sewer is a growth-inducing concept. I mean, the county has fought that for years in the unincorporated or in the undeveloped areas of the county. So we would suggest that what we're doing or proposing is actually more environmentally sound. Unless you have any questions, I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Ed Schneider, who will close our presentation.
Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Monk, thank you, Mr. Chair. You suggested you have proposed language for condition changes. Has that been submitted to the commission?
It was in my letter of August 25.
Oh, it was in your letter, okay.
I think it's on the last page of that letter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, as I indicated in our last meeting, this has been a long and costly journey for the garden, but the day is here. And as we undertook this journey, we realized this day would come. And we undertook a goal of trying to capture what we feel embodies the body and the soul of this beloved treasure, the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. To do that, we have created a short DVD, which I would like to now present to you, the Commission, for viewing.
This video is about a special place, a unique place that for more than 80 years has been dedicated to plant conservation, research, education, and display. So thanks for taking the time to join us to learn more about the people, plants, and our plans for the future that make the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden so remarkable.
The
I've been here 27 years and living here on the property. My kids were born here. You know, obviously every year there's always changes in the garden, there's planting projects. It's an ongoing process. I take care of the redwood section. Most people enjoy that. In fact, it's kind of neat. You go in and see the meadow when you go down the steps. It's sort of like a basement. You come into another environment.
The redwood section was created and planted in 1935. Although the garden is naturalistic in appearance, in reality it is a calculated display of continually changing living collections.
People used to call this a park. It's a botanic garden, which we have collections, which are really important. It's more of a display of what California plants are, and some of them are endangered species, some are important ecosystems, and so it's way more than a park. In one word, it's more than beautiful, it's an environment.
Since 1926, we have continued the vision of our early founders to display the California flora within their natural vegetative zone. And therefore we have a desert section of California plants, redwood section, chaparral section, oak woodland sections, and so forth.
Plants are essential for our living on Earth. They're exhaling as we inhale and inhaling as we exhale, so it's part of what makes our Earth habitable for us, besides the beauty.
From the scientific standpoint, plants produce the oxygen which we breathe, which is the fuel that helps break down food within our bodies. But more importantly, plants provide food products which sustain all animal life on Earth.
The Botanic Garden is renowned as a premier environmental nonprofit with a worldwide reputation as the foremost living collection of California native plants. Today, the Botanic Garden plays an indispensable role in plant conservation and scientific research.
There are 100 kinds of pines in the world. This is one of them, the Coulter pine. And it's the largest, has the largest cone of any species of pine in the world, native only in California.
Science programs at the Botanic Garden have worldwide reputations based on acknowledgement of our peers. We have a world-renowned herbarium, a depository of pressed plants that now numbers close to 150,000 specimens. Much of the research that we're doing is really on the razor's edge. And this is what the pollen grains look like. We do require rather sophisticated equipment such as electron microscopes, which allow looking inside of the cells and tissues of the plant at magnifications ranging from 10 to 50,000 magnification.
When people come to the Botanic Garden, they are not just visitors, they are potential stewards of the natural environment. Our education programs are wide in scope, ranging from classes, field trips, and Master Gardener programs to independent scientific research.
The garden's educational resources are really important because, one, you have an opportunity to display the California floristic biodiversity. There's nothing like coming here, walking through the meadow, seeing the wildflowers in the spring, going down to the redwood forest, looking at the desert section or the California Channel Island section.
We teach the kids about plants and animals and ecology, about the role of fire in the chaparral, about why one needs to take care of our wild places. And we do stream investigations, we look for stream invertebrates, and we look at birds, and we look at birds' nests, and just anything that nature throws our way.
Cool. Pretty. The garden has the great honor of being one of the few botanic gardens recognized as a living museum by the American Association of Museums. Just like valuable pieces of art, our plant species are not only enjoyable to view and observe, many are also extremely rare.
We also have a conservation program which is part of our science program at the Botanic Garden. There are currently plants growing within the garden's living collections that are no longer found occurring naturally in nature. So the Botanic Garden has, in essence, become a refuge, a last place of survival.
I've always loved plants. I love growing things. I came here first as a master gardener to train. You go through a training that consists of 80 hours of training, and then you give 80 hours of volunteer work. We have our helpline.
Master Gardener Helpline, this is Dee Dee King.
That people can call in and we try to answer their questions. And the Master Gardeners have a great job.
Natural.
Outstanding. Beautiful.
We also have a seed bank where the germplasm, the seeds of these plants can be refrigerated and extend the lifetime of those plants. The secret of botanic gardens is their viability through being dynamic and changing and adaptable organizations to serve the public needs.
The garden contributes significantly to the preservation of open space in Mission Canyon. Since the original 13 acres were dedicated in 1926, the garden has protected an additional 65 acres from development as a dense neighborhood has grown up around us. Today, we are working in arcane facilities that are decades outdated. Our proposed vital mission plan is essential for us to continue our critical environmental and historic mission to hold a unique place in the horticultural world.
It's actually trying to bring us up to current times. There hasn't been a new building here since in the 50s. And just look at the very function of population growth in Santa Barbara in that period. And we literally are serving people in pretty primitive conditions. And it's not right.
All we are requesting today is a new conservation facility to properly store precious plant samples, a horticultural facility for the equipment necessary to propagate plants, tend the garden and keep it operating smoothly, an educational facility and library located where outdated buildings already exist today, to be used for teaching labs, classrooms, and space to house rare and unique books, a new children's center, and 3 new homes for garden staff. All buildings will reflect current sustainable performance measures as outlined by the United States Green Building Council. We are proposing a new entry layout, and the old Gain House, marginally inhabitable today, will be rehabilitated to house administrative offices.
The garden is a very important place. It needs to be supported. It's not something that can just be supported on its own by the air.
Just wish I had a lot more money and that we could just get our mission plan accomplished.
Most importantly, with the vital mission plan, the neighborhood will also continue to benefit from improved fire safety in Mission Canyon. Today, the garden serves as a major greenbelt fire break. Less than 1% of the garden contains buildings. And with the vital mission plan, we will be able to add sprinklers for the first time to buildings, create a desperately needed turnaround for fire trucks, build all new structures to urban wildland interface standards, including Class A fire-resistant materials, provide an early warning evacuation system, increase vegetation management efforts, and create defensible space around all structures. In addition, environmental improvements will include sewer line extension and upgraded water capacity. By proposing reduced programming during declared fire season, the Vital Mission Plan will make Mission Canyon much safer than it is today. All we are asking is for the bare-bones facilities we need to continue to be a premier environmental nonprofit and create a seamless experience for children and adults alike, from indoor classrooms, labs, and demonstrations, to the outdoor classroom of the garden's exquisite landscape exhibits of California native plants. Our vision and goal is to inspire the next generation of environmental stewards.
Kids just love this place. Even the adults, adults come here and they become a kid again because they remember when they were here when they were a kid.
It's good to come here because you can just take some time off and relax. I like to come here because it's really pretty. I like all the colors of the flowers.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I stand here before you asking your help to rebuild the garden following the destruction of the Jesucita fire. Can't be done without your approval, and we ask that today. Also, I would like to say we're not asking this for ourselves as staff, but as shown in this distribution map and the 5,000 petitions that were submitted to your body earlier today, represented by the green dots on this map, we ask it for the citizens of Santa Barbara County, many of those in the 1st District and even in Mission Canyon. Thank you for your consideration.
I have one question for you. Could you, I'm assuming that the Botanic Gardens are 501(c)(3).
That's correct.
And just give me a quick rundown of how the board is selected, and if you could, do you have memberships,
The board
voters?
Yes, the board is a self-perpetuating board through a nomination committee. Terms are 2 consecutive 3-year terms with a mandatory off, except under unusual circumstances. The vetting process for nomination is quite thorough. They can come from the community at large, through members of the board, are vetted through a nomination committee, usually several meetings, and during which time expectations are discussed of board members, luncheons are held, and ultimately it goes to a full vote of the board.
The board itself. So the board, okay.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, I did have one speaker that didn't get to be heard at the morning session, and I'm not sure if he's back yet or not. It's David, and I think this is Given, if I'm correct. Not seeing him here? Okay. That being the case, I'm going to close it to the public hearing process and bring it back to the commission. It was my intention to go through the 5 items that staff has identified as where the applicant and the staff have disagreed. See if I could get a sense of the commission on those 5 items. Once we do that, then go back to the commissioner for any other observations, changes, concerns, and questions, or additional conditions that they want to go through. Would that please my fellow commissioners? Do we do it that way? That's fine. Okay, so the first issue that we have is the relocation of the caretaker's cottage. Commissioner Cooney, this is a 1st District item. Do you want to kind of lead us on going through these 5 issues?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will, at least with regard to this issue, express my view against this background. And I don't think anyone in the room or anyone that's been here today or at our prior hearing or has observed these proceedings is unaware of the conflict that we're presented with on many of the issues that have been raised with respect to the garden's plan between the historical aspect of the garden itself and the desire to make improvements and renovations to the garden's property. The issue of where the historic cottage should be placed is just one of those conflicted issues. We have seen a recommendation from staff and at least one historical advisor to staff that while the cottage can be moved, and it's been contemplated for many years that the cottage can be moved from its existing location, it should remain in the historic 23-acre portion of the garden. I don't feel personally that that is essential to this project or to the preservation of the historical aspect of the garden. I feel very differently about other aspects of the garden's historic background, but with respect to this, I don't have a strong feeling that the best location on the property might be off the 23-acre historic site, and that in that way the historic purpose of the cottage, which was residential, could be reacquired. So that's my feeling. I'd love to hear from staff or any of my fellow commissioners as to the need to preserve it someplace within the existing historic site.
I'll pine in on this one. I'm impressed with the letter from Kaplan, Chen and Kaplan, when they talk about that the cottage was moved in 1942. It's been moved once before, and for me, it doesn't. In fact, it's going back to its residential use. I think that the proposed new location is a better location, and I understand from the other conditions that it will be, other than its location, its other historic value is going to be preserved. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I'm moved by what Ms. Cole had to say, that it's already lost its connections to the site in terms of just where it's placed, because, as you've indicated, it's been previously moved. I think it'd be my preference to keep it within the historic garden, but I think it's okay if it's moved. I really don't have any druthers one way or another. I suppose it depends upon what else is done within the garden or within the development that's being planned. I would think, and I appreciate that the garden will probably do this, is that they will rehabilitate the cottage to restore it, and that's what I think is probably, for me, the utmost importance.
Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I think we should put a map up for the audience to show where the cottage is. There are a lot of people that, I'm sure most of these people have been there, but always, we could show it with a...
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I would struggle with talking and pointing at the same time, but the current location of the caretaker's cottage is
right beside the house,
right on that right next to that red dot, red structure there.
Okay.
On the west side of Michigan Canyon Road, and it's proposed to be relocated where this pink residence is in this location.
Okay.
The alternatives that were considered in the EIR, one was to keep it on the west side in this location and use it as the children's laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
And the second alternative was to move it to next to the director's residence and use it once again as a residence. And just one point of clarification, the mitigation measure that was recommended from the historic resources evaluation didn't require that it remain within the 23-acre landmark portion of the site, but just wanted to clarify that it's within the historic garden boundaries as defined by that historic resources report, which actually extends beyond the 23-acre landmarked area. And
okay, thank you. All I wanted was identification, but thank you very much for all that additional information. At this time, Mr. Chair, I find that I go along with Commissioner Cooney. I agree with him that not that much is to be gained by moving that at this time. So I would respect maintaining it where it's at.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I'm referencing the letter from the Historic Landmark Advisory Commission dated August 11th. And on page 3, number 6, they're talking about the relocation of the caretaker's cottage, and they seem to think that it would be appropriate either way. I think it said if it is moved, they want to be consulted as far as exterior alterations. I think I would agree with the idea of it. I support the idea of it going back to its original purpose, which was a cottage for caretakers. They also mention on page 4, if it cannot stay within the historic garden, that for their purposes, that it would be acceptable if it's moved, but then restored to its original purpose.
Commissioner Brown, you have additional comments?
Well, I just have a question, and I guess that really my answer should have been prefaced by a question, which is if it is moved away from that site or outside of the historic garden where the first site that you indicated, Mr. Tuttle, are there environmental consequences to moving it there or siting it there in terms of the cultural resources?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, there's always, when you relocate a historic structure, pick it up and move it, there's impacts associated with that you have to address.
I don't mean the physical move, I mean actually
place it in that
yes.
location. From a cultural resources perspective, without going into too much sensitive detail, it's outside of the recorded boundaries of the archaeological site.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Valencia, do you have additional comment? Okay, great.
Sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to take it that we have consensus that we're not going to agree with the staff condition that the cottage not be relocated. They can relocate it to the Hanson site. So I guess the next issue is the installation of pavers. Commissioner Creason's light's not on, so I'll go ahead and start. For me, this is a real easy one. Having had two sets of parents that had great difficulty in their later years in life and moving around, having had 250 employees at one time, several of them needed handicap access to work. For me, any time we can make any site, I don't care what it is, more accessible to people with disabilities, that's what I'm in favor of. And I don't care about the exemptions in the federal government or the federal codes. I really don't care a bit. You know, I've seen people struggle because they didn't have easy access with disabilities, and I would think it would be just absolute micromanaging this project to tell this 501(c) nonprofit that's trying to preserve and do this wonderful thing that they're, you know, going to be able to have limitations on people with physical handicaps. I'm sorry. So that's my take, and I'm anxious to hear from the rest. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I happen to be in an environment now in my life where most of the people use walkers, and some of those that don't use walkers are on wheelchairs. And I see those people working, trying to move around just on regular flat ground, and they move with a lot of difficulty because they have problems of arthritis in their hands. But many of these people are still widely alert. You know, they're very alert and very astute, and they want to be included in things, and they want to do things. And I believe that these pavers would give them an opportunity to go in that area. There are a lot of people that talk about the garden and would like to go there, but as this one lady indicated that she tried to push the wheelchair and they had a lot of or the gentleman tried to push the wheelchair and they had a lot of difficulty. I could see that. Those pavers are a necessity. That is a beautiful garden to see, and I've seen it once, and I have difficulty walking now. I can walk like from here to the front of the building, and after that I have difficulty, and I want to see it, you know, and I might have to see it in a wheelchair, I don't know, but I know that you can't have electric carts going around taking people around, so I'm very much in favor of these things.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. This is a problem for me. When I went to the garden the other morning, I was walking on the pavers, and I noticed there were no leaves falling. You know, it's been very dry, obviously, and I was noticing during the DVD, when you look at the paved paths, I don't think you're allowed to use leaf blowers down here, are you? I don't know what the restriction is, but, you know, they didn't seem natural to me. And I keep coming back to, and I wrote it on the top of my notes, you know, as far as what we're looking for in the plan: preservation, education, cultivation, research. I tend to agree with the staff recommendation as far as if pavers are allowed to have perhaps no more than 10%. And I could see the pavers going in around the new buildings, the educational buildings. I went back and looked through the material that we received from different members of the public on the ADA requirements. My husband taught physically handicapped students for 25 years. And the first person I went to when I went home that day is, what does a facility like the garden need? And he basically agreed with some of the comments that made, that what is there now is certainly, acceptable, but the garden does not need to pave every path within its boundaries. And that is absolutely, you do what you can. You don't want to destroy the historical significance. But my husband felt after, as I said, he taught students in wheelchairs for 25 years, and they went on many field trips. He said decomposed granite is fine. And he said he felt, well, in some cases it might even be better than bumpy pavers or slick pavers if the leaves are down on the pavers. That in some cases he felt, the natural surfaces, would be appropriate. I felt that idea was reinforced when in a letter that we received, I believe it was this week, by Ms. Josephine Black, who's the executive director of the Independent Living Resource Center. And, she argues in her letter that again, the entire area of the where the paths exist now, would not need to be paved or resurfaced, besides the decomposed granite, to abide by the spirit of the law in ADA. She also mentions, that her association, she's writing, I believe, as the executive director, she said there are other access issues, at the garden that her group would like to discuss, with the garden, and that's probably, for a future time period. But from an aesthetic point of view, when I was walking on the pavers, I would look over at the paths that were coming out, maybe sometimes almost perpendicular from the paved paths, and I'm saying, now those paths that were probably original and natural, they almost look like people going off the path. Like are they violating where they could be? So for me, the established path almost looked like that, for me, was a psychological boundary. I better not get off this path. And I better not go on that natural path because I didn't know, whether I was allowed to do that or not. We want to make everything as accessible as we can, to the disabled population. We've gotten letters on both sides. Right now, unless I could be convinced otherwise, I tend to agree with the staff. I've seen letters that saying, well, let's remove the pavers. I don't agree with that. If there's 10% more pavers or whatever they need to go around the buildings, that where the new construction will be, I think I'd be satisfied with that.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support staff's recommendation. I've been a member of the garden when I first moved here for over a decade, and for me it wasn't about the artificiality that's imposed by these pavers. The naked trails, if you will, provide sort of a naturalistic setting that you don't get by pavers. And while I agree that if this was before us today, pavers or no pavers, I'd say no pavers, but we're not in that position. You've already paved much of the area that's around the existing buildings and around the meadow, and that's fine. Just leave that as it is. But to do any more pavers, I am not in agreement with that. I don't think every trail needs to be paved. I just don't think they do. I think some, even getting down into the Redwood section, it's not easy. I don't know how a handicapped person would get down there. It's a little difficult. But I just don't think that we need to do trails, particularly the Cavalli Path. I don't understand that, and I'll have more comment on that later, but I'm in support of staff's position.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think probably on this issue I'm somewhere between the commissioners. I would much prefer, and even after looking at the Botanic Gardens' very professionally prepared film, even more convinced that part of the value of a visit to the garden is the natural trail that winds through the various plant areas. I certainly had that impression when I was there. In fact, I compared it to a naturalistic setting I visited many times growing up in Muir Woods in Marin County. And I confess, my friends, we didn't have a problem of access, so I was insensitive to that. But the trails through the redwoods there naturally connected to higher trails, and we'd continue on for miles sometimes until we reached the top of Mount Tamalpais. When I visited the garden recently, I had the same impression. The trails were an integral part of the experience, and I would very much prefer not to have them paved throughout. On the other hand, I think as both a practical matter and as a matter of trying to maximize the opportunity for people with disabilities to have the same experience, I do think there are certain areas where additional slip-free surfaces of some kind can be installed, and I'm attracted to the surfaces which appeared on the slide, some kind of closely interlocking natural stone appearance. I wrote down in my notes for today's hearing that I'm not ready to decide one way or the other what would be best, but I think the suggestion was that this could be worked out, and I agree with that. I think there is room for compromise, both as to the coverage and as to the type of paving. So my vote would be to refer this to the Board of Architectural Review, that this commission would accept their recommendation. I think we have a clear message from the Historical Landmarks Advisory Committee that they don't feel the appropriate surface is the existing pavers, and a majority of those commissioners felt it should be, what is there should be removed. So I'm not sure that that they have a role in deciding, but certainly wouldn't object to that. In any event, if I had to vote today on one choice or another and not defer the matter, I'd be inclined to vote for staff's recommendation as an it's sort of a ready compromise that obviously staff has given a great deal of thought to, but I think we can do better. I think we can do better for the disabled members of the public, and I think we can do better for the historical aspects of the garden.
So Commissioner Cooney, if I read that right, if this condition were to read that the installation of additional pavers were subject to SBR approval, you could live with that condition?
Yes, I could.
Okay, I could too, because the issue is if for some reason the SBR did not approve of the pavers you put in, you have the opportunity to appeal to the commission and make the arguments about why they need to be there if for some reason they weren't there. Commissioner Valencia, you had your light on?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just had one comment. I didn't mean to carry on this, but at the last visit that I went with the staff and with a group touring from the community of Santa Barbara, there was a heavy gentleman who was just elderly and fell, and now this was on the parking lot. He fell because not everybody is sure-footed, believe me, and he was so heavy I couldn't lift him up, and he couldn't lift himself up. And I indicated this at the last meeting. I had to bring my vehicle over, open the door, and have him grab a hold of the door, and then I grab hold of an arm, and it took us about 5 minutes to lift him up. We finally got him standing, and then I had to go get his car and bring it over so he could slip in because he couldn't walk to his car. I reported this to the Botanic Garden, to a staff member, and I reported it to the staff in case they had to do something about it or there was a lawsuit or something. But it's not just people in wheelchairs. It's not just people with walkers. There's a lot of people who have difficulty walking. And if anything you can do to help these people steady through and see this beautiful garden, it would help. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Valencia, if I could ask you, did you? I'm asking you if you would agree with my modified condition that the installation of additional pavers would be subject to SBAR approval?
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Mr.
Aesthetics
Brown,
are
you
important.
have your light on?
You know, Mr. Chair, I'm not in favor of that, and the reason I'm not is that it could well contravene what staff's recommendation is. They could put while I agree what the picture of the pavers or the natural stone I think is an improvement over pavers, I don't agree that this kind of paving material would be acceptable everywhere or anywhere that the BAR saw fit. I don't think it's about, I think there are other issues beyond BAR's purview that apply here. And I wouldn't necessarily, I think it should be, it's sort of beyond their purview to say, oh, we can put pavers anywhere, particularly if there are these ones that are lovely like this. Those are beautiful. I mean, who wouldn't love to have those in your own garden, something like that? But up the Cavalli path, I just don't think it's appropriate.
Well,
so
the Cavalli path, I think, is a separate issue.
But I don't
That's the
agree
third
with
issue.
that way that's written.
Okay,
And maybe
that's-
it needs to be written.
That's fine, but as I read the commission, we've got 3 of us that are in agreement with it, and so that's fine. Let's go on to the design of the Cavalli path. Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, I'm back to the pavers because I did speak for the second time. I respect the idea of Commissioner Cooney, but I'm probably leaning more to the idea. I personally will go with the staff recommendation, the 10% if needed near the new buildings, and I think they'll be very careful, after the construction is done, to put them in the appropriate place.
Okay. Now we're back to the design of the Cavalli path. Mr. Brown, you have some things to say.
I do. First of all, I don't see the need for the path to the kiosk. I think that's what this path is about. I don't understand the kiosk or its importance or its relationship to the mission of the garden. I think it would be better just to have a naturalistic trail through, plant displays there, and to leave it as that. But certainly no paving of any path, no retaining walls. I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish here, but it doesn't make any sense to me. So I would support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Cooney, you were first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern about the Cavalli path is with the Cavalli property in general. I think this wasn't expressed to me by representatives of the garden, but it seems to me that the decision was made to bring the Cavalli property into the conditional use permit to try and resolve some issues, even though the garden doesn't have immediate plans to develop that portion of the garden and has its hands full with the developed portion and upgrading those facilities. But since it is before us and since we do need to make decisions with respect to the use there, I'll start with the path. I agree with staff's recommendation. We should not have a formally developed path that in effect is a roadway over there. I have seen other roadways in sensitive areas of the South Coast where the driveway was put in first and at great expense and with all kinds of retaining walls. And then there's enormous pressure to develop the balance of the property. In my view, this should remain largely undeveloped. And there is an advantage to visitors to the garden who are energetic and capable and willing to make the hike over there, as Commissioner Brooks did, to seeing the beautiful views. But I oppose development of that particular site. And even the kiosk that's suggested seems to me to be an intrusion into the landscape that exists there. So perhaps staff will, and in particular County Council, will have a reason why some development needs to be approved there. But at this point, I thought that with the limitation on residential development that is being proposed for portions of the property, that would be sufficient. And would fill the need the garden has to find housing for its employees. So I oppose both the path and the kiosk.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I, too, support the staff recommendation to leave the Cavalli Trail in a natural state. I don't believe they included the kiosk in that recommendation. Am I correct? No. I then would agree with Commissioner Cooney that a kiosk on that the hillside, it frightened me when I walked up there the other day. Wonderful view. There are other places in the area where anyone, even somebody, in a disabled, in a car or whatever, could get that view. Putting a kiosk up there, as I taught high school for a long time. Kids, evenings up, do we have a tea fire situation? Just putting a structure up there, to me, invites people, and maybe not at the right times or for the right purposes. I would worry about that. I think the land, I don't know, it was purchased. It's a beautiful piece of property. I regret terribly that I didn't get to see it, before the fire. It's very sad to walk up there now, but it is beginning to green. It'll take many years, but it's coming. I see that land at this point, just as a buffer. And I have to say, standing up there looking down at some of the neighbors, I hope that the fire department, they get their hydromulching done really quickly, because there are homes at the bottom of that hill that I'm sure they're going to be in a very nervous state when that rain starts falling. So I, again, support the staff recommendation to leave the trail natural.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, when I was listening to all the speakers here, all the people that were wearing those green buttons, a lot of them were PhDs, some were doctors that are not practicing anymore, and they're all volunteering their help. And they're all in support of the Board of Directors of the Botanic Garden, who have been dealing with this for years and years and years. And they all agree that this should be done, and yet here the staff comes back at the last minute and it comes out with these, why weren't these things negotiated with the board long before it got to this point?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Valencia.
Well, this is deliberation.
These aren't at the last minute, though. I just wanted you to know.
We're in deliberation.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Commissioner Valencia, I think what Ms. Black is trying to point out, that this has been the staff's position all along for some time. As a matter of fact, the reason you're seeing this chart today came from my request at the last meeting. I wanted a side-by-side comparison of any staff recommendation that was different than what the applicant wanted. I think the applicants wanted these things all along, and the staff didn't want to give them to them all along. It just, when I read the staff report at the last meeting, I couldn't easily define where the conflict was between the applicant and the staff.
Mr. Chair, maybe I presented it. It seems to me like it's double jeopardy. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
And
well,
I mean, I read the staff report in the beginning, but when you reintroduce and it comes in again, it's kind of a double jeopardy thing. But it's done. It's done.
Okay. I will say that I can easily count that 3 commissioners don't want to allow the applicant to have the Cavalli path the way they want it. I would disagree, but it's going to be that way. So I guess we're down to the construction of the Cavalli residence and house, and I think that is actually the issue, is like the septic system. And for me, I don't know why the condition needs to be there at all. It should just be taken out. The reality is, if they could, in order for them to get any permit to build anything, they're going to have to get clearance from Environmental Health Services and have some approved sewer or septic system. So it doesn't need to be here at all. I think you can just eliminate it, and if some point in the future EHS approves a system that could be used in this property, then so be it. But we don't need to have a condition that says it has to wait until there's a public sewer. I would just rather just stay with the standard county conditions that operate every place else in the county. This is that kind of thing I was talking about earlier, where you start, you're not careful about the kind of conditions you put in, and they end up coming back to bite you. You want to change them because technology has changed, and you can't because they're part of a track map or that sort of thing. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you that that we need to be careful in applying these conditions so that they're not unrealistically narrow in terms of what technology might produce in the future. But I think in terms of a conditional use permit, there's an important aspect to it that we need to recognize, and we have facilities throughout our community that are operating under conditional use permits in residential areas. Westmont was mentioned, the beautiful gardens of Madame Walska was mentioned. In my neighborhood, there's the Casa de Maria project, which is now Pacifica Graduate Institute. And I think when we're presented with these projects and asked to allow them to continue to operate in conjunction with their surroundings, we do take a look at the project and the intensity of development that's different than we do if it's just a single-family residential application. And so what we're talking about here is accommodating the garden's need for housing for its employees, which it has indicated is the strong motivation for this proposal. And also our need to make sure that anything that is constructed does not, in its cumulative aspects, make the entire development more problematic from an environmental standpoint. So I was in support of staff's requirement that a hookup to the public sewer be required. However, Mr. Monk has convinced me and has provided language I find adequate that if in the future there is a heightened quality of septic system, as we've seen in some other problematic areas of the county, that the garden be able to take advantage of that too. So his condition is stated in his letter of August 25th, 2009 on page 27, and I think staff could take it right out of his letter. It does provide both for the connection to a public sewer system as well as to a state-of-the-art septic system, an advanced treatment system or ATS, and I think that provides sufficient flexibility for the garden to go forward on this issue.
I'm not going to disagree or argue because it has the same effect. I mean, if you write the condition that you can put a sewer in or a septic system if EHS approves it later on, or you take the condition out completely, it's the same result. So I'm not going to argue with you. You can have his additional language.
Well, Mr. Chair, just to disagree on that point, I do think that if the garden went in, if they were not subject to a conditional use permit, but as the owner of residential property went in to apply to build a new residence, they might be able to get DHS approval of a septic system that is not sufficient for the concerns we have with regard to the pressure on our environmental health discharge issues. So I feel that we're requiring them to meet a heightened standard here, and it is one they've suggested would be adequate for their purposes. So maybe the difference is slight, but I think it's symbolic and important.
Like I say, I'm not going to argue. We'll go forward. Okay, so I think Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I will go along with this idea. I have to say that we parked right in that area, and I know there'll be some drainage issues, and those were explained to me by Mr. Tuttle as we stood there, but I'm sure the engineers will take care of all of those. I like the idea, actually, of a small caretaker residence on that side, because I think, you know, for fire, for security, protection, I think maybe even the neighbors would also appreciate that. And then I noticed the size of these, just the little structures, you know, where they'll be having some plantings. I said, is that all that is? It's very small, and not a problem. But as I said, I support the staff recommendation, but I would agree to Commissioner Cooney's, the new language that was brought up today. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Ditto.
Thank you. Okay, next item on my list is the increase in garden activities and events. Oh, I was looking at my memorandum. The memorandum and the slide are not the same. Okay, number 7, 8, 9. So we forget 6 on the front sheet and go to the back sheet. Okay. Sorry, construct 2 parking pullouts along Gainhouse driveway. I'm gathering I'm seeing no lights in here. I'm not. Can I have that bill? They want to redesign the parking stand. Explain to me the difference between what the staff is asking for and what the applicant's asking for.
Mr. Chair, this is, and members of the commission, this is a pretty minor element, but those 2 parking stalls or parking pullouts that offer, I think, combined about 14 spaces, they encroach into sections of a 30% slope. So we're just asking that they be redesigned either with angular parking or just be modified in such a way that they could avoid those slopes. It's a pretty simple, straightforward approach.
And does the applicant agree?
Yes.
Okay, then there's no issue. I wanted the issues where there's disagreement. All right, back to the increase in garden activities versus no increase in garden activities. Commissioner Cooney, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
Mr. Chair, as to all of these issues, I think I have one approach, and that is that the essence of this application is to both increase the number of buildings for use by the garden and its visitors and students and children, and also to increase the use of the facilities over what has been the historical use of the garden. And I think the garden projects that possibly these levels could increase. Staff is concerned and in a number of areas has suggested that potentially Class 1 environmental impacts are reduced in nature because of the restrictions staff is imposing on increases in attendance. The only areas of increase are permitted, as I read the staff's recommendation, for general visitors who come to the garden and who at considerable effort and time work their way up Mission Canyon, finally arrive. It would be, I think, adverse to have a sign saying full, you need to turn around and go back. But as to the activities the garden is proposing, which are listed here as items 7 through 10, I do agree with staff that these are areas where we can limit the use to the historic level, and I think we must do that in order to approve the garden's plan at all. To allow unrestricted growth, I think would be the death knell to the project, and we would be having to deal case by case with the existing situation. So my view is that that by having limits on attendance at the various aspects are indicated, will actually be an improvement over the current situation, because we'll be limiting future growth and future use in a very significant way. I just want to mention at the outset, we can get more detailed later on, but one aspect that I think hasn't been fleshed out sufficiently is how do we measure and enforce these limitations? And I think there are easy ways for the garden to report its attendance in each of these areas, for that to be monitored by staff, and for adjustments to be made where necessary. So as far as I'm concerned, in each of these cases, 7 through 10, I agree with staff's recommendation. I was concerned about the determination of the starting point as we indicated at the very start of the day, but Mr. Tuttle has convinced me that we're using apples and apples, not apples and oranges. So as long as we use those historic figures based on 2005, I'm comfortable with that being increased to a very small extent as recommended.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, looking at the staff report, I mean, going from 10 to 15, so they didn't get an increase at all, but yet they have to have all these fundraisers to raise $100 million over 20 years and be able to build all this with the existing. I mean, I would think that you at least would give them a portion of the differential there from 10 to 15 and from 4 to 8, possibly give them at least a couple more. They're going to have to, you know, you're granting them the buildings and all that, and all they have to do, and somehow or another, they're going to have to raise all those funds. So these additional, you know, what's it going to hurt to go 2 more days out of the year? Give them 2 more days as a compromise, or giving 2 more times per year to hold the private properties, go from 4 to 6, and from 10 to 12.
Commissioner Brooks, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brown was actually next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of thoughts on this. I do support the staff recommendation, and here's why I do that. I've taken classes at the Garden, probably a couple dozen over the course of a decade, and it's been interesting is that some classes you've had to be at the Garden. Those obviously with native plants. It's been wonderful to walk, to have your lecture in the classroom and to walk out into the Garden, and there they are. But there have been many other classes I've taken that didn't have to have the class in the Garden. There was little connection, and it made no difference. Even some of the evening events on the lectures, that could have been held anywhere, and they could have been held probably to better effect where you could have had more people. So I've always been puzzled by the need to do this when I thought that there were some off-site opportunities where the Garden could increase some of their lectures and events and classes and do what they want to do, but not do it necessarily in the Garden, because you didn't need to have that connection there. The other thing is that, you know, it just seems that the Garden is trying to become an event center, not one that's has a mission of education and research. And I don't support that. I don't support all the increase in the number of events, the Doggy Day, the art installations. I think that's just overreaching and going way beyond what the mission of this Garden is, and there's certainly impacts to all of that, as what we've seen. So I'm very supportive of staff's recommendations.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Blau. Again, when I go back to the mission statement, education, preservation, cultivation, and research. I have it, PERC is the acronym I've been using in my head as I go through here. I look at number 9 and the increase in classes. Again, that reflects the mission statement of education, lecture series. 7 and 8, I guess I have a problem with. And I think it's because, again, I'm looking at the fire safety. I think some of the CAPS staff looked at the numbers coming in and out, traffic, noise, et cetera. And as I say, I support the staff's recommendation, but I certainly feel if you're going to have this state-of-the-art, you're going to have new buildings, wonderful opportunities for, educators to come in, more children to come in. And if you're going to have a cap, I would say, why so many fundraisers and private parties? Because they certainly could be held at different locations. When I started researching about the Garden, not living where I do, I've been there many times, but the same day I was reading about the Garden, I look in the Independent, back in the entertainment section, and I read an article about dancing in the trees. And a woman, is going out finding 50 adults so that they can dance under the Herb Parker, the exhibit. And good idea. She herself doesn't drive, so she's not going to bring extra traffic in. She said she takes public transportation, which is another issue. But 50 people, okay, and they bring their families and their friends, and it's wonderful. But is this going to? Does this mean when people come for an event like that, or if they come for a wedding, will that mean, because of the caps, which I agree with, that other people won't be able to come. So, looking at a balance there, I would say, I'd like to see more opportunities for the educational researchers coming to the garden, as well as the general public on a quiet day, or the three, I guess, going by the 1.8 increase yearly that would be allowed under the cap, that would bring about an average of 415 people to the garden each day. But then to have these huge fundraisers located there, and also, weddings, receptions, I just don't know if that's appropriate. But that's just me.
Commissioner Cooney, Commissioner Valencia was, I think, asking the question, would you consider modifying or raising the number of events from what's here to some number between zero, what the applicant wants and what their staff is proposing?
Well, I don't want to be unreasonable about this. To me, the biggest concern is the number of attendees. And if the garden felt it was more beneficial to increase the number of classes but reduce the number of attendees, I don't feel they should be unreasonably limited in doing that. But what I'm not willing to do is increase the number of attendees at any of the events, fundraisers, parties, or lecture series. So,
I think what Commissioner Valencia was talking about was like number 7 up there, rather than make it. They could have 12 fundraisers. They could have 6 private parties. And he's just trying to. Because they're building a big facility, because they have to raise money, we should be able to have an increase in both fundraisers and private parties. That's what will help pay for the facility. And that's what Commissioner Valencia was saying.
I understand. I guess my question to Mr. Tuttle is whether the fundraisers as a unit are limited according to the 2005 baseline. So if we increase the number of fundraisers and the number of private parties, we'd actually be increasing the number of attendees.
Didn't I see in Mr. Monk's a chart that it was 300 people was at the fundraiser, and it was 300 was the limit on the private parties or the weddings? Maybe I'd missed something.
So, Mr. Chair, I think we need to go back to what Alex reviewed at the very beginning of the hearing to refresh the Commission's memory about this whole what's our starting point. So we sort of have 3 different sets of data that we've used in different ways. For the CEQA baseline, we used 2005 as the baseline number. We also analyzed the 10-year historic data. So we looked at 10 years worth of data, and we provided information about that. What we've included in the recommendation is actually neither of those. It's the historic peak, which is higher than either the CEQA baseline, the 2005 number, or the 10-year historic average. It's actually a more of a historic peak. So it already has built in some flexibility, and that's why we didn't recommend going any further. So I just wanted to make that very clear. The other point, I think, is we have not said that attendance will be limited to 1.8% growth per year. We, in fact, are not limiting normal visitors to the garden. I think we assumed a particular growth rate in our analysis, but we aren't putting a cap or a limit on daily attendance.
Well, I'm not sure that was the whole question. The question was, if we have this fundraiser, if I remember correctly, the fundraiser has a limitation of 300 people, and that was the same of the private party or the wedding.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. There, the total attendance for a fundraiser, the garden indicates currently is a max of 300 people, and that would remain. And then as far as the private parties go, such as the weddings, their current max attendance is 200, and they were requesting that to be up to 300 per event. Staff's recommendation was to keep it at the 200 limit.
Oh, so we're missing an issue of disagreement here. So that's
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure you'd recognize me. Now I'm sure you hadn't, so I'll wait.
No, Mr. Chairman Cooney, I directed the question to you, actually. Yeah.
Well, I think there needs to be a combination of events and attendance. And what I am hearing now is that if we increase the number of events, we are increasing the number of attendees, because it would be up to the garden whether 300 people came or 280 or whatever. There's no overall limitation on that. In other CUPs in which I've participated, there has been a limit, an overall limit on attendees. So the holder of the CUP could decide that they would have more events or less, but the number of attendees would vary depending on a total. So if I understand staff's recommendation here, it's that, first of all, the number's a little different, and I appreciate Ms. Black pointing out how it was reached. Let's assume for the moment that I'll accept the peak of the garden's historic average of these events in a given year is the baseline for purposes of the condition. Then I'm not willing to allow an increase in the number of events themselves, because that is going to cause an increase in the number of attendees. So, and behind all this is the notion of compromising the garden's need to raise funds with the need of the surrounding community to be at peace. And I think we have to reach a compromise based not just on what's good for the garden, but what's good for the community. So I think staff is making the right recommendation. Let's stick to the historic number at the peak, and the number of attendees is limited according to the conditional use permit.
Okay, I'm not sure where this is going. That thoroughly confuses me. I've got no clue now if I'm the garden to figure out how to count the numbers. I mean, they're not talking about what the total attendance is for the year. You're talking about you're going to limit them to 10 fundraisers for 300 people, 4 private parties of 200 people, and 70 lecture series, and that's the limitation, because there's no limitation or count of anybody outside of those activities. Did I get that right?
Mr. Chair, those are the only special events that can occur. Otherwise, it's just regular attendees at the garden that come to visit the garden.
Right. So does
garden
Commissioner
itself.
Cooney understand that the only limitation is what you see on 7 through 10? And they have changed what in the past used to be 300 people in a private party is now 200. So they can only have 800 people in private parties in total, and they can only have 3,000 people in fundraisers. As I read the current conditions.
Mr.
Maybe
Chair,
if I'm wrong, tell me.
this is just the points of disagreement. So let me have Alex tell you all of the uses if you would find that helpful. Because what you asked us to do is just to provide you the points of disagreement between the applicant and us. So.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, there is a table in there, 2 tables in their project description on page C10 of the original staff report, and it was cleaned up in a memo dated August 5th, 2009, with those 2 tables. And it identifies several categories of activities, each of which identify, with one exception, a maximum attendance and then a maximum number of events per year. So you have daytime classes, current attendance of up to between 10 and 20, proposed attendance of up to 22 people. You have similar with nighttime classes. You have master gardener and docent training. The garden currently holds up to 20 sessions of those programs per year with up to 50 people in attendance. The garden isn't proposing any increase in that, so we didn't address it as a proposed disagreement. But they would still, under the CUP, be limited to that number and that attendance level. With the annual lecture series, they currently hold up to 7 sessions per year, 7 lectures per year, with an attendance of up to 70 people, and their proposal was to increase that up to 125 people. And that's the one place where staff did have a recommendation that just keep it at their current attendance of up to 70 people per lecture. Then you go down to their special events, which fall into various categories. You have plant sales, book signings. Those are the types of events that people will kind of stagger in and out throughout the day. They currently hold up to 4 of those per year, with up to 250 people per event, and they're not proposing any increases in that, so we didn't identify it as an issue. But nonetheless, by identifying it within this table, that they would then now be limited to that as part of their conditional use permit. The one issue, or the one activity level, arts and crafts exhibits, that they haven't identified as with any maximum attendance, and that's because similarly to other community festivals, people will come and go throughout the day, and it's not a single one-time event. So trying to identify a current or a maximum attendance just wasn't applicable in that instance. Then you have your community festivals, up to 750 people per day, 2 of those per year. And then your fundraisers, and that's where staff's recommendation is to keep them at their current or historic peak of 10 per year. Just to go back to the community festivals, again, they're not proposing any increase in the number or size of those events, so, but they would be limited to those numbers under their CUP. And then a couple other small categories that we haven't identified, again, specifically because they aren't proposing an increase, is community group meetings, up to 150 people per event, up to 20 per year. Symposia and workshops, those are, again, up to 150 people per event, up to 2 per year. That might occur over a 3-day period.
So, Mr. Lotte, you're doing great, but did I not see on the chart from the applicant that the number of people in the private parties was 300 and not 200, or did I misread that? It was 300. So actually, you're asking for a decrease in the number of private parties if that's the case. If that's the case, I'm just pointing it out. I thought he said that, historically, are you telling me that their private parties are 200 or are they 300? What's the max?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, according to the information we have in the table, their current limit or their current attendance is 200. They're proposing to go up to 300. Staff is recommending that they stay at 200 for those events.
Okay, so that's another issue that we have disagreement with the applicant on.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then lastly, they have recognition events, up to 200 people per event, up to 3 per year. And again, no requested increase in that, but with all of these, whether they're requesting an increase or not, the levels would be regulated by the conditional use permit, both in terms of the number they could hold each year and the total attendance for each of those.
And just to follow up on this, on the private parties, the average was 200, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's the max.
No, that was, when you took a look at their historical data, was that an average, or was that the max they'd ever had for a private party?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that was identified as the max, the peak. The average would be below that.
Okay, so the most people they've had at a private party is 200 people. Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure.
Now, certainly another approach your commission could take is, rather than saying you can have 4 private parties up to 200 per event, you could similarly say you can have up to 800 people coming to the garden associated with the private parties, and allow them to adjust how many events that would fall into accordingly. But the one issue with that is you don't, and this was staff's concern, is you don't want an event up there with 600 people that could have significant traffic and evacuation issues. So that's why the no event is identified to exceed 300.
Just so we can get this thing moving along, Commissioner Cunha, you are the swing vote on this issue, I'm certain. So why don't you tell us what we're doing so we can go to the next item?
Well, I think this has been helpful, not only for the commission, but for everyone involved. I'm sure the applicant is well aware of these fine distinctions, but what I'm proposing is to accept staff's recommendation as explained, and in each of these cases where there's been specific disagreement in what the applicant is asking for and what staff is recommending, I'm indicating my preference to stay with staff's recommendation, as I think attendance is the key. Now, in saying that, I think it's quite a concession to make on the part of the commission, at least those who agree with me, that we're going to pick the peak attendance over a 10-year period leading up to the notice of preparation. That is more people than the garden has actually had attending these events in the past. So I think, Commissioner Valencia, to your point, this proposal that staff is making is actually calling for an increase in the number of it, or at least allowing the applicant to have an increase in attendance without increasing the number of events.
Mr. Chair and
Mr.
Commissioner Cooney, I'm not going to try to rebut anything, but everything is relative, you know. Some people see the glass half empty, some full. And what I see is everybody in this, or most of the people, whether they're on the positive side or the negative side, whichever side that is, they all love the garden, want to preserve it, want it to be a great garden, but it costs money to do all that, and you all know that on both sides. And somehow or another, you're going to have to raise some funds to keep this going. And the garden didn't grow by itself; it was created. It was created, you know. And what did it take to create it? It took a lot of money to create it, and you need to look at that.
Okay, I think that issue, I think, is dead for me, so I'd like to go on. I did have just one question, because the fire department's here and I wanted to get this. Yeah. I'm watching the news this morning, and I see this new chemical in Florida that you can spray on your house. It's about $600 for the chemical to spray on the house. Your house won't burn, last 18 hours. Anybody looking into that? Just curious, I mean. I know, I'm about ready to take a break. That's why I was stray, so.
I want to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Blau. When we talk about caps on attendance, I believe this is all going back to some of the impacts that we're looking at, such as, you know, fire. We have a fire protection plan. I don't know all the nuts and bolts of a fire protection plan, but I will be, again, in the spirit of compromise on this, you know, with the, I'll agree with the staff recommendation, you know, to keep these events at what they are. But the reason that we're looking at the caps is because of, you know, of the fire concerns. How do we get all these people out of that canyon? It goes back to transportation, you know, buses, large buses, little buses, trolleys. I think it's really important. You know, it's probably one of the issues that I've spent the most time about. And I realize that the garden needs to do fundraisers, but I mean, we have many, many facilities outside of this fire-prone area where you could have a lovely dance and a lovely occasion and probably raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. And, you know, I'll go along, but I just think these, the activities where you have that many people there at the same time, they're there at night, they're there possibly having an alcoholic beverage. I mean, there's just all kinds of issues that make that type of event for me in that location. You know, daytime, people coming, strolling in and out, you know, but these intense events at night, just, it bothers me. I just want to go on record with that. I will go along, you know, with the staff recommendation or you know, whatever my commissioners agree to. But again, we're looking at research, children, education, nature. That's not going on, you know, at a huge fundraiser.
So are we ready for a short break? Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. With that discussion concluded, that has taken care of, I think, the issues that were, to my way of thinking, unresolved between perhaps the staff, the commission, and the applicant. So I believe Commissioner Brown has some additional questions. Am I correct? Or comments you want to make?
Mr. Chair, if this is the time, I do have some additional questions regarding a couple of the conditions and some things on the fuel and on the fire prevention plan. So I didn't know where we
Mr.
wanted
Chair,
to go with this.
if just so we clear up where we've been, there is one issue that I spoke with County Council about after or during the break, and maybe Ms. Van Mullum can explain the limitation that we have with regard to changing the condition on the possible future septic system revision, because there is a legal issue there.
Ms. Van Mullen.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, and members of the Commission, my concern on this issue, your Commission has the discretion to change the conclusions of the environmental impact report, as long as substantial evidence supports your conclusion. The environmental impact report on this issue concluded that private septic would be a significant impact. So staff's recommendation is a mitigation of that significant impact. To change the condition would also be to change the conclusion of the environmental impact report. My concern is that the future septic system hasn't been analyzed in the environmental impact report. We don't know what that future septic system would be and what the potential impacts would be at this point. So that's the concern I have about changing that condition. We need to have the substantial evidence in the administrative record to support that changed conclusion of the EIR.
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think maybe it's just a discussion we have when this goes into the record, but what we're talking about is any septic system in its current technology would have an adverse impact. But we're saying if there's a septic system that is designed that has no impact because, for example, it produces no effluents, or it is stored and taken and put someplace else, or it's reused in a farming operation. I think what we're talking about is an existing septic technology. And I think what Commissioner Cooney pointed out so probably eloquently was that was the fine distinction. He is saying that it's this enhanced system that would be approved, not the one that would be there today. So that's why maybe the language is appropriate, and I may have been wrong about having the condition be there altogether. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to be mindful that we have certain limitations in terms of what the mitigations are for the various aspects of the project, and what we don't want is for the project to fail because we were aggressive in terms of our willingness to accept some future technology. So I think the safer course would be for us to approve the existing mitigation, which is that any new residence has to connect to a public sewer system, but invite the applicant to take advantage of the substantial conformity process if and when they're ready to take out their building permit. There is another technology that would satisfy staff is protective of the environment. In other words, I don't think we can make the finding today that there is a better system out there, or a system that won't cause the problem. If we could, I'd be glad to do it, but I think the procedure would be based on the evidence we have in the record to date. We can't be sure there will be a system. All we can do, I mean, I suppose we could attach to the condition that some language to the effect that we're not opposed to the applicant applying for a different technology in the future, something like that, that would at least be a marker for staff in the future that would encourage them to look at that technology. Are you okay with that?
Would he have to come? I'm okay with that if he doesn't have to come back and amend the CUP. Is that what you're saying? You're going to get some language that?
Mr. Chair, there's 3 levels of permit revisions that can occur. Substantial conformity is at a staff level, amendment is at the director level, and a revision is at the planning commission level. And I think what Commissioner Cooney is suggesting is that your commission wouldn't require that it come back to you on its face, and it would just go through the normal ordinance sift. And so it just depends on if the system's effective in addressing the issues that were identified in the environmental document. Presumably, they're not going to come forward with something that isn't. And then it would likely be a substantial conformity.
Okay. So you are changing the language to allow substantial conformity determination? Because the way it's written right now, I would think that a future director might not even, it says it's got to be a sewer, it's got to be a sewer, period. But you're going to have some language in that gives the director the ability to make substantial conformity determination?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we can add something that indicates that the commission's is fine with them coming back in and applying for a change in that condition through substantial conformity.
That's the point. I think we should offer gratuitous language. It's not essential to the condition, but I think it would be helpful to the applicant in the future, provided the technology is developed, and we all can see that on the horizon. That would be a marker for staff and for the director to allow the most efficient process possible with regard to changing the condition.
That works for me. Any others, Commissioner Cooney, before we go to Commissioner Brown?
No, I think that brings us up to date on what we've discussed so far. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question based on a letter from Carol Bornstein, and it's regarding the fire protection plan. And I would like I don't know who this is, it's fire department or the garden, to address this, where the fire protection plan has a prohibited plant list, and many of the plants on this list are California native plants. Well, one of the conditions is that the garden adhere to the fire protection plan. Well, it makes no sense because you'd have no native plants in there. Also, there's it discusses about adherence to fuel protection zones. And Ms. Bornstein's letter says, well, for living displays, it should be something different. And I would concur, so I would like to get some comment from the fire department or from DUDAC, because I don't believe that we should be putting a condition in that restricts or puts conditions on how what plants you're going to plant if they're native plants, or how they're going to be displayed if they're not around buildings. For instance, there's another example where it says grasses have to be mowed within 6 inches. Well, as you well know, there's a lot of native grasses that have inflorescence up to 3 or 4 feet. So it doesn't make any sense that you're a botanic garden, yet we're restricting you on what you can do because of fire protection. So perhaps the fire department would like to make a comment on this, because I think we're going to need to change the condition or rewrite the fire protection plan.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, when the fire department initially met with DUDAC Associates to look at the fire protection plan, the county fire department at that time did support a plant list for the county that we recommended both private citizens and a development like Botanic Gardens to make use of. Since the T fire and since the Hezecita fire, that list is no longer in use by the county fire department, because our stance is it's not necessarily the plants, but it's how people create their defensible space and the placement of those plants. So that's been a direction that our fire marshal has had us take, and post T fire and post Hezecita fire, it makes sense. We need to allow people to make the decisions of what they want to plant, but the fire department's there to give them recommendations to enhance their defensible space and to keep their property and structures safe, with the idea that access for fire department is still a main priority, as well as evacuation and of citizens.
Okay.
So do we need to delete the condition?
Well, what I think it needs to go back to staff to rewrite the condition, or to have the fire protection plan rewritten so that it doesn't have these prohibitions or these conditions in the plan that are contrary to the mission of the garden and what we're trying to accomplish here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners. What I would suggest is, based on this information, is that the fire protection plan itself be revised to pull out references to the prohibited plant list, which would give the garden more flexibility in what plants and how they maintain their exhibits. As far as the fuel management zones, those are specifically around the buildings where it is still important to have some control over how the vegetation is laid out immediately around buildings. It wouldn't affect the garden's ability to manage their exhibits further afield, so to speak. So I think those are two issues. One is the prohibited plant list, and then the other is whether just the overall fuel modification approach around buildings is a concern, and if that's the case, then might want to hear from the preparers of the plan as far as their thoughts.
So if someone from DUDEC is here who could discuss that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mike Huff. I prepared the fire protection plan. With regards to the prohibitive plant list, that can be removed, especially based on the fire department's recommendation. With regard to the fuel mod zones, we don't recommend, basically there's a function for that fuel mod zone, and it's to gradually reduce the intensity of fire as it approaches these structures. So putting different plants in those zones needs to be carefully considered. And the way that a lot of the fire protection plan is prepared and written right now, you can't deviate too much, especially closer to the structures. Definitely placement, maintenance, and irrigation are critical in the first zone. As you move out from there, placement and distribution, horizontal spacing and vertical spacing are the keys. So I guess our recommendation would be to clarify that the restrictions are really required for the areas closest to the structures. And how they currently maintain their landscape is pretty consistent with what we're recommending.
Okay, well, I don't have any problem with that, but I think that from what I hear you say, then it's just that we're going to have the fire protection plan revised, and you take out that prohibited plant list because most of them are a lot of natives on there. So I don't know how staff wants to handle that. With maybe it's not changing the condition; it's just changing the fuel protection plan. So that needs to be. So how would that in the overall process? Wouldn't we need to see that? How would that occur? How would we do that in terms of this project?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think at the conclusion of your discussions today, we are going to recommend that you continue this, take a conceptual action and continue this item for final staff documents.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. I may have something else.
Well, you had some. I'll bring it up. So you brought it to me. We're bonding for landscaping. To condition 88.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the focus on that is obviously not the living exhibits that the garden maintains. We don't want to get in the business of managing that. It's more to address some of the landscaping that would occur that would address some of the screening issues around buildings or around some of the parking areas, consistent with a landscape plan that the garden would finalize through the BAR process, which would be different than the landscaping and the maintenance of their own garden exhibits.
So are we bonding for the installation or are we bonding for the maintenance?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it would be bonding for the installation and then a typical 2 to 3 year maintenance.
Okay. As I've always said in the past, I have a real problem with that. You don't need the bond for the installation when you're doing new buildings. If the landscape plan is part of the building permit process or the building plan process, they don't get occupancy until all the work is done. Just like you don't get, and if the landscaping is not done, they don't get occupancy. Now, if the landscaping is not done, they want occupancy, that's when you put up a bond for whatever's missing. But it's kind of like putting up a bond for a building permit. It's silly. And I think that if anybody would be exempt from a bond for maintenance of the landscaping that's screening their buildings, it would be the Botanical Society. I just think that's an incredible waste of money and time. But I don't know how the rest of my commissioners feel.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as
Mr.
I read
Brown.
the condition, it just talks about performance securities for installation of tree protection measures and tree replacement. I'm wondering if this condition shouldn't be rewritten to be more specific to what you've just addressed, Mr. Tuttle. If you may, perhaps we could look at that, and when you come back, address some of these issues, if the commission agrees, and what Chair Blau has discussed, just so it's a little more specific. Maybe you feel it already is, but from what you said and what I read it, they don't seem to kind of.
Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, just limit it to the entrance, the roadway, the entrance, make sure that's presentable and feasible, but nothing else, really.
Well, I guess it's just incredible for me. You got a 501(c) that raises millions of dollars for a garden, and we're concerned that they're not going to maintain the garden plants it's nuts. I'm sorry, it's crazy. I think we just need to get rid of it altogether.
Mr. Chair, if I might just add to that discussion, I think we do have a different situation when we have a conditional use permit, because ultimately, if the conditions aren't complied with, then the matter comes back before the commission for revocation. And I'm positive this applicant is not going to allow that to happen. I'm not concerned, excuse me, about the placement of security as long as the condition for the planting is clear.
And I would clearly agree with that. We just don't need for them to bond for it. Yeah. Other issues? I'm not seeing any lights, Commissioner Cooney. This is in the 1st District. How do you want to proceed?
Oh, I do have other issues.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what your light button's for. Get after it.
Thank you. There are just a couple of additional conditions that I think are appropriate, given the very keen interest in this permit from the standpoint of the applicant, its supporters, and from the neighborhood. A number of the letters that were written to us, and some of the testimony as well, was from the immediate neighbors to the garden, and that's a completely different viewpoint than any of us on the commission have, and I think we need to respect those concerns. For example, I'm recalling one letter from Ms. Yamamura, who testified at our first hearing, that her concerns were on the level of how are people going to manage the stop signs at the intersection of Tunnel and Mission Canyon, and what about the fact that we're not allowed to walk through the garden to get to the other side to visit friends on Tunnel, and what about the interference of events, noise, sound attenuated so that it doesn't interfere with our normal activities. These are all things that I think are of less importance to the entire community than they are to the people who are immediately affected by the garden's activities. So with respect to that, I don't want to propose a long list of conditions, but what I would like to do is to see if my fellow commissioners would agree that we build into this permit an automatic review of this permit after an interval of time. I suggest 5 years. This would not be a revocation hearing. This would be a review hearing when the commission at that time, not us, but would have a chance to hear from the neighborhood again as to how things have been going in terms of the garden's living in more harmony with its neighbors. I think it's an important protection for the neighborhood that they don't have to induce a hearing to revoke the permit if there's going to be a period of time within which there's an automatic review. And that also brings to mind, that's issue number one. The second issue is the construction period. By the garden's testimony, we may be talking about a period of 10 years over which the improvements are going to be actually installed on the ground. And along with the other significant construction in a fairly narrow area, this is going to have a significant impact. I think we can assist in that regard by inducing some kind of a break in construction, allow the garden to indicate which phases it plans to begin with, and then between phases have a rest period where there is no construction ongoing. That was done in the Westmont case, I think, satisfactorily. And also, I think road closures are particularly sensitive, and that if it already doesn't, and I didn't see it, we should have a prohibition during construction of closing either Mission Canyon or Las Canoas to through traffic. I also have a concern about, and there was some testimony at our last hearing about the impact of large vehicles, oversized buses being stuck on the road and blocking traffic, and that may be satisfied by the installation of the hammerheads, that the turnarounds the fire department and the fire protection plan have worked on. I'll speak with staff about that, but if not, I'd be suggesting that we have a limitation on the size of vehicles that can bring visitors to the garden. I think that's my list for now. Oh, a final one. Just throw this out. This is not a big issue, but it's an important issue to the community, and that is in terms of the garden's activities and the transformation that's been suggested from its scholarly historic roots to a Disneyland-esque amusement park. I don't see any need for the snack window in the new buildings, and I think that should be eliminated. There is the ability in the gift shop to get a drink, get some water. That's all that should be necessary. I don't think we need to be inducing more use of the facility by any kind of food serving operation.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Commissioner Cooney about the vehicle limitation. I support that, but it seems to me that in one of the photographs we saw that it was an MTD bus that had difficulties. So I think in a vehicle limitation I don't think you can restrict MTD buses going up there. I'm not sure I realize some of these other big, huge buses, which aren't appropriate, but it's a public roadway that allows these types of vehicles. Perhaps staff can provide some other thinking on this, but I think that may be appropriate just because of where it is and what has occurred, but I'm not sure how you can do that.
Just a general comment. I think that's it's out of our purview. I think that's up to engineering. We could make a recommendation that they look at that, and maybe they want to restrict trucks, buses of a certain length from going there. That would be their purview. Let me address the other two that you asked about, Commissioner Cooney. As far as the food service goes, as a diabetic, you're doing me a disservice. If I visit the botanical garden, I stay there more than 6 hours, I better bring my own food. So I don't think a snack shack is that far out of line. 4 hours, well, for me it's 6, Joe, but I take different drugs. And as far as the 5-year review in the PD, I have a real problem with that because what are you going to do? I mean, they go out and they fundraise, I don't know what they're raising, $5, $6, $7 million. they build their new building, they have their fundraisers, they have their private parties, they have their income, and for whatever reason, the commission 5 years from now decides that, no, I think 10 fundraisers is too many. Let's just have one. I think 4 parties are too many. Let's just have one. So they go out and spend $5, $8, $10 million, and all of a sudden get their legs cut underneath them. You want to have some kind of review in 5 years where you want to make sure that they have done the things that we require them to do today. That's okay, but to have them come back and say, well, no, I think what Commissioner Cooney's talking about is where they come back and we could write new conditions.
No, not true.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I think I'm in complete agreement with your last statement. It is simply a report by the garden and by staff on the garden's performance, and neighbors are welcome to come and testify as to their own experiences, but there's no ability, based on a lack of violations, to reopen the conditions.
Okay. But why would you just not have the staff go out and do an investigation to see if there's any violations? And if there is,
absolutely. The staff is going to be, and I think an important part of the conditions is that the garden is going to be reporting to staff on a regular basis, and maybe we ought to specify how often, on the number of visitors, the number of classes, the activities that we've been talking about. Staff will know also about the level of building. I'm just building in a mechanism where all of these things can be brought to public light after a period of time. Maybe 5 isn't the right number, but I do think that given the interest in this project, which exceeds any other single project the commission has reviewed in my 5 years on the commission, we ought to have a mechanism to bring it back to public view, not for the purpose of changing conditions. That would require a new permit application by the applicant or a violation of these conditions that was sufficient in seriousness to justify a new hearing. I'm just talking about a report, a briefing to a future commission on performance.
okay, I'm not going to argue about it too vehemently, but I just don't see the purpose of it, to tell you the truth. And I also see it to be kind of an expensive proposition to do that. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm concerned now that we're getting a little nitpicky, and if they have a snack window, what's that going to hurt how is it going to hurt anything? I remember when Val Verde came before us about 10 years ago, and there was they were trying to bring more school children in, and people were concerned about, the people that live by there said that if these cars come in by and these buses drive by, they're just going to disturb us. Well, they complained enough that Val Verde now is up for sale. It's up. It's not operating. It's not going to be operating anymore. The children aren't going to be going in there. It's going to be some private estate now. But for 10, 15, 20 years, people were able to see that beautiful estate and go in. We were fortunate enough to go inside and have our lunch in there. It's just something that people should see how gorgeous that piece of property is. Well, that's coming to an end. We restricted the daylights out of it. I hope we don't do that to the garden.
Mr. Brown.
I am in support of returning to the commission with sort of an overview of the garden's compliance. And the reason I say that is that, we've heard enough projects here where we hear things like music this and amplified sound that and night lighting. And I think it's not that the garden isn't going to be a good neighbor, but I think it would help their record keeping and they would do something more formalized than if they didn't have something like that, so that they would record if there were complaints, because I think there is a process now that people can call and they have to keep a log if there are complaints about, maybe there's not, but it seemed to me I recalled something like that somewhere or reading. So I think it would be important that we've done that with other projects. It's not, I wouldn't think it's onerous. I think it's something the staff could present. And opportunity for the public to come if they say that we have reported it and the garden has not been responsive, or they have been responsive, or whatever the case may be. But I would support Commissioner Cooney on that.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to respond to Commissioner Cooney's request. I agree that some type of overview after a few years, is appropriate. I also want to respond to the idea of the buses, and I guess you say this is outside the purview of the plan. However, that being said, certainly the issue was brought up before us by many members of the public. It seems to me in this day and age that I was surprised that the MTD buses would even be allowed up there, considering their size and the narrow quality of the roads. I don't know how this can be done. I know the morning when I was there, somebody came up in a yellow cab. I know that Santa Barbara has a very active promotion for car-free Santa Barbara. There are the electric trolleys that run downtown. If it's outside the purview of the plan, maybe if you have some extra money, to have a trolley available, at a certain point. I know it comes in for the events, but, and perhaps, the city will be moving more toward these smaller vehicles, rather than the large MTD buses. But it just seems, to move to something smaller, and that would be, what the garden would use and encourage people to use. I don't remember seeing anything in mitigation as far as, promoting carpooling. Was it there? As far as to relieve, well, I guess then that brings us to the issue of parking spaces. So I guess it's all interwoven. But basically, my comment is to support Commissioner Cooney's statements about the large vehicles for transportation. I'm not discussing construction.
Okay. I see no more lights on. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Cooney, I think we need you to give us some kind of motion to move this forward.
What I understand Ms. Black's suggestion to be is that we reschedule, or that we schedule this matter for a future hearing for the purpose of reviewing modifications to conditions consistent with our deliberations. If appropriate, we could have a conceptual motion today. Would that be helpful to staff?
Well, I was going to, could we, if we could do that, then we could put this on the consent calendar, as long as we file, and each one of us would have the ability to pull it off if the conditions weren't written correctly. Just asking the question.
I honestly think that
You're gonna pull it off
there's
anyway?
going to be enough
Okay.
complication to, we will have an opportunity ahead of the public perhaps to see the conditions, but that doesn't mean that there won't be questions raised about them. So I think it's important to justify its own hearing, and fortunately our schedule permits us in the near future to hold another brief hearing on this. I'm not talking about a lengthy public hearing. I'm talking about an opportunity for staff to craft these conditions and findings in a way that is consistent with our views today.
Well, it looks like September 16th is only 2 hours and 30 minutes, so I think we could do it there. I have a question for County Council. Obviously, if we do that, we would hold a public hearing again. Do we have the ability to limit the public comment to the condition changes that were made today?
Mr. Chair, yes, you can limit the public comment to the information that's new at that hearing.
Okay.
So it would just be the revised conditions.
And because what I'm concerned with is if we're going to add it to this meeting, we don't need 4 hours of I'm in support and I'm not in support. We've done that, but if there's obviously some concern about the conditions that Commissioner Cooney has posed or the ones we've changed, we would want to hear the concerns about those. So I guess, which is your motion to, Ms. Black, would the September 16th date work, do you think?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we could accommodate that.
As a general, motion, Mr. Chair, I would propose that the commission today give conceptual approval to the application of the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden for a conditional use permit, subject to the findings and conditions contained in our staff report as updated through this hearing, and consistent with modifications to those which have been suggested today. Now, I could go through those specifically and we could identify those, but I think the record's been clear about that, and if there's any clarification staff needs, they can certainly ask, but that would be the motion.
Great. And just for my, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for one clarification?
You can ask all you want.
I think the only issue we didn't quite understand from staff's perspective is the snack window, and whether you were proposing to eliminate just the snack window or the whole service.
Well, actually, we didn't. Actually, we should take a little straw vote on that. I mean, I'm not in favor of it. I believe Commissioner Valencia is not in favor of it. And I would, I would appeal to your
that was my question.
sense. I mean, Commissioner Cooney, it is a problem for me if I go to a place like that and spend all day and there's not a snack window. I mean, it causes a problem.
Well, my understanding, Mr. Chair, is, and this would matter to me if it's not true, that that there is minimal snack service available in the existing gift shop now for drinks and candy bars and things like that. If what is being proposed is nothing more than that, I don't care if it's served out of a different window or not. But what I understood to be the applicant's request was more substantial, hamburgers and cooked food, things like that. So maybe we should get that straight. Mr. Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The proposal, as I understand it, for the snack window was to be able to bring in prepackaged foods, sandwiches,
cold sandwiches,
bagels, things of that nature, yogurts maybe, and then also packages of soup or cup of noodle type variety that could be heated in a microwave, I think is the intent behind that. There would be no actual food preparation facilities on site other than a microwave. So it would primarily be just those quick eat items. They are described on page page C8 of the conditions of approval. It indicates light lunch fare consisting of prepackaged foods such as salads and sandwiches, various snack foods, fruit, and primarily bottled or canned drinks. Microwave would be provided to heat prepackaged foods, available during regular visiting hours only.
There's two issues. One is having the ability to prepare food for special events. I'm not opposing that. I understand the need to accommodate visitors to the garden on that level. What we're talking about is a place for regular drop-in visitors or students, members of the staff, and so forth to obtain food from a specific facility. Which could lead to cooked food to the extent that soup is warmed, okay? As I said, it's more a symbolic issue. I don't have an objection to serving cold foods to the public. I don't want anything heated, cooked, served as a snack shack. This should not be a restaurant operation of any sort. It's like buying peanuts at the zoo. Fine, no problem. But I don't want people to go up there specifically for lunch. That's an additional amenity that I don't think is essential to the garden's functions. And so, at least for me, it's important that we make that distinction. So, in terms of the language of the condition as prepared, with the elimination of the warmed foods by whatever method, that's acceptable.
Mr. Brown.
Go ahead, Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of switching subjects. I think I
Well,
understand that one. So if you had something else on
Well,
this.
I'm not sure we do. We haven't pulled the commission yet. That's why I wanted you to wait. Commissioner Brown, do you feel the same way?
I guess my question is this an attended window? Is this somebody goes into the gift shop and buys this? What is envisioned here, now that we've opened up this?
Mr.
Window,
Chair,
what
Commissioners, I think I would have to defer that to the applicant to respond to that question.
I don't think they have any.
Get the head cook up there.
I'm Doug Singletary. I'm the architect for the project. As we entered into this, we had some of the difficulty of definition that you're speaking of too, because we've heard this from the neighborhood, we do not want to become a destination restaurant. On the other hand, we want to have the ability for people who arrive from the North County or other parts of the county to not have to get out of their car, hike in, go to get a bite to eat, and then have to get back in their car and leave. And so it's a conundrum. What we chose to look at as a model, and I haven't been there in some time, is just down the road is a racket club, and that racket club has the facility that we imagine. And again, it would be a microwave oven, a toaster oven, a sink, and pre-manufactured. And I don't have it with me today. I even got their menu at one point, but they have things like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and salads that are pre-made. And without getting into the entire menu, that's our intent. I hope that gives you a little bit of background, and I can try to answer your questions. We haven't examined it lately.
Well, is there an attendant? Is there somebody?
Yes.
There's a
It's
specific person operating this from 9 to 6 or whatever the hours of the garden are every day?
Precisely. I'm sorry I forgot that portion. But yes, the intent would be to find a vendor who would be willing to come there as a part of their activities to do that. So someone comes to the window and says, I want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Okay, so the vendor or their employee would be making the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So that
Correct.
entails a kitchen that.
No, they're prepackaged.
So why, if they're prepackaged, why do you? I guess I'm having problems with this vision because it doesn't sound like that it's been well thought out.
Well, I guess the best explanation I have is the racket club that's down on Foothill Road, just down the road. So, and the best description I can give you at this moment is exactly that.
No,
For instance, if you wanted a bagel, someone would take a bagel from a package, slice it in half, and put it in a toaster oven. Once it was hot, they would hand it to you, and you could spread your butter on it.
Okay, but this implies you have to have a kitchen, does it not? I mean, you have to have the facilities that.
Well, it's a space with a toaster oven, a microwave oven, a residential dishwasher, a sink. But it does not, in the case of the previous description, have a grill for cooking hamburgers and raw meat and
But it's a
fries and so forth.
I'm sorry to be I've looked at as a community activist involved in other projects where these kinds of things turned into because of environmental health reasons, they had to be a commercial kitchen. You had to have certain kinds of things, standards that to facilitate this, and it sounds like you had one vision where it was we pick up the sandwich that's pre-made, but now we're getting into something that's kind of different.
Actually, the plan is, as I describe it, has the hand washing sink that would be necessary, the coolers, the refrigerators that would be necessary to do that, and that's what's illustrated in the plan.
Gas stations have this service.
Yeah, similar to the gas station.
Is this on the east side of the building or the west side?
It's on the east side of the building on the downstairs. That would be the pass.
Right, and for people to utilize the tables, they have to go around to the west side and down.
No, there's a spot right adjacent to the window that would be available at that spot right there.
All right, thank you.
And there's only enough space for probably two 4-person tables at that spot.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Yes, I think I support Commissioner Cooney on this. Taking my young children to the Botanic Garden, I can remember it was a very natural experience, and I don't think the kids ate during our time in the garden. I see trash. When you go into I always admired the gift shop in the Botanic Garden because they had good toys, safe toys, everything, again, kind of reflects this natural environment that the garden is a proponent of. I cannot remember. Can you bring picnics into the garden now and
Yes.
and whatever you
Yes,
want,
can,
right?
yes.
Okay. Well, I like the picnic idea. Having the snack bar to me just again seems not natural.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great serving with such healthy people. People over 55 are loaded with diabetics. I mean, and some of them, Commissioner, the chair can go 6 hours. I'm a diabetic, insulin diabetic, and I can only go 4. At 4, I'm pushing the envelope. Sometimes I'm lightheaded here and I have to rush and drink a soda, pop a candy in my mouth. There are a lot of people in that situation which we can lead a normal life, but we have to be next to some type of nourishment. And there's a lot of people, I'm sure, over the age of 55 that are going to be going in that like to, at some time, have to have something to eat. It's not all just what kids are going to eat. It's the adults also.
Let me just conclude by saying I didn't know we were going to be here and creating all the management rules for this operation, but it seems to me, Commissioner Cooney, I would agree with you that we don't want this to be a destination restaurant because that exacerbates the traffic problem, which is something we don't want to do. But I can't see we're having this snack shack that has a little bit of a microwave or an oven or anything else that's going to increase the traffic by 1 car. And I think it's going to be a real convenient, real amenity to a lot of us that might visit that garden. So I would hope that we're not micromanaging their operations. What we're trying to do is to reduce adverse impacts. And again, I agree with you that this is not going to be a destination restaurant of any kind. But I don't think what they're proposing is anything even remotely close to that. So I would not want to be in favor of telling them they can't have hot sandwiches or soup or salads. So I guess you need to give direction to staff as to how you want this to come back.
I would accept, and I think I indicated this, I would accept a snack service as long as it's cold foods, and I think it makes a distinction if there's no warm food available. It gives a whole lot of opportunities. They can have ice cream, they can have peanuts, they can have a lot of things that kids enjoy, but they can't warm up soup or what that might turn. As the architect indicated, a hot oven for warming buns or pizzas, anything like that. To me, we're talking about a use that needs to accommodate a residential neighborhood, and it is going to make it on a different level. Too much commercial, not enough natural. And so maybe it's an important issue after all. I could probably say, as I did initially, that we shouldn't do it at all, that whatever the gift shop stocks is it. But in the spirit of this last compromise, I'm willing to say if the garden wants to have a snack service but eliminate any heated prepared foods, then that would be acceptable.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, at the risk of delaying us from concluding, I think the only other issue that we needed some clarification on is the pavers, because I don't think we got there.
I believe
completely there on the pavers.
The pavers was that it was to be referred to the South Bar, and if for some reason the applicant submitted a plan and the South Bar wouldn't approve it, the applicant could bring it before the Planning Commission. Mr. Tuttle?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, right now the condition reads, it actually does include a review of the hardscape and paving issue by the SBIS but the condition also includes that 10% restriction, and I think that's the point where
I think our agreement was to take the 10% out, that it's going to be reviewed by SBAR. It was 3-2. I mean, I have to guess Commissioner Cooney again what he did, but I think that's our consensus.
Ma'am, I recalled that, and I did go along with that. I think it is appropriate for the design professionals to have input on this. I honestly believe there's room for compromise on this issue, not only as to what the type of paving is, but where it goes. And I'd much rather have the community come to some agreement that's acceptable. So while I don't ascribe to a specific limit of 10% more, I think either party is free to come back to the commission if they can't work it out. So my personal preference is that it not be entirely paved, only those areas which are difficult to access at the present time, and that the type of paving be reviewed and approved by the BAR. So that if I understand the current drafting of the condition correctly, Mr. Tuttle, we would simply be modifying that to say that the 10% limit goes out and that it needs to be reviewed and approved by the South Board of Architectural Review.
And aside from that, just to kind of add on to it, it's my experience that architects are the most knowledgeable people when it comes to ADA issues. And so I think they'll very carefully balance the need to provide for those disabled people and yet also preserve the natural look of the garden. That's probably a great compromise, Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair,
Brown?
I have a question, though. How, because the HLAC has, we get into this issue about the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, and now it seems like we're putting into conflict with the SBAR. So I just need to get some, this is, obviously I'm in the minority here, but how would this work if BAR is given this jurisdiction to kind of do what they want when some of this has to go for HLAC for approval? Perhaps you can discuss that.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, there's sort of two issues, I think, of concern here. The first is the 10% limitation was actually a mitigation measure in the environmental impact report, so we'll have to look at that and see if we can modify it. I don't know, and we'll advise you next time, and we'll have to make a final you'll have to make a final decision.
Maybe I can help with that. For me, dirt trails are not historic.
The second issue is the HLAC, and they do have jurisdiction over portions of the garden, and it may be that you will approve something and the SBAR will approve something that the HLAC chooses not to approve, and the board will just have to resolve that, which is what we've told you before. So your obligation is to ensure that you're mitigating any historic impacts, not to implement the HLAC's resolution on the landmark.
But if this condition is applied, then the SBAR could come and say, well, we're just going to pave the Cavalli Path.
Well, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, I think we address that separately, and so we will, when we come back to address that separately.
So we need to see what that looks like then. Okay.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, my concurrence with you and Commissioner Valencia on referring this to the South Board of Architectural Review applies only to the historic portions of the garden, not to the Cavalli Path. So I'm not supporting.
And I understand that, and I can, I could be convinced that's appropriate for right now. Commissioner, yes. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes. Are we still looking at decisions or items before we move to close? I know we have a motion, but
Commissioner Brooks, I was really just raising issues that I thought staff needed clarification on based upon what you had already articulated.
Okay.
That's where I was.
Well, I just have a short list here. Fencing, are we going to discuss that today at all? I mean, that seemed to have been an issue in the hearings. I didn't see any resolution to that, and I just want to ask my colleagues, is now the time to discuss that?
Commissioner Brown.
Well, I'm just wondering, Commissioner Cooney, would you like to take a lead on some of these, or just want to, as we bring up these topics, just to address them that way?
No, that's fine. I don't mean to foreclose. The chair sought a motion. I put it in play, but I think we should get every issue discussed. As far as fencing goes, Commissioner Brooks, I think we ought to start with what the project currently is, understand that, and if it's not satisfactory, then we can talk about it.
Would Mr. Tuttle just review the fencing issues and what is being proposed? That would help me.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, actually my previous PowerPoint, if I can pull that up, showed an exhibit of the proposed trails. Sorry, fencing.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, isn't the map that we have, they have all the fencing on it, and then it has the DFO, the designated fence openings all on it? We already have all that. Is that the one you're talking about?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the proposed fencing includes a combination of elements. One is the keeping the existing cyclone fencing that has been installed along Mission Canyon Road, which shows up in the black hatch marks area. And then a couple portions of Tunnel Road, keeping that in place. For the section along Tunnel Road, setting that further back off of the road to not impede pedestrian use of the shoulder, to let it blend into the landscape a bit more. And then in areas of that show up as the red hash, those are areas the garden is proposing to install the 3.5-foot post, and primarily post and smooth wire. In a couple areas, it would be the stone pillars with the wood rails, but in either case, it would be the 3.5-foot. What staff and what the EIR consultants consider to be wildlife permeable, not obstructing wildlife. And then there are a few areas of where there would be no fencing. Those are indicated by the DFO, the designated fence opening areas. So those are sort of the three components of the fencing proposal.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Brown.
Fencing around the Cavalli site. I think in the environmentally superior alternative, that fencing is eliminated. What is? I'm sort of somewhat confused about that. Can you explain that, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, the proposed project is to install the 3.5-foot post and smooth wire along the Cavalli site along the eastern boundary. Right. There is already a fence there. It's not in good shape. It's a barbed wire fence, I believe. So they'd be just taking that out and putting a new fence in its place.
Okay. And then the black line that's right down at the southeastern section is?
That would all be, that's existing fencing that would just be removed.
Okay.
That creates the hexagon or the square there.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. When I drove around the site on Monday, I was fairly surprised to see the existing fencing was a black, very sturdy chain link, and it was in just specific areas. There was no continuity at all. I mean, it looked like they had put it where maybe there was a dangerous slope, or I don't know what the reasoning was, and I didn't take the time to look through. And then when I drove up Tunnel Road, I did not see that same type of fencing. I saw that cheap, the lower quality, kind of gray metal fencing. Was I looking at the gardens fencing on Tunnel Road? It was very close to the edge of the road, and it looked like from my maps that it was very close to perhaps the executive director's home or in that vicinity. Am I right in that, or was that black chain link fence also on Tunnel Road? Because I didn't see it there.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, the fencing along Tunnel Road that's on the garden property is the same black cyclone fencing. The portion on the northern edge of Tunnel Road where you take that sharp end, that was damaged in the recent Hesacita fire, so I'm not sure the current status of that fencing, but the section along the midway point of Tunnel Road and near the director's residence that's within the garden property is that same cyclone.
It is the black, okay. All right. My observation of this is when we stopped at a certain point, I noticed that there are plants already growing up in the chain link fence. And that made me think, when we're looking now, the staff recommendation is to go to the post and wire. I don't know who's an authority on, we have the Botanic Garden here. But will that post and wire fencing, will that serve as like a lattice for planting, or will that always be free, whereas the black chain link might someday be covered with foliage? Question.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, first, the garden is proposing the post and smooth wire fencing, and that was to address comments that were received at the BAR by both the BAR members as well as the general public, who had serious concerns about the chain link fencing and its compatibility with the Mission Canyon area. So the garden came back and revised their fencing plan to bring in the more subtle, the more natural look of the post smooth wire. As far as how plants would grow in and around that fencing, over time I would imagine that shrubs would be planted or would fill in some of the areas of the fencing, but I think the garden could maybe more appropriately speak to what their intentions of that fencing would be.
So Commissioner Brooks, do you have other questions?
I guess. Meadow Terrace, is it time to talk about that? It was brought up in so many of the public comments. It's certainly in the historic landmark letter. Go for it. I'll just perhaps ask my colleagues if anyone else wants to discuss it.
I'm fine
Not?
with them. Commissioner Brown?
Well, I think certainly if one reads the HLAC letter, there's a great deal of concern about what the garden has done. And for me, perhaps this is the greatest transgression that the garden could do, because I just somehow consider this area sacrosanct. And I don't think that the original designers of the garden ever envisioned this sort of artificiality that this terraced area imposes on this very naturalist area. And that presents a dilemma for me. And the dilemma is, part of it's already installed. Should they uninstall it? Or should they just leave it and not do any further work on it? Quite frankly, I don't appreciate the fact that what this terrace has done to change the aesthetics of the entire garden in the historic meadow. I just think it's made it completely different. In fact, on a recent visit, I was standing on the eastern side and looked over, and while we all bemoan the loss of that great oak tree, somehow this terrace patio just doesn't cut it. For me, I think I just have you remove it and just plant a big oak tree and have your functions under that. But I just think it's a very contrived mechanism. It just doesn't work for me, quite frankly. So I'm not sure. I realize that the HLAC will be going in separately to the board, and I'm not sure what the board may be looking from us. And I know that Mr. Tuttle has proposed some changes. I just don't think I don't think his recommended changes make any difference. I think I think the whole thing should be undone, quite frankly. So that's my thought on the Meadow Terrace. I don't know what anybody else feels, but.
I don't have a problem with it. I see no other lights go on. So other things, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, I will make my comment on Meadow Terrace. I heard from one person. I see that the staff is recommending to replace the tree. Is staff recommending just to leave it? No more construction?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff is recommending approval of the Meadow Terrace subject to the mitigation measure, which would involve completing the project consistent with the mitigation, which includes replanting an oak tree within the terraced area, and various other improvements that would be reviewed by the SBAR to help better tie it in with the landscape, soften its appearance, make it more naturalistic.
Again, probably I'm about midway. I don't think it should be removed, but it, perhaps the idea of putting tables there. I know in the past, and one of the volunteers explained to me that originally that was a sloped area, although it was off to the side. So the terracing, created kind of 3 flat areas where you could put chairs or tables without falling over, and for when they had some meetings or gatherings. I guess what I could see is a compromise on that, and just leave it the way it is, let nature take over, so we can see nature once again. I liked I wrote down the quote at the last hearing, "The human hand is the hidden hand." Well, we have the human hand there. Just let it be, is what I would say.
So we have other items, Commissioner Brooks? Mr. Brown, do you have other items?
Well, I have some questions for staff on the Hansen site, because I'm very concerned about the impact to cultural resources. And I realize that in the environmentally superior alternative, the Hansen site is eliminated. It's not considered. And what I'd like to get from staff at this juncture is, so that I can vote properly, is a very quick overview of staff's proposals and the environmentally superior alternative. And I think the biggest difference, now that we've taken out the Cavalli Trail, is, and rather than have me recite it, I prefer that you recite it, is basically now the Hansen site. Is that, and perhaps, is that sort of the biggie here, I guess? Oh, and certainly less development is that's being proposed in the environmentally superior alternative. Are those kind of the...
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Brown, the reduced development alternative, which was identified in the EIR as the environmentally superior alternative, involves a number of things. One was the relocation of a different location for the caretaker's cottage, which I think we've settled. And it did eliminate any of the new structures within the Hansen site. Right. There would still be the remodeling of the 2 existing residences.
Okay. And it is the new structures which cause the impacts to the cultural resources. Somewhat. I mean, there's other residual effects based upon the existing buildings and other things, but
the impacts to the cultural resources primarily occur from the
new structures,
the new development, the extension of utility,
right,
sewer and water to all the development in that location, the road improvement,
right,
and the detention basin that would address the increased runoff in that location. The reduced project also includes eliminating the perimeter fence, eliminating any paving of the existing pathways, and eliminating the Cavalli path.
Okay. And the Guild Studio parking as well.
That's correct. The Guild Studio would is proposed to be eliminated. Under the parking for the Guild Studio is proposed to be eliminated, as well as the new development on the Cavalli, the residence and garage office on the Cavalli site. And the primarily the reduced development alternative basically looks to significantly reduce the amount of development by eliminating these various buildings, mostly related to the residential aspects of the project.
Okay. Great, thank you. I would just wonder, and I pose this question to the Commission, if there's, in order to make this project a little more environmentally friendly, if there's any sentiment for eliminating the new structures on the Hansen site to avoid the impacts to the cultural resources. No, okay.
Mr. Cooney.
I've thought about this in terms of the existing mitigation, which I understand would provide for stopping any construction project, the conditions that are attached to any known cultural sites where the existence of any evidence of this site was uncovered would stop the project until it could be further explored. I think that applies both to the construction and to the roadway surfacing. I'm not convinced that's enough protection, Commissioner Brown. I think it's a heavy penalty to eliminate the proposed construction altogether, but I would support you if you wanted to add to the protection of the cultural site itself by having a Native American observer present during those parts of the construction.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the project is already conditioned to have a Native American monitor present within the activities of the ARC site. The areas outside of the recorded boundaries, that's where it's proposed at this point as only having an archaeologist monitor, and the local Native American community had been recommending for a Native American monitor throughout the site.
I understood that distinction, so I think that's satisfactory to me, the way it reads now.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. I'm looking at the wording for the reduced development alternative, which is the staff recommendation. Is that correct? No. Oh, okay, all right. Next page then, thank you. Because there was an element on that I wanted to ask. Okay, one last thing then. The parking spaces on the 5 parking spaces, where's my map? I think they were the ones that would be above the Guild Studio where you would walk down. We parked there on Monday, and it's at a very dangerous intersection. And I'm wondering if anybody else has any concerns about them, because I do, because of the dangerous curve. Am I at the right place? Where are you going? Let's see. Is that where it was? That's Alex? Yeah. Okay. Where's the intersection? Oh, yeah, the cars come down the steep hill, they make the left-hand turn, and then there's going to be 5 parking spaces, and then for, I think, the employees, and then they would walk down and cross the bridge and then go to the Guild Studio. Is that right? When we were parked there, I'm thinking, I think this is really a dangerous spot. If people know those spots are there, they might pull over, and if you have 5 spots there, okay, and more people are coming to the park, will they park along the road? Is that almost like, build that they will come? Anybody else have any concerns about those?
Well, I guess my question about those is if they're intended for employees, and if it's on the weekend and employees aren't using them, and park visitors or Botanic Garden visitors use them, in order to get to the garden, they have to walk along the road. What is the situation with that? There's a gate, they can't.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there is a path that would go from that parking lot all the way up into the main garden area within the garden proper.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks, that was her last one. Are you done? Good.
I just want to clarify, I asked the question before. The children's center is where it is, right? In the staff recommendation? It's staying. Okay.
Commissioner Cooney.
Okay, Mr. Chair, back over those issues. I know the hour is growing long and our patience thin, but we haven't settled the terrace issue. I've heard some good input from the rest of the commission. I haven't heard from Commissioner Valencia yet, but I think it is an important point to decide clearly, because there has been a clear indication that the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission thinks the existing improvement should be removed. I certainly don't think this is the most important issue presented by this application. On the other hand, it is important to that segment of our community charged with overseeing the historic aspect of the garden. So for me, the question, like Commissioner Brooks, is whether the garden should be asked to remove what they have put in pursuant to a valid permit from the county. And I have a problem with that. I think that the county in good faith gave permission to construct that terrace on the grounds that it was insufficiently significant to require a permit from, or a modification to the conditional use permit. So I think it's overreaching on the part of the county to require it to be removed. I'm not sure the existing proposal by staff is adequate to minimize the intrusion that the existing improvements make. For example, can you tell me, Mr. Tuttle, is there lighting already constructed? Because I think lighting adds a feature of improvement to the terrace area that would be inappropriate if it isn't already installed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, I don't believe the lighting has been installed to date.
So if the garden wanted to have an event there, a meeting of any kind, it could put in temporary candles or something like that, but the existing terrace does not have lighting. Is that correct?
I think,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't believe so. I could get, I'm looking for nods from the garden. Yeah, no lighting present.
Okay. And Commissioner Brooks, the issue for me then is whether there is something that could be done with the existing improvements to minimize the impact that isn't being suggested by staff. Otherwise, I'd be inclined to support the staff recommendation to leave in place, but not complete the garden with the additional improvements.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, and Commissioner Cooney, that was my recommendation too, is just leave it the way it is, and without, I don't know what the final terrace looked like, what the plan was, so all I could see was what I saw the other day, which was very nice, but I would say no more than that. Just, as I said, let Mother Nature, with a little bit of gardening, do with it as it wants. It's flat, they've solved a problem as far as you could still congregate there, but I guess it would be you'd still have the surface that, was going to be totally comfortable and lights and, for a party. It's just, I guess right now it's decomposed granite, if that. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I might, the surface right now, to answer that last question, is just dirt. And there may be some wood chips sprayed around, but it's primarily just dirt. The current status of the retaining walls is uncapped, somewhat jaggedy sandstone facing with I believe some rebar sticking out. So I would think at the very least it should be completed to allow that surface to at least have some sort of top surface to it, so you don't have a liability.
Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney asked me a question, and I'm looking through my document trying to find all the red lines that I had, but I don't have any red lines on any of those. I had them on some other things, but we've already glossed all over that. So I have no concern over that right this time.
I have no concern if they finish the terrace. In fact, I think they should. If they did it under under county permission before that, they should be allowed to complete it. I mean, that's my concern with your 5-year review of the plan. That's same sort of thing. You go to the counter, you get the permission to do the project, then they say, "Oh no, wait a second, come back. We want you to tear it down or stop." It's a problem with it. Mr. Cooney.
Well, we need to know more about what the finished terrace was going to look like then, because I don't object to any kind of surfacing that natural surfacing over the dirt that would make it better. That is grass or something that would blend in with the rest of the terrace. And I certainly don't have a problem with finishing the structures that are half done as opposed to tearing them out. But what I do have a concern with is creating a structure that substantially impairs the historical aspect of the garden as expressed by the Historical Landmarks Advisory Committee. So I think, we're going to need to have you work on that condition and come back with something that aims at that middle spot, and we'll take a look at it on the 16th.
Okay. And I just have one last one that I forgot I had marked up. In Pamela Combs' letter, she indicated that one of our conditions is that they must accept the nomination for the National Register's designation. And she's recommending that they should recommend, we recommend that you get that designation, but not that it be a required mitigation, or is she incorrect?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the EIR and the Historic Resources Report identified that as a mitigation to ensure that the integrity of the historic garden is clearly identified and somewhat demarcated on the national level to eliminate any ambivalence about the significance of the site. The consultants who did that study and recommended the mitigation consider it to be a fairly common approach in dealing with these resources. They did recognize and acknowledge the fact that typical nominations for the National Register are voluntary, and that it would not necessarily mitigate directly a physical effect of the project, and for that reason, that mitigation measure in the EIR showed up as a recommended mitigation measure. As part of staff's effort to ensure all the findings for approval of the CUP and development plan could be made, one of which is that impacts are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. We pulled that recommended mitigation measure in and made it a condition of approval. Certainly within your discretion to change that.
Well, I think her letter says it best. It is protected by the local county landmark designation, and I do not understand why the county would force someone to register with a federal agency. It seems to me, and obviously the federal government process specifically provides an opportunity for them to accept or decline the registration, and I don't understand why we would force them into a federal program that we don't have control of. I don't mind them being in a county designated program because we, the county, have control. But I'm sick and tired of giving control to the federal government because it seems like the more we do that, the worse off we get. I don't know how my other commissioners feel about that. Commissioner Valencia.
Mr. Chair, I've been involved with this several times in the past, and once you give control to somebody else, you lose a lot of control of your property when you have something designated to some historical cause. So you have to be 100% sure. You have to investigate all the conditions because they can come back and really hurt you. I've seen it in the past.
Anyone wish to weigh in on my issue? Commissioner Cooney.
I don't have a problem either way, Commissioner Blau. I just feel that that wasn't one of the issues that Mr. Monk raised as disagreeing with staff and its recommendations. I'm sure the garden has taken a position on that, so I would be inclined to leave it in unless there's strong objection from the garden.
Well, my only problem is it creates precedents. I mean, they might be able to do this because they plan on joining, but I hate to see staff create these kind of conditions that force people to do things that aren't really necessary and don't really have a nexus to the project. I'd rather take it out. If they wish to register, that's their option to do that. But I don't see that it's a proper requirement. And I see maybe Ms. Van Molen has a concern over that. No?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. as we go along and talking about changed conditions, I'm looking to see if that impacts a changed conclusion in the environmental impact report.
And you'll let us know
to
at our
see.
next hearing, I'm sure, right?
So I'm trying to work it as we go
Okay,
along.
great, thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
I say I would just go along with the staff recommendation on that one, unless we hear otherwise. It wouldn't be legal.
Okay. I'm not sure we have direction. Commissioner Cooney, you're wanting it to stay in or stay out? You can make the decision.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. I think it can go out. I'm sure the garden is interested in what's best for itself and the community, and we don't need to make it mandatory. So if by taking out this mitigation, we aren't requiring recirculation of the EIR or otherwise causing a legal problem, I'd go along with it.
Right, that would be my inclination as well. Okay, I see no more lights. It is 4:35. Do I think we need the motion for the continuance? Oh, do we have one on the floor already?
I believe my motion was that we
Oh,
continue.
that's right, and I think Commissioner Brooks seconded it, or Commissioner Valencia seconded it. Okay. So we're going to continue this, and the only other thing I would ask that you do is when we, there are several conditions that the commission did not agree on. It's 3-2. So I somehow would like that reflected in the record when you bring back the motion to approve. So if you could somehow construct it so that we have this, the conditions that we're modifying, which ones we're agreeing to as to 5-0, which ones we're agreeing to 3-2. Because there's no doubt in my mind this is going to get appealed, and it's nice to have a record of what the issues were that caused some concern.
Mr. Chair, maybe at the next hearing, we can just take a separate vote on those particular conditions or
And put 'em in-
somehow
and-
otherwise
Right,
indicate
that'd be
it.
great. That's all I'm saying. But if you could just construct that before the meeting, it'd be helpful. So, Commissioner Cooney, you were first. Your light's on.
No, I was ready to vote.
Okay, Commissioner Valencia.
Just
you're-
one question, if it's coming back, is it coming back on the regular calendar, on the consent
Regular
calendar?
calendar.
Regular
Regular
calendar?
calendar.
And is the public hearing going to be open again, so there's going to be
There'll be a public hearing
testimony
open,
all
but
over again?
No, public hearing, but the only thing we're going to allow testimony on is the changes to the conditions that we made today.
So they'll be identified clearly so they know that if they're going to speak to that effect, it can't be rehashing all of the
Right.
project.
As I said
all over.
before, we're not going to have, I'm in favor, I'm not in favor. If you want to address the particular item or the issue that we talked about at this next meeting, that will be fine.
Okay, thank you.
So I see no more lights. We have no more discussion on the motion. Commissioner Brown,
And the motion is just to continue it to September.
to September 16th.
Mr. Chair, I believe the motion was conceptual approval with conditions as directed, and then it'll come back on September 16th.
Right.
Conditions and findings.
Mr. Monk, is that what you had in mind to address?
I did, Mr. Chair. I had one other item. In response to Mr. Cooney's proposed condition on the no closure of the two roads, our civil has experienced some angst on that. They will need to have flagmen out there for the installation of utilities and water, and we're hoping that your motion didn't prohibit that. I mean, your recommendation.
No, obviously, normal construction conditions would apply, but this is an extremely sensitive area, and hopefully the time for closure would be minimal from any kind of normal, routine use of Mission Canyon Road or the other roads. But, another thing, I don't want to put this in the form of a condition, but I should state it on the record. If there is a high fire danger, I don't think that kind of construction should be occurring at all. Anything that impairs the potential for evacuation. So, that's probably, it's not written down anyplace, that's just common sense, but that's what I have in mind, Mr. Monk.
Thank you.
Great. So, Commissioner Brown.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Chair? Can I just respond to this issue and identify the conditions that we do have in place to address that? It's
Sure.
Condition 33. It reads, traffic flag crew shall be specifically dedicated and present on site at all times during construction within the road right-of-way to conduct vehicle traffic flow along Mission Canyon Road and Las Canoas Road. One lane shall be kept open at all times, except when construction vehicles are moving within the construction site, acknowledging that there are periods when they have to move up and down that open lane. The maximum time in which both lanes may be closed shall be 20 minutes. And we do have another condition, Condition 32, that prohibits construction on red flag days.
Sounds reasonable. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the motion before the commission is to approve the staff's recommendation, and I won't be supporting that because I feel that the environmentally superior alternative is really what is warranted in this case. We've heard lots of testimony from the community about many of their concerns, and I think everyone in the community feels very positive about the garden and about the need to modernize it and to upgrade it. But I think for me, it's the level of intensity and it's the scope of the development it's just simply too much. It's not warranted. I'm not talking about modernizing the facilities or a new herbarium, but some of these facilities don't need to be as big as they are. We've heard some public testimony that's addressed that issue, and I think it's really getting away from what it seems to me is happening here is we're urbanizing this garden, and we're trying to do that. And I'm disappointed that the garden hasn't sort of taken a lighter footprint to this garden to avoid some of the environmental impacts, and I realize they're being mitigated, but I just find it ironic that in some cases they're taking out oak trees. You know, I realize they're going to replace them 10 to 1, but this, after all, is the Botanic Garden where it seems to me that we should be very sensitive to many of these issues, and I would have hoped that the garden could have had just a lighter touch to what they're doing. Now, I realize that staff has done a great deal to minimize some of the impacts, and that the Commission has done a few more by eliminating the Cavalli path. But I would have just hoped, particularly for the cultural resources, that we could have just avoided that area altogether by eliminating the development on the Hansen site. So I'm going to be voting. I'll be voting for the continuance, but I won't be voting for approval as staff has recommended.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos. I think we'll talk about the conceptual approval. So we've got Commissioner Brown's vote for no. So why don't you call the roll call on the conceptual approval, and then we'll vote again on the continuance. Is that your motion, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cooney?
It is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
No.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Now, on the continuance to the September 16th date.
Yes, do we need a time certain, or are we just going to
I don't
let
think
staff put it
I
on?
don't think we need a time certain. Although let's see here. No, I don't think we need a time certain. I don't think there's going to be that much discussion. It's basically a review of the change in conditions, and there'll be some some public testimony perhaps. So.
Mr. Chair, just so the Commission is aware and the public, we do have a request for the Loop mixed-use project to be heard as the first regular agenda item, and I was hoping we could honor that request.
Yes, I think this will follow, even though it's a continuance. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia.
Aye.
And Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.